The following content contains adult language and humor that is not suitable for viewers under the age of 18. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. The views and opinions expressed during the following video content are those of the individual and may not reflect those of others. Thank you. Welcome, one and all, to the first episode of Pacific414 Pop Talk. I'm your host, as always, Mike. Sorry about that. Got a little frustrated when a few things that I had prepped up didn't quite work out as planned, but welcome to the first episode of Pacific414 Pop Talk, a show where I talk about all things pop culture, TVs, movies, games, the latest movies, the latest trailers that have been released, my thoughts on those latest movies, trailers, and the news that's been announced, and just about having an all-around good time. An all-around good time, just having fun, discussing things that we love. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome, one and all, to this very special edition of Pacific414 Pop Talk. 3 years and 300 episodes, along with my co-host, Baron Norman Tag Cash Money 007. I am your host, Mike, and we welcome you all to today's show where we are going to discuss the things we love, have fun talking about those things we love, and overall, just kick back, relax, and have a good time. Pacific414 Pop Talk began on Tuesday, August 3rd, 2021, with episode 1. It was rough. I'm not going to say it went as smoothly as I had originally hoped, but over the course of the episodes, things were added, things were changed. We had open panels for practically every episode for a while, and then of course things happened where things had to change as far as the open panels were concerned each and every episode, and we did that. We've had guest appearances from other YouTube content creators, people I've gotten to know through either the chat or by stopping by their channel, and we've grown this into something that we all love. Baron and Cash, they're official co-host of Pacific Foreign Pop Talk, and that relationship for Baron, Cash, and myself began on different streams. It came together during the 100 subscriber celebration stream that the channel had a few years ago, and now we get together every Wednesday and every Sunday and just talk about excuse me. Gosh, sorry about that, folks. But we
Kind of
talk
mirrors your
about
first episode. I like that. You had a throwback. There's a member berry, folks. You did a member berry. Woo!
No, I wasn't expecting that sneeze to come, and then that just came out of nowhere. But we've developed a dynamic, and we couldn't have done this all alone. I couldn't have done this all alone. I'm only one person who's lifted up the stone and placed the first stone, but everybody who's come along has helped not just Pop Talk grow, but the channel grow, and has contributed to building Pacific414 and Pacific414 Pop Talk.
I don't know if I like that stone analogy because you said you lifted up the stone. I was waiting for you to see. And those little creatures that are underneath the rocks. That's where Cash and Baron came from. It's like just kind of crawl out.
Speak for yourself, Baron.
Hey, come on! I counted your legs, Mr. Millipede.
But we like to have a lot of fun on the show, and we are going to have fun on the show today. I did select 4 articles for the show that we will talk about. Then after those 4 articles,
I'm shocked.
Everybody can talk about something that they loved, something that is a positive. Because despite what the song says, cue up the song there.
Oh, yeah, I'm doing it. I'm all getting it ready there. I was sure expected that it was going to go, but here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Everything sucks. Yeah, that's what they say. Pop Talk's dishing out negativity every single day.
All right, cut.
Yeah.
Always on.
Oh, okay.
we don't always dish out negativity every day. When we find things that we love, we praise it. And then when we find things that aren't so great, well, we let you know what our thoughts are.
I call bullshit.
Everybody. Well, you know what? That's what we have in Discord, our bullshit sessions. Yes, but folks, I am going to put the invite link into the chat right now. And I do have one very simple request. That you save any and all promotion, whether it be for yourself, for your channel, for someone else's channel, until you're getting ready to leave or near the end of the show. Now, if you have to leave, let us know in the private chat. Then we will give you plenty of time to promote yourself, your channel, or someone else. If you stick with us through the whole show, we will go one by one around the panel, saving Cash, Baron, and myself for last, and give you ample time to promote. So I am putting the invite link in there. On the YouTube side, I am going to pin it.
Yeah.
And let me go ahead and pin this to the top. Now, Rumble, I am doing the same for all of you.
And we have a guest cameo. Ladies and gentlemen.
All right.
I'll get to that in just a second.
Right. Look at that. Guest cameo.
I'm not used to the screen being black on here. It's always has something colorful and cool.
Well, I was setting up this stream and of course Wednesday stream the other night, and it said now there's a dark mode, and I prefer things in dark mode. That's just how I
nice. Dark mode
easier for my eyes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's supposed to be easier on your eyes, definitely.
Yeah. That's what I was saying. It's like as much as I don't mind it having a white screen in the back, especially if I do go on camera, then I don't have to worry about turning on the light. But for the most part, on my computer, I keep everything in dark mode. On my phone, dark mode, and I just prefer
Yeah,
it that way.
I need to use dark mode some more. I use it for Discord and some other things. So.
Dark mode duck.
And one real quick thing, when you come on to the panel, folks, please be respectful to your fellow panelists and also the host. So be respectful to Cash. It's hard for Baron and I to do that, but
No.
It's hard for me to pay attention to these two. I somehow put up with it though.
Who's Cash Money? Where's
Be-
Cash
be
This
Money?
Baron
Why is
guy.
Cash Money?
Who is this Baron guy?
be respectful to Baron. And yes, be respectful to me. Otherwise, if you're not respectful to me, you get this. And Baron and Cash already know what clip's coming up about me even playing it.
Extinction to all traitors!
That'd be Cash.
No, that's Baron, man. No way. Trying to throw me under the bus. How dare you?
And
Push
it's
him
good to
off
see
the pirate ship.
That's why they call you Speed Bump.
It's good to see Sly Dog over on the Rumble side. And welcome everybody who's watching on Pacific4 on YouTube, Rumble, Bear Norman Tags Fandom Legacy, and also Cash Money 007's Twitch channel. Welcome everybody. So
I got the Twitch. Don't you know? Twitch. I only wish that we were as good as your first episode. We need to strive to get to that level.
Baron,
that was
Baron.
rough. That first episode.
Baron, you're just terrible, man.
Why am I terrible? I'm trying to be complimentary here. Come
sure.
on, man. Corn Pop's a bad dude.
I'm not taking
Yes,
offense
yes.
to it.
No,
I'm
I know
I'm
you're
the
not,
first
but
one who
Baron
will
is-
admit that first episode was rough.
Damn. Here,
Yes.
I mean, all that effort of mine just went down the shitter. Thank you.
Oh boy. These two
tried.
always causing trouble. I try to keep them separated, but
It doesn't work.
no, never will.
Mhm.
But we're gonna go ahead and get into our first article here.
Ooh.
Before we go into that first article, here we go. Because Cash was complaining. There we go. There's the perfect background for us right there.
I just said I was surprised. I wasn't complaining.
by Snooze.
Death by Snooze Snooze? Oh no. Man.
Like I could resist.
Oh man. That's great.
So our first article comes from comicbook.com. It's by Megan Peters. It was posted just today on their site.
Wow, fresh news.
And it says Transformers 1 will get a sequel under one condition, says producer. Transformers 1 is already piecing together plans for a sequel behind the scenes. It says, over the years, we have seen the Transformers embrace every kind of era. From its original days on shelves to its latest Hollywood outings, the Autobots and Decepticons have kept fans on edge for decades. Soon, Transformers will explore a new horizon with Transformers 1, an animated movie dedicated that acts as a prequel for two key characters. I have mentioned this before on Pop Talk. I'll mention it again. We've seen this prequel for these two characters, Optimus Prime and Megatron. It's a season 2 episode of G1 called War Dawn.
What? No.
What?
Come on,
What?
man.
Whoa! What was that? It was.
The hell you say?
The hell I do say. So soon, Transformers will explore a new horizon with Transformers 1, an animated movie dedicated that acts as a prequel for two key characters. The film plans on exploring Optimus Prime's bond with Megatron before they're falling out. As it turns out, talks are already underway for a sequel behind the scenes. The update comes from Lorenzo di Bonaventura, a producer overseeing Transformers 1. During a recent chat with Screen Rant, the exec talked about the hype surrounding Transformers 1, and Bonaventura said a sequel will happen on one condition: success. Well, obviously, for any movie to get its own sequel, it has to be a success.
I got to ask myself to ask everyone a question. Why is this a story? I mean, isn't that usually what it is? If it's a success, we get a sequel. That's why we didn't get Masters of the Universe Part 2. It
Right.
wasn't a success. I mean, as much
That's
as I'd
true.
love to have seen a second one, but it was like, derp. It's like, yeah, come on, man.
It says number one, if we're successful with this Transformers movie, we're going to do a sequel for this. And we already have, I think, the beginnings of a really interesting story for the second one, which is also character based the way the first one is, the producer said. What is Transformers 1 about? Of course, the team behind Transformers 1 is eager to see how audiences at large will embrace the movie. The excitement for Transformers 1 has been building slowly since it was announced nearly a decade ago. The animated feature has taken some time to complete, but the wait will have been worth it. So far, critic reviews for Transformers 1 are nothing short of glowing. With nearly 50 reviews gathered on Rotten Tomatoes, the movie boasts a solid score of 90%. I'm not so concerned about what the critics have to say. I'm more concerned about what the audience has to say.
Yeah, fact. And, you know, to address that one, come on, you know better than that. I mean, it's gone back to the ages, back to the Thin
Yeah,
Man. If
yeah.
the Thin Man's, can we continue this series? I mean, even George Lucas, he had sequels planned if Star Wars was a success. Again, He-Man, the Masters of the Universe movie, they had a sequel already planned. Flash
Yeah.
Gordon, they had a
Well,
sequel planned. So, I mean, that's nothing new.
last night I was with Apion. We were talking about
You were?
the Lost in Space movie from
Yeah,
1998.
right.
And it was part of Apion's The Hill I Die On. I defend that movie. I thought that movie was good.
Yeah,
I
I
enjoyed
didn't
it.
think it was great. Yeah, I mean, it's fun.
And
I enjoyed. I didn't think it was great, but it was good. But anything to see Mimi.
Yeah, and even that movie set itself up for a sequel.
Well, I have a little different take on that one. If you watched it, it was like watching 3 episodes put together into a movie. Each one had its, you had the beginning, you had a middle, then you had that other episode because there was like 3 distinct stories in the movie. Which I found interesting. It's like, well, could they keep that up?
Yeah, that's the thing. You got to be able to keep it up.
And they're at least smart enough to know that, hey, taking an hour episode type of concept is not going to do a good 2-hour movie. I know. Why don't we trim down 3? Because I wonder, was this coming from an idea for doing a TV show? It's like, hey, no, let's do a movie and let's take these stories, put it together into one movie. I mean, it was a good movie. It was a good movie, and yeah, they're all geared. It'll be interesting to see what would happen. Just to have Mimi Rogers. I mean, screw everybody else. Kind of hard now when we lost her,
Yeah.
But Mimi's still with us. Ooh, yeah.
Yeah. Beautiful woman.
She is. And Mensa. She's Mensa.
It says, so things are looking good for Cybertron already. The interest in Transformers 1 is hardly a surprise if we are being honest. The movie takes fans back into the past as they experience Cybertron before its fall. We meet Optimus Prime, named Orion Pax, as he finds a close friend in a fellow robot named D16. As the film moves forward, we see how these two bots became friends before catastrophe struck. D16 goes on to shed their identity to embrace the name Megatron. And as history shows, Orion Pax did much the same to become Optimus Prime. The pair have quite the history, and Transformers 1 finally delves into the complicated bond. I'm going to make a correction, and maybe it's because I'm a staunch G1er, but we have already seen the beginning of this relationship. The Decepticons are flying robots, also dedicated to war. Orion Pax, before he became Optimus Prime, was a dock worker. And at this facility that he worked at, they stored energy. And that's what Megatron wanted. Energy. So he could take over Cybertron. Megatron shows his colors. He shoots Orion Pax and knocks him out. The aerial bots who travel back in time in this episode take him to a young Alpha Tran who develops a way to rebuild Orion Pax into Optimus Prime.
Better than me. I'd be pessimist minus. So.
And I will get to everybody who's in the chat here in just a moment. I'm just going to finish up this article. It says, where would a sequel take Transformers 1? Transformers 1 does not hit theaters until September 20th in the United States, but already speculation about its sequel is buzzing. The fate of Optimus Prime and Megatron is no secret after all. For decades, the leaders of the Autobots and Decepticons have been locked in battle. While Optimus Prime and Megatron once saw eye to eye on Cybertron, well, I'm a G1er, so I say they never did. Just saying. Just saying.
Elitism. Shenanigans. They call shenanigans.
Their paths diverged with time, while the Autobots leader would embrace ideals of self-determination. Megatron let his clout as a revolutionary figure corrupt him. Transformers 1 shows how this split began at last, so a sequel could very easily unpack the breakup. Megatron wanted conquest. Megatron wanted power. So let me ask you guys, what do you think about the article?
No, I mean, really. Oh, go ahead, Cash. I'll let you go.
I think they're getting ahead of themselves. Let's just see how this does at the box office. I mean, it could be a big hit, but I just love when we already have a sequel planned. It's like, just see how your first movie does. And I think Steven Ransom makes a good point. Like, is movie even really a thing anymore with all this streaming stuff? It's an interesting point. But...
yeah, it's a good point. Because you have movies that are released in the theaters, and then you have movies that are released on these different streaming services, and
well,
it's like,
I mean, I think this is a nothing burger article, honestly, because again, them going out, okay, we're planning a sequel. Well, again, like I said earlier, to Jess Park's comment on that one, it's like, yeah, that's all they do. What would work for a quote unquote sequel if this led into a streaming show or a show that would be whatever? So, what we've seen before, I mean, they turned the Clone Wars, they did the movie, which was actually taking 3 episodes. Again, going back to that 3 episode thing, they turned 3 episodes of the Clone Wars series and turned it into a movie to release in the theaters. The first one in American soil, that was not a 20th Century Fox film, it was Warner Brothers. It was so odd to see a Star Wars film start that way. But yeah, it's nothing new. It's like, well, when you're doing this, it's like, well, where can we go? How can we grow? Sometimes in story building or character building of a character is that can be a good thing to help out with the film that you're working on. It's like, where do you want to see this character go if we have that opportunity? We don't want to spill all our beans at once, but we want to be able to put something out there for people that want to come back for more. And yeah, I mean, everybody wants to have a franchise. When it comes around again, like what they're saying about the theater, this would be good to kick off for a series. I don't think it would work for a motion picture series. Animated films like this don't generally bring people in like a live action. I mean, take a look at the difference between the live action Transformer films, do you really expect us to have the same impact in the theater as those did? Whether you liked them or didn't like them, that's immaterial.
Yeah.
And that's what you have to look at. I think the direction would be not necessarily sequel, but where can we take this story and what platform we can go on? And I think Transformers, just like we said about Star Trek, just like we said, I can't say about Doctor Who because it never has, but it works better on this quote unquote small screen television than it does in the movie. You have those rare instances, like for Star Trek, Wrath of Khan, Undiscovered Country, Voyage Home, First Contact. I mean, you have those exceptions where the other ones are like, well, this would have worked better as an episode. And I even mean Star Trek 3. When I saw Star Trek 3, I said, this feels more like an episode of Star Trek than a movie. It didn't take away any fun of the film or enjoyment of the film. It just, that's how I felt. So the big question, again, Nothing Burger is like, are we shocked? No. No one should be shocked. We've been at this game long enough as fans, doing 300 years and 3 episodes of Pop Talk. We shouldn't be shocked by that. No. It's just like, what direction do you want to actually go in? In my 2 cents, I doubt if anybody's listening to me in the powers that be, but forego movies and hit hard with television. And I understand your frustration, Mike. They are changing lore, but then again, they're doing their own reboot. It sounds like they're keeping close to G1, but it's like, no, we want to.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the design of Orion Pax Optimus Prime, that is taken from the G1 episode War Dawn.
Right. But it's like, well, what can we do to make it a little bit different? We don't want to necessarily be a full-fledged copy and paste, since, of course, they're pals now. And they want to have, think, a more personal enmity between those two as friends that become enemies, other than a huckster coming in there trying to steal your energon. So I can see where they're going. They want a more personal battle between the two, even though, let's face it, even in G1, it was personal.
It was, because as G1 went along, maybe there were some inconsistencies. I'm not going to say it was ever perfect. It wasn't.
No.
But they did give you a backstory between the war between the Autobots and Decepticons.
Right. And let's face it, the next step would be the war for Cybertron. I mean, keep it 6 million years or so in the past, but the next logical direction on this, if they wanted to do another film, is leading into that big war. I mean, if they want to have the trilogy, it's the war. And then the last film, if they want to do a trilogy, would be basically what we saw for the first episode of Transformers and them going to Earth. And then what is the possibility you have there? And you got to include the OGs in there, like Spike and Sparkplug and all the others. Exactly. You need to bring in those human characters that you saw in G1, not bring in new people like the Bay films and such. So, and that's my take. I mean, there's a lot of positives that they could do with it if they do it right. But I say use this as a springboard to a series. I mean, they did the same thing with Buck Rogers. Basically, Buck Rogers in 25th Century was released in the theater, but really that was a pilot for the TV show that they put in the theaters to get interest.
Hey, I'm not mocking this film for being animated. The first Transformers movie itself was animated, but that film wasn't a box office success.
No.
It went in over budget, and they were really pushing the letter when it came to getting the movie out for release date.
But we have to
and I'm not even gonna slide at the thought that at least this movie is coming out for the 40th anniversary of the franchise.
I mean, the first film had a lot of problems with it in the sense of this: you have so many characters that people love, that were Transformers fans, and a 90-minute film. And it's impossible to throw in all the dynamics. I mean, we saw so many of our friends get, the ones, we call them friends because we followed them, but get wasted in that movie because they wanted to bring in foolishly. They were Hasbro was being foolish about it. to bring in these new characters. So we weren't able to get that impact. But let's face it, that film is a cult classic now, especially amongst Transformers fans. And we have to also be honest, as much as we love it, despite some of the Disney films that come out and the Pixar films, animated films are a bit of a niche, especially when you're dealing with something like this as part of a franchise, part of an IP. So, but I'm hoping for it. I want it to succeed. I hope that you see it, Mike, and you come back and say, "Wow."
If the movie succeeds and we get more movies like it, it keeps the Transformers franchise alive. You want that for any franchise. It doesn't matter if it's Transformers, Star Wars, Star Trek. If there's a new show coming out, if there's a new movie coming out, Doctor Who gets a new series. I know they currently have the series. I know there's rumors going on about what's going to happen to the series, but I'm not even going to talk about those rumors. But still, you want a show to succeed because you're watching the show and it has a good story, good characters that you are invested in. Same with a movie. You want to have a good story and characters that you're invested in. And you want that word of mouth to get around. So, you've got to watch this. You got to give it a chance.
Well, I wanted to be like you were sitting back saying with the fans, like we did in the old days. We go out there and compare notes, and I mean, it'd be great to hear you coming back with your analysis, going, I didn't think this would work, but as much as I'm an OG fan, what they did here actually helped make things a little bit smooth. It fixed some of the problems that was in the OG that we all know that are in there. And that's our hope, that we can sit back and talk. It's like, well, they tried hard on this one, but they failed. Or even sit back and say, I don't know what the hell they were smoking when they were doing this in the movie. But at least they tried. And that's how we used to be. Just because we discussed the film and the positives and the negatives doesn't mean that we're being negative.
Yes, Paramount has the movie rights for Transformers.
Yeah, who isn't doing so hot right now? Just look at their streaming service.
Yeah, I mean, they had to make.
Well, that's why they want this movie to be a success at the box office,
right?
Yes.
But Cash, what are your thoughts on the article?
Once again, I think they're just jumping the gun. And yes, this might make a lot of people happy. Then again, it might not. Even the trailer, when I see it, I keep thinking, I look at my brother and then my brother looks at me and then we look at each other and we say, is that really Transformer humor? It's every time, man. That's one thing that I am worried about. It's like, oh, look at how we transform and do that. It's like, why is this in here? They wouldn't be talking like this. It's just, I don't know. It's just my feeling on that.
Well, you gotta remember, it is a trailer.
Yeah,
I mean, you gotta remember, and they want to try to put something in the trailer that's going to bring people in, and not necessarily the OGs. They want to try to get everybody in.
I know,
so
but it's just weird.
This would have been for the. Yeah, I know it's weird, but when it comes to the trailers, I've learned to take them with a grain of salt, and it's like, but then you sit back and go, okay, yeah, I see. It's only one little bit that they threw in there, and they're trying to get. And forgive me for saying the trendies and the normies to come in and see the film too, which is not a bad thing as long as they don't twist and corrupt it. That's all I sit back and say. Right. Enjoy what we have here.
I
just want to make a note that that we have Cash coming in doing the Eeyore commentary. Well, I was going out there like Pollyanna.
Sure, whatever, Baron.
I was watching the preview with my brother, and we were both looking at each other.
That's not what happened there. Nice try. This is why you never get the forbidden donut, man. This is why.
Donut.
That's why. You keep trying, and then every time you get electrocuted when you keep trying to get it.
I like being electrocuted. It's shocking.
So any other final thoughts, guys, before we say hello to everybody who's here?
I hope it's gonna come. I hope it turns out better. I mean, not better, but I hope it comes out. I know there's probably going to be things in there that they didn't get quite right, or maybe they missed on. But then that's every film. I mean, we can even nitpick Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan and Star Wars and all that. But if we do that, then we start. If we do it the wrong way, you diminish the fun. If you do it the right way, it's fun. It's like, okay, it's great fun. It's like, remember, yeah. So I'm being positive. I hope this is good. I hope Mike comes out and goes, yeah, this was a really good film, and I want to see Transformers get back to where it should be, even on the big screen, animated.
Yeah.
And I'd love to see the animated people take over.
They just, even with the movies after a while, the live action ones, there was some good ideas there, but after like the third movie, I feel, the things started really falling apart after that. And besides Bumblebee, I still think Bumblebee's a good film.
Bumblebee tonight. Oh, not talking about. Well, and I want Bumblebee to be a Beetle again. I'm sorry. I want him to be a Beetle. Well, that's Volkswagen's fault. That's Volkswagen being an idiot.
Right.
They said, we don't want our cars associated with war. Who's the person that created your company? Excuse me.
Yeah, you've got that. So, at this time, ladies and gentlemen, I do want to say hello to the princess of YouTube, Leia Rose.
Yay.
Also, the president and sole member of the Phil McCracken fan club.
We love you, Leia. That, though.
She's never denied it. She never denied it. She just gets upset because I'm being mean to Phil. But we love you anyways. Leia Rose. We not anyways. We just love you. We're always happy to see you. Always so sweet.
I also want to say hello to Anna's Game Land.
Anna, beautiful lady inside and out.
Everybody's favorite polar bear, Snortopoopas Cuber. Good to see you, Snorty.
.com. Yeah, I have to add that .com. That's his trademark. Snortopoopas Cubar.com.
Yep. And it's good to see good friend Steven Ransom. Hope you're doing well, brother.
What's he being ransomed for? And obviously, if he's been a ransom this long, they're asking for too much. So,
and we have Brandon Looney Tunes fan 2000. Good to see you.
And
Brandon. Hope you're doing well.
I'm going to answer your question right away. My favorite character is Scrooge McDuck. Okay, back to you, Mike.
Character though.
And
yeah, you always ask what's your favorite Warner Brother character is. Scrooge McDuck.
Baron made a smart aleck.
Yes, he is.
Hey, at least part of me got educated.
And I want to say hello to Jet Sparks 373. Good to see you, Jet Sparks. And it's also good to see Pop Culture Mechanic. How you doing, Pop? And we also have Bill McCracken. And he says, oh, look, a celebration. 3 years and 300 episodes. Let me say congrats. I can finally give the new name to formerly known as Team Epic Fail. Today, I unleashed the new name, Team Failure and Freaks. Okay.
Yeah, come on, Phil. Just call us weird. Just call us weird. That's all. We're weird. We're weird. That,
And Snorty says, dear Volkswagen, can you say Kugelwagen? I can't say it.
Oh, Kugelwagen. I might want one of those. Oh, I mean, even if I could get a thing, which was kind of a civilian-looking version of that. But, the Kugelwagen. Oh, my. That'd be fun to tour around in town.
And Steve Ransom says, Baron, it's my actual middle name. For real.
Obviously, his folks had something in mind. And it's like, if your middle name is Ransom, you're going for Ransom. I see.
So, everybody, we have an article from CBR, and it's about juror number 2, Clint Eastwood's final film.
Ooh.
And in this article, we're going to find out the release date for the film.
Ooh.
There's one thing I hate about that article already. Clint Eastwood's final film.
Yeah.
I don't want to even think about it. I don't even want to think about it, but I know better. He's like 90 some years old now.
Yes.
Yeah. Would you like to read this article, Baron?
Well, me? Oh, you give me the honor? Okay. Give the guy with the sinus infection the article. I tell you. Okay, okay, I can do that. Let me go get the article. Oh, you put it in the. Oh, look at that. He's right on it, folks. Right there in the private chat, so I don't have to go hunting for it. You have it on screen yet? I'm on a different screen right now, so. But I'll start with this, and this is from CBR, by the way, folks. So take it for whatever it's worth. And it's written by Adam Middlestrup. Forgive me if I said that name wrong. I honestly don't. I don't know you, so I'm not going to knock you yet, unless you get carried away. And of course, juror number 2, Clint Eastwood's final film set release date. I love that picture of him there. He kind of looks like the man with no name long after the adventures are over. I mean, honestly. So, Clint Eastwood's final film, juror number 2. The Hollywood icon's final film will release in select theaters on November 1st after the film has its world premiere, closing out the AFI Fest. Speaking to the film's inclusion at the 38th annual AFI Fest, AFI president and CEO Bob Gazzali expressed how honored he was to host of the world premiere of Juror number 2. Here, let me get this to a different screen so it's easier for me. There is, that, and this is not going to be a slam, but it's just amazing. Clint Eastwood nowadays directing and bringing out a film is like Woody Allen, because these guys are pumping out films and you never really hear about them. It's like, boom, they're here and they're gone and don't get much press. So it's at least nice that they have some press about this one. There is only one Clint Eastwood, and AFI is proud to present the world premiere of this next chapter in his historic canon, Gazelle said. Or is it Gazelle or Gazelli? I don't know. We are honored to bring the community together once again, artists and audiences, to celebrate an American icon. No lie about that, by the way. There is no word yet on if juror number 2 will receive a wide release. It should. The upcoming legal drama centers around a juror in a murder trial who realizes he may have caused the victim's death and must wrestle with the dilemma of whether to manipulate the jury to save himself or reveal the truth and turn himself in. Ooh, I kind of like that. Juror number 2 is produced by Eastwood, Matt Scaina, and Peter Oberth. Jessica Meyer. How many producers do you need? Tim Moore and Adam Goodman.
10, man. Come on, man. You need 10 producers, 10,000 writers for all these things.
Well, I have a feeling he didn't have that many writers. In fact, producer of 2013's Escape Plan penned the script. So it looks like Jonathan Abrams, they have one person that wrote it, thank God. To be the final film of Eastwood's legendary career is no doubt a great honor, and thankfully, juror number 2 is stocked with tons of talent, and he can bring them in, that's for sure. Eastwood's final film stars Nicholas Hoult, Tony Colletti, J.K. Simmons, Kiefer Sutherland, Zoe Dutch, Gabriel Bassel, Chris Messina, and his daughter, Francisca Eastwood. Clint Eastwood winds down a legendary career. Whether it was in front of the camera or behind it, Eastwood has been the center of many memorable and iconic films, rising to prominence with the Man with No Name trilogy, directed by the legendary Sergio Leone. Eastwood would carve out an incredible legacy for himself in the Western genre, as well as action films. Eastwood's 1971 film, Dirty Harry, which we had a watch party on, and that film still holds up. Great movie.
Man, great film, dude.
Remains as one of Eastwood's most beloved performances, as his Western classic, Unforgiven, which he also directed. I think we can also have in there. What?
CBR, man. CBR actually wrote a good article. Wow.
Well, it's not over yet,
in there? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You're right.
We're not done yet, but let's hope. Don't wait. Praise no day until it is over. Right. But I think they also forgot one of the important ones too is Outlaw Josie Wales. That was a great movie.
Oh, very good film. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sorry. I hold that over Unforgiven. I like Unforgiven. Don't get me wrong, but I still hold I still hold Outlaw Josie Wales higher. In recent years, Eastwood has stayed busy, still churning out great films such as American Sniper, The Mule, and Richard Jewell, American Sniper. The controversial war film starring Bradley Cooper serves as the director's most recent film to receive an Academy Award nomination for Best Picture. And the only reason why it's a controversial war film is because Hollywood's so filled with pin-headed, moronic, blue-haired land whale morons ass-kissing to the woke crowd.
But look, we will say this, though, man. They did still use a fake baby, and they could have used a real baby. I know that's small, but I wish they just used a real child. It's just cheap, man. Come on, guys.
What will be Eastwood's movie, Cry Macho, saw the legendary actor return to his Western roots and what will be remembered as the last acting performance of his legendary career. You know, I'm ashamed to say I've not seen that film. I'm ashamed to say that. I should probably.
I haven't seen it either.
I don't think I've seen that one either. Yeah.
We should try to hunt that down. And of course, Juror number 2 is released in select theaters on November 1st. So expect it. I don't. This is not being sounding cruel. Expect it on streaming soon after, because I don't think they're going to give this a wide. I think Hollywood right now has a love-hate with them. It's like they have to pretend that they have to kiss his ass, but they're not going to give Clint more than they want to. So,
no. Well, see, Stephen, they won't put in movies like Gran Torino, which was a really good film, because of course one of his co-stars, that Asian kid who was he was younger at that time, he's older now, came out and said that there was some nonsense going on the set and whatever. Yeah, unfortunately, a few years ago. So of course they won't talk about Gran Torino. I'm sure they think it's racist or whatever, racist, whatever you want to call it.
And the thing is, Gran Torino is the one that has defined Cash Money's outlook in life, especially when he has his 9-iron and yells out, "Get off my lawn!"
That's every time Baron comes by, I'm like, "No, Baron, not the donuts today." He's like, "Come on, man!
Hey, kids, don't steal my shoes!
and
Those are my golden Trump shoes. Give me back."
Yeah, right. Sure, Baron. Golden Trump shoes. And then I leave a plate of donuts on there for Baron, and I go, "No, Baron, not today." And it's like, "Come on, man."
Well, don't put them off. You don't want me to come around. Come on, man. That's your own fault. That's called entrapment. That's called trapping. Trapping is illegal, by the way. It's like putting a salt lick out for a deer during hunting season. You can't do that.
No, and honestly, this film sounds like it has a pretty good premise.
Yeah. It sounds like, and we all know he's a great director, so it sounds like this could be a nail biter to the end. I mean, this sounds like it's going to be huge, a suspenseful drama, almost to. I wonder if he's bringing out an inner Hitchcock about it, because this sounds like a film Hitchcock would have done.
Yeah, maybe. Exactly, Stephen. It is.
Maybe he was inspired by Hitchcock.
It's Gran Torino is just the way that certain people are going to feel about things. And if anyone looks at it any other way, then I don't know what to tell them. That's just how people look at stuff in real life. They're around neighbors who they don't care for, and it has nothing to do with their race, sexuality, or whatever. It's just they just don't like each other.
And of course, right now, Cash is singing and said, "It's my life." No, because like I said, he's identified himself with that character from Gran Torino.
Never, Baron. Nice try, though. Nice try, Baron.
Any final thoughts on this article, or the premise of the movie from what it says? Yeah, definitely.
I'm intrigued.
Yeah,
and I have to say. And also, I have to go back and see that Cry Macho. I mean, you got to see his last performance. I mean, Clint Eastwood's a giant. He is. And I'm glad we still have him. But it's time to start preparing ourselves, especially with how 2024 has been done. We don't have much longer. And I want him to live to be in his hundreds.
I mean, but, I'm happy he's still alive. And, of course, people like Dick Van Dyke is still kicking. So, I mean, it's great.
He might actually hit the century mark. I don't want to curse anything like they did with Betty White, but I'm hoping. Let's put it that way. I hope I'm not. That way, hopefully, we can dodge that bullet.
Yeah. So, Cash, I put the next article into the private chat. And
yes.
before you start reading, I am going to welcome in Brandon Looney Tunes Fan 2000.
Oh, yeah.
Hello, Brandon.
It's been almost a year since I last came here.
Yes, it has been a while.
And he says, I've been blocked from entering the panel.
Well, you're on the panel now, brother.
That's
How
all
does this
important.
change since the last?
I think we're geared up for 10 hours today, right, Mike? Yeah, but we're going for 10 hours because this is 300 years and 3 episodes of Pop Talk we're celebrating. There's a lot to put in. 300 years worth of stuff. 10 hours stream at least, minimum. So buckle up, buckaroos.
What version of streamer do you have?
Who's got business?
I just have the same version of StreamYards I've been paying for the last year.
I have the free version that only allows 6 people.
Well, that works too.
Yeah.
What would you do with 25 people on your panel?
No, I wouldn't want that, Brandon.
As long as 3 of us and the rest are women, I'll go for it. Woohoo! Come on, Janet. Come on, Erwin. Come on, Leah Rose. Come on, all you ladies. Let's do it that way.
What about 60 people?
No.
What? No.
We'd blow up the internet. We'd blow up the internet.
And I do want to say hello to Prismatics. I hope you're doing well, brother.
Hey, Priz, brother. How you doing, man? I can't wait to talk with you again, man.
Yeah, it's been almost a year since I last met you guys.
Yeah, I mean, things have to change as far as the open panels are concerned, Brandon. But with this being the 3-year, 300 episodes of Pop Talk, I've been in an open panel. The only thing I'm asking is that folks save any and all self-promotion until either they're getting ready to leave or the stream's getting ready to wrap up. That will give everybody time to promote themselves.
Which will probably be 10 hours from now.
Well, probably won't be going 10 hours, but we are going to go a good length of time.
What was your last Pop Talk last?
Our last Pop Talk was 2 hours on the YouTube side, and then we went a little over that, and we ended it. Because we talked about everything that we wanted to talk about, and we all had some things that we had to do.
What about 100 people?
Nope. Right now, we're actually going to get into our next article here.
Yeah.
From Bounding into Comics.
Bounding the Comics.
We worship them.
Volume 4.
Yeah, we do not.
Bounding the Comics. We're simps for them. Yeah. Oh,
So
no. I don't want to see this. I don't want to see this.
I can't.
No, I'm serious. It's like I said, fuck 2024. Just fuck 2024.
I know, man.
And fuck you, Mark Hamill. Just fuck you.
No.
I'm gonna read.
Oh, will you read it all the way, Mike?
I'm sorry.
Okay, Mike.
I want to let Mike talk so he can read it.
Yeah.
Well, Mike's not reading it. It's Cash.
No.
I'm
gonna read. I'm gonna read this article. Cash is gonna read the next one.
No
Oh, okay. I got mixed up there. You're messing with my head, man. Come on, man. Dude.
Come on, you know I like messing with your head.
Yeah, well, right now is suffering from a sinus infection. It's no fair. You have an advantage.
Well, it's not much of an advantage. I mean, we're both getting over different versions of seasonal colds and seasonal allergies, and
I think I got it from you.
Yeah.
Back to you, Mike.
All right. But we have this article from Bounding in the Comics. It's by Jorge Arenas. It says, beloved Japanese voice actor Emi Shinohara, best known for portraying Sailor Moon Jupiter in Sailor Moon, passes away at 61.
Too young.
Yes. Emi Shinohara, the cherished voice actress known for her iconic roles in anime, passed away on September 8th at the age of 61. So last Sunday.
Oh, wow.
The agency stated that Shinohara had been undergoing treatment for an undisclosed condition at the time of her passing. It says Shinohara, whose real name is Emiko Wanatabe, made a significant impact on the world of voice acting throughout the 1990s and 2000s. She first entered the spotlight in 1986 with her role as Biko Ko or Ko. That
should be good.
Dayato Kuji. Yeah, I'm trying, folks. Yes,
These are
pronouncing
tough,
Japanese,
man. These are tough.
pronouncing
Well, they
Japanese
are.
names,
They're
even
not
3 years later,
easy,
it's still
man.
tough.
They're not easy to pronounce.
Brandon, where are you? I'm talking about Brandon, the anime guy. He knows.
Yeah.
He
In
messed
the
up
anime,
too.
in the
They're
anime
hard, man.
franchise Project AKO. However, she is perhaps best known as the original voice of Sailor Jupiter in the 1992 Sailor Moon anime. The character became a staple for many anime fans around the world, but that wasn't her only well-known role. Emi Shinohara also shined through in her portrayal of Kaio Mizuki in let's see, Cardcap. Yes, speak, Mike. Cardcaptor Sakura.
Sakura. Yeah, you got it.
Yeah.
These are
And
tough
there goes
things, man.
strike it.
It's all
I
right.
know, man. I know. I just gotta I just gotta laugh at myself. It's like 3 years later, and I still can't pronounce a Japanese name to save my life.
That's okay. We're laughing at you too. Not with you, Ted.
And its sequel series, Clear Card. She also provided the voice Shina Uzumaki in Naruto and Iri Ochiya in Satoshi Kori's Perfect Blue. Let's see. Early life and career, born August 8th, 1963, in Fukushima Prefecture. Shinohara discovered her passion for acting while growing up in Nagano. With aspirations to enhance her acting through music, she pursued studies in Kunitachi College of Music in Tokyo. During her time at the college, she joined a study group for aspiring voice actors, where she was encouraged to audition for her first voice acting role, a decision that launched her remarkable career. Beyond her contributions to anime, Shinohara also lent her voice to the Japanese dubs of various foreign films. This includes classics such as The Wizard of Oz, Clueless, Nikita, and Home Alone. She further showcased her talent in the tokusatsu genre, providing the voice of Burakoryu. Oh gosh, even I know that was terrible. Panther Random in the Burakoryu Sentai and Abba Ranger series. I'm just gonna try it, folks. I'm just gonna try it. And if I think I can get it, I'll try it. If I think I can't get it, I'll skip it. Demonstrating her wide-ranging abilities and dedication to her craft. Shinohara's personal life was as vibrant as her professional one. She married Hiroshi Matari, a fellow actor in the tokusatsu genre. The couple had a son who shared the news of her passing through Shinohara's official X, formerly Twitter, account, expressing the family's grief and appreciation for the support they have received during this difficult time. And there's the tweet.
Yep. Tweets, yep. Just like the next article has some tweets as well. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Others such as Makoto Kino Daily. I'm trying, folks. I'm trying. Chimed in saying Emi Shinohara was the voice of Sailor Jupiter. Bennett Abeda. Amanda Miller is excellent, but Emmy is the one who inspired her, so many others. She was the voice of Makoto. Anime News Network also shared a tribute for the late voice actress, and this is their tribute right here.
Beautiful lady.
Yeah. Yes, indeed.
And I think, reading that article right there, you can see why she's so good. I mean, because she was from a young age on up working her vocals. I mean, singing, stuff like that. Again, it's one of those things where I see someone here who worked really hard and got where she was. And let's face it was like, okay, we'll throw her in this movie. Throw her into this movie as a voice, and like, wow, she knocked it out of the park, and it just led to more and more and more work, and which is great. I mean, and let's face it, Sailor Moon. Even though we have people like DJ Ronnie G, who's obsessed with it, but let's aim more for the female set. And look, so we had strong female heroes coming from Japan. This lady providing one of the voices on that, she should be celebrated for that. But she'll be ignored, obviously, by those that scream it, which is sad because look at what she opened up. And you know what? I opened up here in America because they already had strong characters like that going on in Japan with anime, honestly. And it shows anime has so many different ventures. So rest in peace. It's sad, again, sad to see, especially at such a young age, such a talent to go. That's all I gotta sit back and say. Not that I never watched Sailor Moon in any English or Japanese with subtitles, but just wasn't my thing. But some of the other stuff that she's involved with is like, it's just sad.
Yeah, I never watched Sailor Moon myself, but I know there are Sailor Moon fans. And we actually know a couple Sailor Moon fans. So
yes,
DJ. Some Sailor Moon fans like
Hold on, Brad. Hold on.
Especially DJ who likes that live action sizzle reel they showed us.
Yep. And speaking of DJ, he is here, as is You're Wrong. Good to see you both.
No, I'm right.
So the article goes on to say, and this is translated, this is Emi Shinohara's son, as explained in the statement from her talent agency. My mother, Emi Shinohara, passed away on September 8th. To all of the fans who showed her so much love for so many years, and to everyone in the industry who supported her, I would like to take the moment to, on her behalf, express my deep, heartfelt appreciation. Taking my mother's feelings into consideration, I will refrain from mentioning the name of her illness. However, having been by her side as she continued to act as she always did, so full of life, so as not to appear ill at all, it is still hard for me to believe that she has passed away. The characters my mother, I believe it's supposed to be mother, they may not have put it in there. My mother played and the works she was involved in will always remain as long as we all remember her. The actress Emi Shinohara will live forever. And last, to you, Mom, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. You did so much for me. Rest well, from your loving son. In honor of Emmy, take a quick gander at her having fun, showcasing her talents, and enjoying company with friends. And we are going to take a look at it.
Yeah. Please.
I'm gonna go ahead and pause it right there because I'll
Yeah.
probably get a copyright claim because of the theme song.
Probably.
My channel got a copyright strike.
What was that, Brandon?
My channel got a copyright strike back on August 19th.
Yeah, that's why you got to be careful what you
Mhm.
play and how long you play it for.
It's
Yeah.
a Styles cartoon.
If it's still under copyright, that's gonna happen.
Yeah.
It was on my
Mhm.
channel for almost a year.
Well, they come hunting you, but we're not talking about the Warner Brothers stuff right now.
Nope.
We're talking about this lovely lady who passed there. And I have to sit back. I have to sit back and say one thing. I love how her son wrote that, because we're not going to fixate on what it was that did her in. And I think we are far too what will you say, fixated on that. Let's celebrate life, not what ended the life.
Yeah,
You know?
let's celebrate the joy that she brought to so many
Right.
people who were fans of the work that she did.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we should all do: celebrate somebody.
Yeah. Exactly. I mean, it's sad. I mean, like I said, I never really watched it. But again, she was involved with so many other things, so many things that we have not seen, because obviously it's for the Japanese market. But she was a powerful figure in that one, and she was loved.
Yep.
Oh, what we got going on here, Em? Oh, I see what's going on here. We got just a second here.
Oh no.
I did a band hammer. Band hammer. I love doing that. Band hammer. Woo! On a obnoxious jerk. Don't you see? I got the power. Yes, sir. Hey, I come up with these songs. I should be a writer somewhere. What do you think?
I didn't even see what the person said.
I didn't either.
Picking something up.
Oh, letter by letter of a word that's naughty. That's all.
Yeah.
You wanted to be
Trolls.
funny. Oh,
Trolls.
yeah.
Yeah, well, of course, because we got Phil here. He brings in the trolls, his robo troll.
Yes, it is. Phil's
Yeah,
fault
I
on
mean,
that. I
it's
agree.
Phil's fault. Wherever Phil goes, a troll will follow. An army of trolls, no less.
The Pied Piper of trolls
Yeah.
plays his little flute.
The true epic failure.
That's right.
My Discord server got trolled while I was doing Bugs Bunny's birthday party last year.
Well, it happens, Brandon.
Oh, yeah.
We all get a troll that'll come through.
Yeah, I lost a lot of my followers.
Mm.
That happens too.
Yeah.
So
all you can do when it comes to a situation like that, losing subscribers and losing people who are watching, just keep chugging along, and you'll eventually
and
find
there's
people.
a restream button.
Well, okay.
If I stream it,
if I stream it, they will come.
That person
no.
is back. Yeah.
I
Oh,
see
yes.
it. I see it.
Oh, it must be a brand new one. So, okay, bye-bye. I wonder how many accounts that
you,
has.
Barry.
Oh, that's fun. Well, I mean, I look forward to that stuff so I can have fun like that. I mean, honestly, trolls don't bother me. Well, they think you're being edgy, but it's like, nah, you're being cringy, and I have so much fun. And to address also the fact that about losing viewers, stuff like that, it comes down to this fact, and I think every YouTuber needs to go out with this attitude. I'm not here to be your friend. I'm not working to be your friend, because that means I'm going to have to bend and waver and not be myself. I'm going to go out there to be myself. If you like me, then we're friends. If you don't like me, well, go away. Don't go away, man. You can go away. You don't have to. That's why there's how many channels out there, YouTube. And then, then that friendship, that relationship between viewer and streamer it's not a mean thing. It's not a smart alecky thing, but we have to remember to stay who we are, which Mike has done for 300 years in 3 episodes of Pop Talk. And that's why we have such great friends like you. You like us. obviously, either you like us or you like Stadler and Waldorf sitting up there and want to be the hecklers and enjoy the shitstorm that's going on in front of you. And that's all I got to say to anybody. You, Brandon, Looney Tune, anybody who's in the chat. Yeah, if you lose somebody, you don't really want to have them. And how many of them were bots anyways? So,
that's the thing, too. This is the time of year where you do get a lot of bot accounts that come in. And they leave.
It had the same username as me with a chipmunk voice.
Well, you're also going to have people who want to get on a stream and do whatever they can to take down the channel.
And that's why I don't do VC chats on Discord anymore.
No.
Smart move.
Yeah. I wish we'd learn that.
I'm gonna be honest with everybody. This is how I've always been. You can come on the panel as long as you're cool. Awesome. Stop by the channel as long as you're cool. As long as you behave. Awesome. But if you come in and you start, saying things that you shouldn't be saying, being disrespectful to someone else, I will boot you. I will block you from the channel.
You mean the one that says the host has blocked you in the studio?
I'm not going to end. I'm not going to end the stream, Brandon. I'm just going to make sure that person can't get on the stream and can't view the channel.
Yeah, why in the stream? We got 10 hours to go, man. 9 hours now to go. Why we end the stream? Because there's some hunyak that wants to come in and be edgy and try to think that they're edgy and an edgelord. It's more fun going, okay, I'm going to be like Cash, grab that 9 and go, get off my lawn.
Nice try, Baron.
No, I'm going to be like Harrison Ford in Air Force One. Get off my plane.
Get off my plane.
That was so cringy. Get off my brain. It's like Darth Vader going, no. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, but the things could be worse.
I know. It's fun to make fun of.
It is.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna sit back and say it's the worst. There is just one of those things where it's fun to. Obviously, this is our airplane, and Mike's about to kick us off, right? And here we are, and Mike's gonna go, get off my.
Baron. Too much, man.
Hey, I blame it on the meds I'm taking, man. I'm taking it on the meds.
Come on, man. I told you what pills you're supposed to take, dude. You always take the red one, not the blue one. Did you not learn anything from the Matrix?
You know what? I never really seen the Matrix. I have to sit back. I remember when the Matrix was. Yeah.
You never watched
I remember when the. You know what? One of those movies where I saw bits and pieces of it, I might have seen it fully, but over, whatever. I just sat down and actually watched the film because when the Matrix came out, I was kind of busy, and there was a little blonde-haired moppet in my life and stuff like that. So I didn't really go out and enjoy the good things in life, like you people who are childless cat men and dog men out there, and stuff like that. Well, I mean, childless, and you have a cat. It's like you can your dinks, or you're not even dinks. You don't have double income. You're sinks, single income, no kids.
You trying to say something, Baron? Is that?
I have no idea. The drugs are working now, man. The drugs are working. Like I'm hearing colors right now, folks. But I need to see that all the way through. I need to actually sit down and watch. And I don't want to, hearing what the others are like. I don't think I want to see the others. I just want to see at least the first.
Right. Well, it's just like some of these other movies or some of these actors. It's like, why have I not heard of this person? All right, let's go do some research and check this out. Yeah.
Who's Clint Eastwood?
Yeah. Right. I hope everybody knows who Clint Eastwood is, but there may be some people out there who don't know.
Well, I'm sure there's somebody out in the bush that doesn't. It's like in the middle of Africa somewhere. Some guy goes, who? I mean, you got that. I mean, remember, you got that tribe that ate Uncle Bozy. I mean, they probably didn't hear him.
No, man, let's not go there. Fucking hell, Baron.
You're a good user, Mike.
What was that, Brandon?
You're a great. You're an awesome user, Mike.
Well, thank you, Brandon.
You have one of the best streams.
Thank you.
What happens if I hit the restream button?
I'm not using Restream. I'm using Stream.
The stream to your audience button.
It gives you an option to stream to your channel, but I want to just keep this to the channels that it's already streaming to.
My channel is G-rated, all ages a minute.
Well, yeah, well, you'd have a hard time with us.
Then this show isn't suited for your channel.
Hell no.
For your audience.
Or even get my channel. I'll probably get terminated.
No, you want to get terminated. It's just best to not stream this show on your channel.
Right.
If you want to keep your audience the way it is, don't stream this show on your channel.
Honestly, because we got Cash Money on here, he likes to turn around and just say all the fucking things he wants because he just loves cussing the shit out. I tell you.
What will you do with 1,000 people on your panel?
No.
Whoa! What happened? Okay.
I didn't do that.
I don't know.
I did not do. I don't know who did that.
I think it was a.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
We take over the world.
Yeah.
I want to say hello to Big Daddy T-Gap. That's right, Big Daddy T-Gap Steve. Says
Big Daddy.
What's up, Cliff? He's
Well, if you go down the River Saunders and
Cap, come on, man.
Yeah, and you come to that cliff that was discovered by. Never mind. Oh, T-Gap. Oh, I knew it. Damn you, Al! Damn you, Al! Sorry. They did.
T-Gap knows your reputation, so he's gonna take things into his hands. And
what reputation? Being a great guy, wonderful guy, sweetheart of a man.
Yes, DJ. You can multi-stream with StreamYard depending on the plan that you're paying for.
Right.
Or if you're in someone's StreamYard and they allow their guests to stream it onto their channels, or in this case, co-host.
Yeah. Right. Exactly.
Right. And you can't do it on X unless you pay the streaming fee.
Yep.
Yeah.
You gotta pay $8 for the check mark. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not paying for a check mark. I would like it if X had the option where you could edit your post without having to pay for it, but you have to pay for it even to edit your post.
Yeah,
that sucks. Well, honestly, when Twitter did first come out, you couldn't do that. If you tweeted something, it went out. Like you couldn't go back and edit it out if you remember back in the old days.
Yeah, there's definitely some things that are bad about. I mean, the name for one thing. Just leave it as Twitter. I just still want to call it Twitter or Twix. I don't want to call it X.
Well, that's it. I am going to start my own now. It's going to be called XXX, Triple X, and you're all invited to join me at Triple X. We got girls and cookies. Woo!
I have an avatar for that. Do you know what this avatar is?
It's 18. It can vote.
Person.
It can vote.
That's the waiting for the UK.
Yep.
What's the
Why
UK?
we did Pop talk about the movie ratings and stuff? Game ratings.
Well, that's not one of the topics for today.
No. What movie ratings? Where did that come from? Movie ratings? Except for Triple X, but then again, that's my streaming service. I'm going to have social media. That's not a rating system. It's a fun.
I did those on my channel last year.
Yep.
Well, we're not talking about other people's channels right now, Brandon. What's up, Mike?
We're not promoting other channels right now, Brandon. There's an appropriate time and appropriate place for that later on the show. Right now, what we are going to talk about is the next article, which Cash is going to read. He has the link already, and I'm going to go ahead and post the link into the chat.
Yes. All right. Help me out.
Well, Yamas.
Oh, I was gonna.
Yeah,
share
this is
and just follow along with you. But if you want to share your screen, that's fine.
Yeah, you share your screen.
I decided to share
He's
my
not
screen.
embarrassed.
So,
He's not embarrassed. He wants to show
no,
it.
man. I got it. So this article comes from Nerdigans Incorporated. I'm sure. September 10th, 2024, and this is from our favorite Bounding the Comics, man. It's not
Yay!
from Paulie and some of these other people. So basically, Japanese fans unhappy with Square Enix decision to censor female characters in Dragon Quest III HD 2D remake. Everyone involved should apologize at Akira Toriyama's grave. Ooh. Ouch.
Wow! What?
Wow,
wow!
dude. Wow, that is not.
Well,
That is not half. That is not a bunch of
know
happy
what?
campers.
Well, you know what? I think this is appropriate.
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
Yep. So here we go again, guys, with this whole censorship. It just doesn't stop. We're moving into getting closer to 2025, and we're still doing this crap where it's like people have loved this art for so many years. We got to make some changes. Come on. All right. So moving on to this. Like their Western counterparts, Japanese fans are furious over the discovery that Square Enix, I don't know if it's NX, I'll have to look that up again. I think it's Enix.
I've heard it Enix. I've heard it Enix on other people pronouncing it. So.
Me too. Upcoming Dragon Quest III HD 2D has censored legendary series artist Akira Toriyama's original female character designs. Why? What is wrong with them? Are they too sexual for people? I just getting annoyed again. Here is the.
What?
I know,
what?
right?
Okay. Here we go.
You know what really grinds my gears?
Well,
and he came in the green room that way too, by the way.
A little.
Family Guy.
What? Family Guy.
Family Guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
The clip.
Yes, I know the clip. Yeah. The male and female gadabout in Dragon Quest III, 1988, Enix, art by Akira Toriyama. How is it? Look at that great art, man. Come on, man. Yeah.
It's silly, it's goofy, it's fun.
That's right. In addition to the previously reported charges made to the game's female warrior variant, which see her giving both a tan underskirt and a pair of shorts to wear under her armor, a recent batch of screenshots has confirmed that Square Enix will also be censoring the design of the female gadabout class. Well, that's wonderful. Gosh. Look, I'm going to say it 100,000 times, just like other people. Censorship is never the way to go. If you don't like the direction of the art, don't change it. Just don't. It's going to keep happening. I can't stop this, guys. I can't stop this, unfortunately. So
you're just one man. He's only one man, folks. One man with a 9-iron. Back to you, Cash.
No, I don't have a 9-iron right now. What the heck? Come on, Baron. Come on, man.
Well, what were you chasing those kids with then? I thought
hey, that didn't happen. That's fake news. That's fake news, man. All right. So, anyways, in the
don't be weird.
You first.
I was gonna say, which one of us needs to start?
Exactly. But what keeps happening is okay. So, continuing this before we start laughing or whatever, it's still not as crazy as that article, the Indiana Jones thing. But anyways,
come on, we can laugh. That's
yes,
what today's show is all about, having fun.
Right.
I like to laugh.
I like to laugh. I'm a robot. In the upcoming remake, the blonde bombshell sees her collars and cuffs replaced with an armband. The pointed top of her corset being given an extra piece of fabric to cover her cleavage, and the once high cut of her body suit.
Oh no! Cleavage!
Her thighs.
No, not the cleavage!
Boy, not the cleavage! How dare you?
Cleavage! Cleavage!
I told you we're gonna have fun.
I know. Further.
Yes, have fun.
Yes. Further, her alcohol bottle accessory no longer bears its whiskey label. Instead, it appears as nothing
come
more
on!
than an
Okay, I'm
unlabeled
out.
brown jug. I know, man. I can't.
I'm out. I'm out. That's
man,
it. That was the last straw.
As of writing, it is unknown whether it contains any actual alcohol or something more child-friendly like hot sauce or milkshakes.
It's
I
not
think-
like you can actually drink what you see in the game. It's the character drinking it.
Oh, man.
Besides, she already has 2 milk jugs. We don't need another one. I'm sorry.
No,
Was that my outside voice?
notably, while the first changes was ostensibly done to make her legally distinct from the officially copywritten Playboy bunny outfit, the latter two are clear acts of what can only be described as a punctual censorship. Hold on.
Oh. What? We lost cash. We lost cash. We lost cash. Where could he be? I mean,
And welcome, Eddie, again, and glad to have you here.
Welcome.
Botanical.
Good to see you guys.
Eddie Gaino. I was on your panel the other day.
Hey, Brandon, good to see you.
I bet Eddie Gaino was on my channel.
Oh.
So it's acts of what can only be.
I was on Eddie Gaino's panel 2 days ago.
Okay.
Hold on, Brandon. We want to get through the rest of this article real quick.
Of what
Back
can
to yes.
only, thank you. What can only be described as a botanical censorship. Excuse me. So
You had to look that word up. Is that what you had to do?
No.
You looked that word up.
I was just checking something else. Anyways,
You looked it up. You looked it up.
You can't prove anything.
Come on. do a rough reader like me.
No, man.
Say it phonetically.
Remember, here on Pop Talk, we're going to do the best we can to get our words properly. Dang it!
That's why you went and looked.
We gotta get our words properly. I didn't say I looked it up. You can't prove it, so it's all good.
He's all, hey Google, how do you pronounce this word?
But anyways, to no one's surprise, upon their reveal, Square Enix censored female designs were met with wave of backlash from the franchise Japanese fan base, with many even going as far as to declare the Warrior and Gadabout's updated appearance as being outright disrespectful to the late Toriyama's legacy. We'll read some of these tweets, I guess. Let's see this.
Well, I agree.
Why are you doing this? At Spider0244 proclaimed, as machine translated via Deep L. Why would they do this to a female warrior in a remake of Dragon Quest III? One of the milestones of the Japanese bikini armor culture. Everyone involved should apologize to Akira Toriyama's grave. If you're going to give in to political correctness, don't do it with his designs. So this keeps going on with people getting annoyed for good reason. Censorship is just never the way of anything. So
let's see. They took the shackles off and put an armband on. I kind of remember something like that about 100 years ago.
Right, exactly.
What could that have been? So it was someplace like in Europe somewhere where it's like, hey, let's start wearing armbands. What could that have been?
They give her shorts, and I don't know. Does the original design look a bit more female? I would probably say, it's pretty close. I don't know. It's just for
female with
Square Enix
attitude.
to do that. Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Like most of the girls I asked out in the day.
Yeah, I have a Akira Toriyama book of art of Dragon Quest. I mean, the art is just beautiful, but they're disrespecting the art by putting on shorts. It's just like, come on, guys, what are we doing here? Yeah, so
it doesn't work.
No. Retweet. Let's see. Is there anything else on here? Let's see. And in a bit of unfortunate pixel hilarity. Others still couldn't help but point out that thanks to Square Enix redesign, the female warrior's in-game sprite now look like it was sporting a massive set of male genitalia.
Whoa, we gone full futa here.
Yep,
Boobs
exactly.
and the hand crank. Yeah, there we go. There's 3 things to milk now.
Oh man, so Dragon Quest III HD2 remake is currently on track to hit shelves on November 14th. So there you guys go.
They're not wrong, are they? They should be. They're insulting the legacy. They should be at the grave. Mm-hmm. They should be on their knees apologizing. Heck, seppuku comes to mind. Have a little bit of that going on there at the grave because of what they did. It's dishonoring. Yep. So it's like,
yeah, I don't care what the work of art is. You don't go to the Sistine Chapel and change the work that Michelangelo did, do you?
Right.
Well, they did at one time. Remember, they did put that leaf on.
And look at that avatar. Your avatar, Eddie Gaynor.
Yeah, he's a Smurf.
Yeah.
That's Smurfing awesome.
What's going on here, Eddie, is we're talking about these articles and we're giving...
I gave you a shout out on your email, Mike.
Thank you, Brandon. Thank you. And we're giving a throwback to Pop Talk's roots, talking about the things we love. And having a good time doing so.
And floundering through a broadcast. That is the staple.
Come on, Baron. Look, if I could do that first episode over again, I would. But
Baron, are you still on that?
It's there. It's there. It's part of the show's history.
I was including us in this, by the way.
Baron, I am sure that your first radio broadcast was something.
It sucked.
It did.
It sucked. It was horrible. It sucked. Trust me.
Were you nervous? Have you ever been? Yeah.
I wouldn't say nervous. I was clueless. Yeah. Let's just put it that way. But
you're clueless. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, I mean, anyone who would sit back and listen to my first broadcast would walk away going,
"Hated it."
Like you were like, I'm this guy, and then like
you couldn't wait to use that new clip.
Appropriate time, and why not hit myself? I mean, it was a slam against me.
Yeah. But see, that's the thing. Whenever we're doing Pop Talk, whether we're doing a gaming stream, doesn't matter what it is. You got to be able to laugh at yourself.
Right. I mean, we're working without a net here, folks. I mean, this is live. I mean, anything can happen.
You know what also sucks too when you're in a class. I don't know if you ever took you probably took
some
broadcasting class. I don't know if you ever took some broadcast. Oh, you
remember, Cash. Yeah. Barrett is SMRT, unlike you and I.
Right. No, I took 3 years, 2.5 years, 2 during high school, and basically afterwards a broadcast school afterwards, School of Communication Arts, which no longer is around. So every school I went to is no longer around, by the way, just so you know. I think it has to do with me.
I will tell you guys this for good information. Like if somebody within the group messes you up and you're reading the script, you're being the director, you have to put the cameras on different things. I would say just pause for a little bit and then try to get back to where you were, because it's frustrating when somebody in the group messes you up, and it's just an accident in that situation, but just pause and then get back to the script.
Well, there's some of us who do it on purpose. I mean, let's face it, there's trouble. Look at Tim Conway going out there, and his big job was to make Harvey Korman laugh.
Hold on.
Whoa, what's up?
You see what Big Daddy T-Gap just did?
Oh boy, I see it.
The hell
I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. And I'm all out of bubblegum.
Yeah, Big Daddy T-Gap just gives something.
Do you have favorite Looney Tunes character, Mike?
Well, we're talking about something else here. Come on.
Sorry.
Yeah.
It's been almost a year since I last came in here.
Hey. Do you watch the show? Do you watch the show? Come on. Okay, back to you, Mike.
All right, so Big Daddy T-Gap gifted 5 memberships. Yeah, that's right. 5 of you are now part of Pacific414 under stealth is optional. So, Who do we got? We got Frostfade. Frostfade is now part of Stealth is Optional. You're wrong. Guess what? You're wrong. You're part of the club. We don't have any jackets, but yeah, Bear can show you the clubhouse
Spatulas.
and everything.
Yeah, we got spatulas.
Well, that's your department. You hand out the spatulas. Dempsey, the drunken poet, was also gifted a membership.
Sober up, man. You're a member now.
Yeah.
Shout out to members.
Trust me, there are times where I think we all need to either sober up or start drinking.
I need a drink. I've been sober too long. I got this 38 chip I need to cash in somewhere.
Yeah.
But Dempsey was gifted a membership, as was Glenn Schroeder was also gifted a membership. See, I'm just trying to see if I've got everybody. So I don't want to miss anybody who's been gifted a membership.
You know what this means? This means membership stream.
Yes. Speaking of membership streams, there will be one next Saturday night.
Ooh.
And if I may, sorry. I'm sorry, because I don't know how long. T-Gap, thank you for everything. You've been a great friend to this channel.
You've been a very supportive
I'm gonna
person.
get to that, Barrett. I'm gonna get.
I don't know how much time he's got. I don't know how much time he's got. That's all.
That's a fair point.
But anyways, all members, whether you're a pack of 414, Stealth is Optional, this coming Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern will be a member stream. The reason why it's at 8 p.m. Eastern instead of the normal 2 p.m. Eastern that we usually have the membership streams on is because I'm going with my sisters to see the Superman, a Christopher Reeve story documentary.
That should be really good,
out.
dude. Yeah, I think you're going to enjoy that a lot. It's going to be sad, but it's going to be...
Also, members, I will release a video review for a Christopher Reeve story, and you'll all have access to it first.
Right.
Unlike yesterday's short that I released for Beetlejuice, when I do it in video form, that'll always go out to members first for the first 7 days, and then after the first 7 days, it'll be released to everybody else. But welcome everybody to Stealth is Optional, and for those who joined us today for Stealth is Optional, thank you to T-Gap Steve. Thank you very much. You have been very generous with your support of this channel and gifting the memberships. But just to let you all know, and even those of you who are already Stealth is Optional channel members, the final Sunday of each month is when you're able to come on with us here on Pacific414 Pop Talk and discuss the articles that have been predetermined for that show. So that's one of the perks. Of course, you get access to videos. You get to join the member stream. And for the member stream, this is the rule for the member stream, and I don't intend to change it anytime soon. Is when we have the member streams, I don't guide the conversation. You all guide the conversation. So if there's something you want to talk about, talk about. If you want to talk politics, we can talk politics.
Do you have special guests on your Pop Talks before?
Yeah, I've had special guests on. I've had special guests on in the very beginning of Pop Talk.
Why have you had me as a special guest?
I haven't asked you yet. That's why.
Good answer. And survey says ding number 1. Okay, back to you, Mike. We're doing Family Feud.
There are many people I want to ask to be a guest on Pop Talk. It's seeing what I have going on in my personal life, and also seeing who might be available, and also what do I have planned for each month.
It's like just not too long ago, you had your very first special guest, Nerdrotic, not Nerdporial.
Yeah, I've had special guests on in the very beginning of Pop Talk.
I've had special guests on in the very beginning of Pop Talk. I wish
Yeah,
it was.
I go bowling on Mondays.
Well, we'll talk about it, Brandon. But when it comes to special guests, yes, last month we had Norporeal Lifeform, who was the very first guest of Pacific414 Pop Talk during the very first episode.
I was a special guest at one time. I just didn't go away.
Well, see, the thing is, I liked you. I'm like, I like this guy, and you know, part of that, Baron, you know this too, is you and I were members of Doomcock's channel.
Right. Yeah.
So we would go on his member stream, and that's where we met.
That's true. Absolutely right. Exactly. And I was on the show, and I think you described the best when it's like, Baron, you're like a chlamydia. I got you on here. I can't get rid of you. But no, I mean, and that's part of the network, and it's so much fun that we have all together. And you never know who meshes. I don't know how we got Cash. He just kind of came in and said, I've come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass, and he's never left. So
Cash came in and said, hi, guys, I'm Cash Money. You're stuck with me now. You and I were like, I guess. Come on.
No, he walked in. He walked in.
You know what really grinds my gears?
No,
No. He
unfortunately,
he grinded my gears. He walked in saying this.
He said, today is a good day to die.
And then we both sat there. Looked at him.
What would you say you do here?
Now, I do want to ask Baron a question.
No, we the funny thing is that Baron and I replaced some people that were just not being very good for Mike. Actually, you know. Yeah.
I was a replacement. What do you want to know, man?
I gave you a shout out on your email.
Did I send out my email?
Yep.
No, he gave you a shout out.
Oh, thank you very much. Very kind of you, sir. Sorry, you have to forgive me. Believe it or not, I am a little hard of hearing. Yeah, a guy who does audio work, hard of hearing. It never happened before, right? Large Limbaugh. At least I don't have cochlear implants yet. Is that how you say it, cochlear, or is it cochlear? I don't know. Bionic ears.
I'm just glad Mike was able to find some people that he could count on, because before.
Well, he's still looking, Cash. He's still looking.
Oh, yeah, maybe he is.
We're just placemakers. We're placeholders.
We're just placeholders. He's like, hey, can I find somebody out there that's better?
Michael Checklist Jr., please. Michael Checklist Jr., join me. Janet from another planet, come on. We need to have that. Come on.
Janet and Arwen and stuff is like, yeah, if I can just get those two to replace these guys.
If those two expressed interest, we're gone. You know it. And you know what? I don't blame them. I'd be the same with me. If I had you guys and those two asks, it's like, bye.
It'd be like you guys are coming to the office, and then all of a sudden you see
we got
your stuff just flinging at you. And
oh, wow. Well, Baron, that's the end of that.
Yeah, security guard.
And then you guys see me. I'm standing at the door. I'm waving at you guys, and I slam it in your face.
Wow, man.
Yeah.
That was fun where it lasted. Yeah,
he's got
yep.
Jonah Jameson with the cigar in his hand going, yeah, get out of here.
I can hear it now. Yeah, we just felt like we just had too many men on the panel for co-hosts, and
we've been told. Yeah. Remember, Cash, we've been told that. What is this, a sausage fest? Listen,
we've had women on the panel, though.
Wow.
Yeah, we've had women on the panel. Janet's been a great guest. Arwen and Arthur and Lena were
been on.
Guests.
Yes.
Anna, great guest. Max, yeah, I was getting to that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're taking his thunder again, Baron.
Sorry.
Kathy Skywalker, great guest.
Yes. Bad internet connection, but great guest, and she's been the first to admit that too.
Yeah. And you know, I got a litmus test, and that litmus test is: are you cool? Baron has the same test.
Oh, man.
He stole that from me. I said that too. I said that too. I know.
It's true though. Are you cool? Are you going to be relaxed? Or you just going to have fun and shoot the breeze like we're in a room having a conversation, throwing back maybe a few beers or just having a few drinks?
Right.
And we always want you
forget-
guys to know that wherever we are, we do not want to be in an echo chamber. If you want to talk about this or you're excited about this or even something that's more niche, go ahead and talk about it, man. Just the only thing we ask is try not to be belligerent and want to argue with us about silly stuff. Like, it's not the best thing to say everything's doom and gloom. Everything is not doom and gloom. Even entertainment. I know it's shocking, but
everything is awesome. I mean, it's like when I was dealing with getting part of a show that I hope comes back here. And I was telling the main host, 24/7 Future Media, and I sat back and said, I only got the one look this taste. Are you fucking cool? And that, I think that's what sold it for him. It's like, okay, I'll have you on. And then, of course, what happens? It's now no longer around because of me. It's like, I did that. I love it, 24, man. 24, man. We got to talk. Yeah, I'm going to go out there and we're going to blow some shit up. My wife laughs when I do that. I sit around the house sometimes and impersonate him. She laughs. She loves 24. I think she'd leave me for him.
He isn't, Steven. You never know with McCracken. He pops up and then he pops up again.
I don't
know. And again, I want to have other guests on, but it also depends on what I have planned for Pop Talk for the next month or whatever game streams I might be doing.
Yeah. He does have a theme, folks. He does. And the main theme is stealth is optional. Rambo!
You know my theme is forget stealth.
Mike, you can't do that. I'm going to do it anyways. Mike, it's not the best strategy. I don't care.
Yeah, but my daughter outdid him, so I mean, she did, man.
Well, even when I was playing Arkham City, there were times where I was using stealth and all my tactics were working. I'm just thinking to myself, fuck it. We're gonna ramble and in some cases it worked.
Yeah.
In other cases it didn't. But I was like, fuck it, we're gonna rambo it.
Oh man.
Mike is not a patient man, folks.
I can be patient, but it depends on the game.
He's like, I'm done with this.
Dark Tide, I'm patient.
Yeah.
I let the blonde hair Moppet be the rambling one.
Yeah. One of my favorite thing is when he was playing one of the Tomb Raider games. I think it was Shadow of the Tomb Raider. And I'm thinking to myself in my head, Mike, you can't do that. You can try it, but it's not going to work. I'm telling you. No, I'm going to do it again. That's strategy's not going to work, Mike.
There are times I'll try a strategy more than once until I get it to work. Mike, you can't put that square peg into that round hole. Watch me.
If you hit it hard enough with a hammer, you can. But it's like the Mike goes by themes. Guess what the theme for this month is? That's right, GoBots.
Aaron.
Aaron. What did I do now? Come on, man.
You, me, right now.
One shall stand, one shall fall. Why throw away your life so recklessly?
See, I didn't disdain that film. Whoa, what was that? See,
Hello, Eddie. Yeah, it has been a while, man.
I think that is his deep down dislike of GoBots, just like Phil McCracken. It came out.
And the funny thing is, like, GoBots is not even crap. It doesn't even matter. If Phil says that.
I made this on Channel Barbera, chance of the GoBots from the early 80s.
But no, we are going to mention GoBots too during Wednesday's stream. I actually have a couple of surprises.
Ooh,
I know it's going to get Phil going.
Yeah, well, see, and please, Mike, don't do your normal thing. You sit back and tell Cash, "No, I got some surprise. I'm going to hold off." But you can't hold off. You still have to show us. I want to be surprised. It's like, it's like Christmas time for me.
Yeah.
I mean, if Cash wants to break open and sneak in, but I want a surprise. I want to be surprised on the
show. I want a surprise. I want a surprise. Everybody gets a surprise.
We are going to talk about the box office. I just got to see if the box office numbers are updated, because lately with Box Office Mojo, it's been slow updating.
They're mad. That's because they're mad at Mike. It's a feud those guys were having.
It is available right now, and I posted a short yesterday after I got out of the movie, and I did like it. I thought it was all right, but I don't think it's as good as the original. I think it's missing some of the charm that the original had. And no, I'm not saying because Alec Baldwin and Gina Davis are in it. I'm saying there's just that magic that the first one had missing. Yes, it tries to capture some of that magic, and there are some parts of the movie where it's like, okay, Michael Keaton didn't really sound like Beetlejuice there, and then other parts where it's like, there's Beetlejuice. Jenna Ortega was all right. They could have given they could have given that role to anybody, but they gave it to Jenna Ortega because she's the current It girl, and she's also working with Tim Burton on Wednesday right now.
Yeah, exactly. Right, which is fine. Good for her,
But only on Wednesday. I mean, there's 6 other days of the week.
Well,
and Catherine O'Hara, she's still a great actress.
Oh yeah, of course.
But
great comedian.
The new character Rory, I didn't really care for him too much, and I don't know. It just didn't have this, like I said, the same magic as the original one.
So you feel like it's a 6 out of 10 for you, something around there?
Yeah. It is a 6 out of 10, and I'm not saying it's a terrible movie. It's not. It's just not as good as the first one.
Do you feel it needed a sequel then after all these years, or now do you feel?
Here's why I'm saying what I'm saying. I think it took them far too long to make the sequel. If they had made it maybe a few years after the original, like say 2 or 3 years after the original came out in '88, I think it could have worked.
Okay.
Yes, you would have had Jenna Ortega.
That's a good movie to watch on Halloween.
Hold on.
Hold, man.
But I think if they had waited 2 or 3 years after the original and done a sequel, it would have worked. I just think this 34-year wait for a sequel did hurt the movie.
Yep.
Well, you would have had the It girl back in that day if they would have done it sooner. It wouldn't have been, whoever it was that was kind of hot and would have fit the. And when I say hot, I'm not talking about looks. I'm talking about is on the charts.
Right.
It was currently everybody's. She's the one. She's the one that has to be in every single movie, TV show. You see her on the cover of magazines. You see her on billboards.
Right.
That kind of girl. You see this hot actor or actress, the flavor of the month, the flavor of the day, however you want to term it, on all these talk shows, whether it's on TV or even on radio, because they did do a lot of radio back then too, back in the 80s.
Oh yeah, I think I know that.
I know you know about it.
I know. I'm just being.
Well, I mean, if we even did like a whole stream about talking about how many sequels have just not done as well as the original, I mean, there would be quite a list, I would say.
Well, you have everything going against you with a sequel. You're trying to do lightning in a bottle twice, right?
That's right.
And occasionally it works out. Godfather Part 2, people sit back and say is better than the first one, so the sequel's better. Same thing with Empire Strikes Back, obviously, with the Star Wars.
Right.
But then you got Jaws 3D and Jaws to Revenge, and it's like, what the hell were you thinking of? Let's not forget Jaws 2, which, of course, Roy Scheider goes, what the hell did I sign up for this?
Well,
Mhm.
how many people really like fans even back then before it even came out wanted a Airplane 2? Because it wasn't. I think Airplane. I'm pretty sure about this, Baron. You can correct me on this, but I'm pretty sure the original Airplane, when it first came out in the theaters, was a big hit, and
It was
made good
huge.
money. Okay.
It was huge. But
I
the
think.
problem, well, the thing is what the problem with Airplane 2 was he didn't have the original people back doing it.
Right, and that's a problem. The same with Caddyshack 2.
Right.
You don't get the original people back. It's not the same.
And,
right.
I'm talking about behind the scenes. You didn't have the Zucker,
Oh,
and
yeah.
Abrams. You had a different team behind the scenes doing the writing and stuff like that. I mean, you compare that with the Naked Gun films where they did all three of those movies.
Right, exactly.
You compare it to other stuff. So it's like if you would have let these guys continue on, you probably would. It may not have been better than the original, but it would have been a lot better than what we got.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So those are other factors. And if you are going to take over somebody else, are you going to follow properly in their footsteps and do the best job you can to emulate what that template is?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And
Aliens is
you're
another
right.
example of a
Yep.
quality
Mhm.
sequel.
Yeah. And Eddie, you're right. Airplane.
Airplane is a Paramount movie from the late 70s.
Yes, it is.
1980 to be exact, or 1980. I can't remember. I saw it in the theater, but it wasn't the Airplane wasn't the 70s. It was just in the early 80s, and it was great. I remember.
I love that. I love that movie. It's great.
Surely you're not serious.
Oh, I can play the clip, Aaron. Let me play the clip. Come on.
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
Well, come on. Come on, man. Sometimes it's fun to
I'm
see
serious.
yourself.
Don't call me.
Well, no, it's part of the joke. I mean, when I was going through high school in the 80s, you want to know how often that line got used. And even in and out of school, just amongst all of us, we were constantly doing those quotes from Airplane. Surely you're not serious. Of course I'm serious. And don't call me Shirley. Something that permeated into at least us degenerate youth running around making flamethrowers out of water guns group. And I'll tell you that story some other time.
I still remember, like, in the mid-90s and stuff, people were quoting Monty Python and the Holy Grail. And this was before I had even seen it. I'm like, what are these guys talking about, man? And then when I finally saw it, I said, oh, okay, now I get it.
Oh, yeah, we did Monty Python, too. I mean, Monty Python, Airplane. I'm trying to remember some of the other stuff that we always would quote.
Hey, Jess Parks.
Hey.
Oh, hey, Jess Sparks, how you doing? We even did a Risky Business about, Guido the Killer Pimp,
Yeah, like I said though, yeah, all the legacy sequels that have been coming out, again, sometimes it takes too long, but people will say, yeah, movies like Top Gun Maverick is like the gold standard for how you do it.
Yeah, but I also understand other people who say, do we ever need this movie? Like,
yeah,
I get
it's
that
true
argument as well. But I did like Top Gun Maverick. I like.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I also wrote the movie off too when it was initially announced as well. I mean, after the horrible debacle that was like Ghostbusters 2016. Yeah, a lot of people are very cautious, and people in many ways are still kind of cautious.
And here's the thing: I'm going into Beetlejuice. I'm not expecting it to be like Top Gun Maverick. No,
exactly. I mean, I saw bits and pieces of the original film, and sure, it kind of wrapped up. It really did wrap up very nicely. It was a very self-contained kind of movie, really kind of movie. We didn't really need a sequel, but I mean, just like this, I mean, everything else kind of seems like it was bloated. I mean, anything that was set up was immediately just resolved just like that. The whole thing, like, especially with Jenna Ortega's character, Astrid, like, yeah, she soon also discovers that, yeah, she inherited her mother's power to see ghosts and everything else. And yeah, she's tricked by that boy, Jeremy, into going to the afterlife. And because he's playing on her, that need she wants to try to like see her father again. And again, we have really no connection to the father because he's only mentioned right at the very beginning. And yeah, that we already know Lydia is just a widow. And yeah, and of course, Astrid hates her simply because that there was not everything with them was unresolved because she never got any closure with her father, and that's just
we're never really given a good reason to.
Can I make one request? Don't get too deep into it. I want to see the movie.
Yeah.
That's
Okay,
all I got to say. Back. No spoilers. Spoiler, please.
Oh.
No worries. No, don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. I'm just, I'll just put my fingers in my ears and go la 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 until you guys are done. How's that?
Same old Barry.
I'm having too much fun.
Yeah, you were saying,
but
Pacific.
We weren't really given a reason to actually care about Astrid's father.
Yeah, we kind of weren't.
We heard that he died, but weren't really given a reason. Okay, so why are we supposed to, care? What is it about their relationship that, she misses? We're never really given that.
Other than the fact that just like, well, it's kind of somewhat mentioned in the film, kind of why and also why her character is the way she is only something because of some things her father did in his life that also contributed to why he died.
Yeah,
we'll just leave it at that.
If I may ask, interject. Are you trying to sit back and say there was no Chekhov's gun? Whereas, if you see it in the first act, it better show up in the other one, and you never had that. You never had that resolved because it was hanging there, and you could fully understand what it was about.
You never really had it.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly, and same thing is. I will also say there's one character that's kind of pointless, and honestly, the other is wasted potential.
I didn't care for the Roy character. I just didn't care for him.
No, I'm not talking about his character. I'm not talking about his character. Sure, he's slimy and kind of and probably the worst character in the movie. But yeah, I'm just thinking about another certain character. The other people that have greater star power. And I'm talking about Defoe's character and Monica Bellucci's character.
Yeah, I'm not gonna spoil anything.
Yeah.
Characters are related.
Yeah, but I will just say that it's either there's one character that's wasted potential and one that's like, why were they even there?
But we are going to go ahead and look at the box office for this weekend since it is up on Box Office Mojo, and Beetlejuice made $51.6 million. So it's still the number one movie 2 weeks in a row. Then you have Speak
Not
No
bad.
Evil, which made $11.5 million. Deadpool and Wolverine pulled in 5.7. Am I Racist? Pulled in 4.8. Reagan was number 5 at $3 million. And Beetlejuice overall has made $264 million worldwide. It's actually done better here domestically than it's done internationally.
I'm surprised, but then again, how big of a worldwide do they have going on? Because usually his surrealism, the Europeans really tend to glom onto that more than the Americans, if you know what I mean. They like that surrealistic art style of filmmaking and other stuff.
Yeah,
Burton's
it's because just same thing with David Lynch. He's like, his style is very well known.
Mm-hmm.
And then we see the rest of the movies for this weekend. The Killer's Game made $2.6 million. Alien Romulus made 2.4. It Ends With Us made $2 million. And The Forge also made $2 million. With God's Not Dead and God We Trust made $1.4 million. And those are the numbers.
Okay.
Thank you, Box Office Mojo, for being on your game.
Yes. And gentlemen, I will be right back. Go ahead and talk about whatever you want.
Just Poix?
It's Bugs Bunny. We already know that.
What about Baron?
Scrooge McDuck.
That's Disney.
Oh. Scrooge McDuck.
That's Marvel. That's Disney.
I'm still gonna hold. I'm still gonna hold with him. He's great. He fits my mood.
Is that not Warner Brothers? No.
And what if you came to my channel for a stream, Baron?
What now?
I want to have a stream with you.
Oh. Well, I have to see what my schedule's like. Unfortunately, my personal life has been going bonkers, as the fellow lads like to know. But right now, like I said, first of all, getting over sinus infection, amongst other fun and entertaining things that seem to be throwing a curveball at us. That this year, 2024, 2024, suck it. That's all I got to sit back and say. Suck it, 2024. It's like 2020, we're going, oh, next year's got to be better. Yeah, I'm not even going to be saying that. 2025, not going to be better. I figure if I go negative, it'll be better. If I go positive, it'll be a bigger shit show. And I don't need a bigger shit show right now.
Boy, yeah. Tell me about it. This year for me has been I've been hit by a whole bunch of curveballs this year, and I honestly think I'm worried my place where the sun don't shine is gonna fall off at this point. And yeah, those curveballs were aimed squarely at we're aimed squarely down there.
But the most important thing is we have to always look at the positive. And even with everything that's going around, I sit back and I look at the fact that I do have I do have, of course, Cash and Mike that I do 2 shows with a week on here. I do, of course, with Cash on their show. We do have our gaming stream. Unfortunately, I kind of had to duck out of some of that because of stuff that's in. But as I sit back and always tell these guys, this is my therapy. I'm going to tell you guys out there, too, whether you're here in this panel or whether you're in our chat, folks. You guys are my therapy because, honestly, when we have like-minded people, I'm not talking about not like-minded in the sense of a bubble. But we love the same stuff. We might have a different approach to why we love it, different elements of why we love it. There might be things within our pop culture we might like, but someone else doesn't, and vice versa. But try to keep it respectful. It's like, like I said, Sailor Moon wasn't my thing, but it's still sad to see what's going on. I know that hits Sailor Moon fans hard. I didn't like Battlestar Galactica modern, the new one. I always go with the old one, but there's people that love the new one. I'm not gonna bash. I'm gonna make fun of it. I make fun of things that I love. I mean, I go after my own.
This is September.
And it's the same thing with I know when I saw on Pacific was on with Apion with Lost in Space, and I know I commented that Lacey Chatbert, she was like, I don't know, 4-year-old me when this movie came out. Yeah, I thought she was the cutest girl I'd ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's kind of thing though. But I could say I'm not sure if there's any movie that I could say that some people probably don't like, but I actually kind of find it a little fun, some enjoyment out of it. And it's I think the one film I would say the hill I would probably die on is probably like the 2012 Red Dawn, maybe.
You like that one, huh?
Yeah, I mean it doesn't hold a candle to the original because the emotional impact because of the time it came out in. Mm-hmm. But also the only reason is that the remake has its problems, and again, we already know that.
Did you watch the original Red Dawn from 1984?
Yes, I've watched.
Oh no, not Sparky.
Yeah. I've watched.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
I saw it in the theaters. I'm not to age myself even more, but by the way, the first one was the first PG-13 film released.
Yes.
Yeah,
but the reason why it was the most violent PG-13 film I've ever seen.
But it wasn't the first film to get the PG-13. They gave it into a film before Red Dawn was released, so that's why I had to sit back and say the release part. I can't remember the first one that actually got it, the rating, but Red Dawn beat it to.
No, by the way,
I don't think
I had to, Brandon. I did see your comment recently, but of course, I did have a blackout there, and I felt bad that I had to delete that because the blackout and it screwed up everything with Ghostbusters. So I
that one.
About that. Yeah.
Oh,
I did see your comment though, Brandon. I just didn't have time.
The night your power went out.
Yeah. I did. I wanted to let you know about that, man. I did see that.
Well, Gavin Newsom.
Can't reply to the email.
But yeah, Gavin's got his sights on you, man. He
No,
knows
no,
the biggest
not
threat out in California.
That's right. I like that. I'll take it.
You take it? Yeah, I know you would take it. I mean, it's better than sitting around on the beach eating ice cream with Joel like Phil McCracken does. So, I mean, really.
Well, I mean, if that's what he's into, that's what he's into, you know.
Hey, you know, you can't, you know, that's the friends he wants to hang around with, you know.
I wouldn't mind eating some ice cream on the beach, but I'd rather be doing it with a very attractive young lady. That's why. Instead,
nothing wrong.
Usually what happens is I'm on ice cream. It's the seagulls, and they come down, and it's like, wait, come back here with that, damn you!
Oh gosh, oh my god, it reminds me of that thing with Ed and Eddie. They find something and they get attacked by seagulls.
So what? He's got food out. Jet Sparks just hanging out at the beach, and then like the seagull comes by, and then like grabs his food, and then you see Jet Sparks running. Come back here!
That's my ice cream.
That's it, right,
Come on, man. That was my food.
The seagull's like, snatch it right, y'all.
And the seagull's going, mine.
Mine.
Well, I mean, up in the Norwegian Riviera, also known as Duluth, of course, you know, it's obviously a town where ships come in and all that. And then you have the big lake, Gitchigumi, also known as Superior. And they put places along the side where the water is, because you're sitting in the pier, you're looking out over, and they have a Bridgman's, which was a local chain of ice cream around here, and you could get one, and all of a sudden, before you know it, you're visited by a squirrel and a seagull, and it's like you're being mugged by wildlife. Mugged.
Give me a French fry, and there won't be a problem.
You got it.
Give me the frat, boy.
But at least the squirrels are kind enough to do that. The seagulls just come down and go, "Hey!"
Hold up. Oh gosh, I don't know if we want to let this guy in.
Well,
do we want to let this guy in?
You know, I rubbed the magic lamp. So
why?
It's my fault. No, it's good. It's good. You know that it's good. I like it. It's good.
Well, I'm just gonna play this when I let him in.
I see nothing.
Philip,
hey, Phil, what's up?
Cracking.
We got Phil McCracken. Welcome in.
Legendary Phil McCracken.
Release the McCracken.
Don't we, Bear?
Hey, I wanted you on the panel. I figured that's the best way to get you on the panel.
Minnesota, now known as the Kingdom of Mini Somalia, with his queen, Omar. You know, you live in a glass house like you do over there, you shouldn't throw stones, right?
Yeah. Well, except for one thing, I got a cabinet position. So of course I'm going to hail Queen Omar. I'm in charge of some stuff here now, Mini Somalia. I'm like a little dictator walking around. I got my uniform and everything, man. I look like a white Idi Amin. Okay, honestly,
that's a good image for you. That's a good image. Well, how is everybody doing today?
Doing good, Phil. How about yourself?
I was doing good up until Cash Money told me that I have to wait a couple hours to watch some fairy tale.
Oh, I thought it was like you had to wait a couple hours to come into the pool here after you ate. So welcome to the pool. Can't go on Pop Talk until a couple hours after you eat, Phil.
I come to Pop Talk because it's 300 episodes.
No. 300 years and 3 episodes.
300
years. Yeah, we put on Mike.
Yeah, every 100 year I've come out with an episode.
Yeah, we cryogenically froze him for about 100 years, and then he's like, "I'm back, guys," and Baron are like, "Okay, that's fine."
Well, Cash, realize this, Cash. If we came in around the 100th episode, we've been doing this for 200 episodes, almost.
That's crazy, man.
What does that say about us?
You guys were part of the 200th episode.
I know.
I remember Pop Talk when, the two knuckleheads up there wasn't even part of the show. There were glorious times.
Oh boy, here we go.
That's because Phil wanted to be part of it. He's still mad
there was glorious times when I didn't even know Phil, even in VC.
Yeah, well, that's just it. I mean, my first experience is, being on a show and seeing him pop up in the chat. It's like, who the hell is this guy? I'm coming over, going to do the band hammer, and Mike's going, no, don't. He's one of us. It's like, he could fool me.
Darren, he's one of us. Don't worry about him. Just throw him a Buster bar. He'll be happy.
Actually, Buster bars are not my thing. That's Matt Brisman. He loves Buster.
That's true. That is.
I don't like peanut butter with ice cream. It doesn't belong together. Caramel with ice cream is a different story.
Oh, caramel's great. Or butterscotch.
Fudge swirl.
I love fudge and mint. When I like to get like a malt or something like that, or a shake, fudge and mint. Kind of a funny story. Long suffering, right? We were talking with, and my mom was there, and the long suffering made the statement she doesn't like fudge. She likes chocolate, right? But she doesn't like fudge. And I look at her askew. My mother took that as my wife didn't like chocolate. So she would go out and get these Norwegian candy bars, which are really good and fancy, get one for myself and the two girls, but not one for Sandy. Go, where's Sandy's? And they go, she doesn't like chocolate. I said, she likes chocolate. Well, she said she doesn't like fudge. I said, yeah, she doesn't like fudge. She likes chocolate. Okay, that was a little bit of my life. I'm glad I brought everything to a stop. Love you all. Don't forget to drink minimum. See you later.
Paranormal tag. Come to the principal's office.
That's every show. That's every show. You know it.
Yeah, pretty much every show.
But at least I don't come in. At least I don't come in hot and bothered like Cash. Like especially today.
You know what really grinds my gears?
Wait, no, hold on here, Baron. Nice try.
You
man.
worded it. You worded it.
No. When I came in earlier, you were yelling about something, and I didn't know yet.
The last thing I want to be remembered as is an annoying blabbermouth. Nothing grinds my gears worse than some chowderhead who doesn't know when to keep his big trap shut.
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
It jumped up a notch.
It did, didn't it?
We're going to do that?
Yeah,
I said, I ain't giving you no $350, you goddamn Loch Ness monster. Get your own goddamn money.
I gave him a...
And I have a question for you.
Excuse me, I'd just like to ask a question. What does God need with a starship?
Okay.
Best clip ever.
What was that now, Cashola? You want to ask Moa a question? Okay.
I just did.
What was the question?
God need with a starship?
I was just part of the. I thought Mike might have thrown that in there to throw us all off. He's good.
No. This is your private little war. I'll let you two.
Come on. You like?
And this is this is how it's going to keep going.
No. I'm going to sit back with my.
Oh come on, Mike. Mike, you're like an You're like an ABC moderator. You're gonna throw in there and side with one of those. Whoa! Shots fired. Okay.
All right. You know what? You know what you get for that, mister?
Wow. All right, youngster, out you go.
Don't come back. Ever.
Bye, Baron.
Help! I'm being repressed.
How many times do I have to tell you, Baron? You did it to yourself.
You left the panel.
You just proved the point.
There you are, Baron.
Hey, there he goes again.
And there he goes again.
Relax, will you? For crying out, what's getting to you? I'm breaking your balls a little bit, that's all. I'm only kidding with you.
How many assholes we got on this ship anyhow?
Yo!
I knew it. I'm surrounded by assholes.
The guy in the front left never stood up.
He wasn't. That's you,
What's
Phil.
wrong with Baron?
You're the guy never standing up.
This is how Baron feels right now.
I have people skills.
I am good at dealing with people. Can't you understand that? What the hell is wrong with you people?
I don't want my pain taken away. I need my pain.
Another great clip from another great movie.
Oh.
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
God.
Do you see what happens, Larry, when you fuck a stranger in the ass?
This is what I usually hear between Cash and Baron.
Then you're crazy. I know you are, but what am I? You're a nerd. I know you are, but what am I? You're an idiot. I know you are, but what am I? I know.
I hate to admit there's more truth than that, and
we have fun, man. We have fun.
Yeah.
Can't help
I
it.
mean, if you can't have fun doing a stream, why do it?
Oh man, it's good times.
I like laughing.
How come you keep booting that, Baron?
Hmm?
You keep getting booted out?
Oh yeah, all the time. All the time. I'm a punching bag. That's all I am. I'm a punching bag.
It's our stick here on Pop Talk. Either I'll boot Baron out, or he'll boot me out, or Cash will boot me out.
I only booted you out once. Cash is the one that boots you out the most. I think I only booted you out once. Yes, way. You booted Mike out more than me. Maybe twice. Maybe twice. But usually I'm the one. But usually I'm the one that's going out the door.
Yeah.
But there was a couple of times when I don't know how many times you're getting thrown out, man. I'm just sitting there going, "Wow, I'm behaving today. I'm the good boy."
Yeah. Well, that's just like your opinion, man.
I love that clip.
I was waiting for that one. I was waiting.
Yeah,
Hey,
no.
Cash. Hey, Cash.
If you've got an issue, here's a tissue.
That's usually what Phil has to tell Cash every time.
Yeah, that's true.
A lot of people know that.
What was that, Eddie?
Not a lot of people know that.
Is there anything you guys want to talk about?
Are we done with the articles?
Yes.
We're done.
Wow.
Oh.
I mean, I'm serious. I'm serious. I don't know. We've gone off the rails so much, and I'm so used to being off the rails.
For like the last 5 minutes.
Hey, have I said I'm on medications right now? Come on, man. Give a man a break. Come on.
Always the red pill, Baron. Always the red pill.
The guy on the right, the woman on the left. The woman's coming with the
No, Baron, you always struck me as more of a lefty.
Oh, no, I'm a right. Actually, I'm right-handed, but my father and my grandmother were lefties, so I got some of the traits that they have. But I'm a righty.
So you're ambidextrous.
Not quite, but I mean, back in the day, I could write upside down. I could read upside down. I could read mirror. I could read stuff in the mirror because I have slight dyslexia because that's a left-handed thing. A lot of left-handers suffer from that. And so I get that, but for writing with both hands, forget about it. I can't do that, but I can do some of the other stuff. I'm not really ambidextrous. I'm just weird. That's right. You heard me out there. I'm weird.
You played Forky Spoony before.
But, yeah, I mean, hey, that's me. The more of the life of Baron Orman Tag. I cleared the room again, I tell you. People ask me a question, I still clear the room.
Is there anything you guys want to talk about? Anything you're looking forward to for the rest of the year?
Well,
probably the only thing I'm looking forward to is probably Sonic.
Ooh.
Oh yeah,
Sonic 3, that's supposed to be coming out soon.
Yeah, Sonic 3. There's Sonic 3 that's coming out, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, and talk about a quote-unquote bullying campaign that worked. I just remember when they first showed Sonic in that preview and how everybody just went bonkers because he looked so horrible and they had to go back and redo everything.
Yeah, I know we talk about pandering is not a good thing, but in that situation, I think they made the right choice.
That wasn't pandering.
It worked. It was the right thing to do.
Make the fan base happy as much as possible if you can.
Right, that wasn't pandering because
And
there was a purpose behind
personally,
it.
look, it was better you want to entertain children, not traumatize them for life, because that was the living embodiment of the Sanic meme.
Well, hell, women, children.
Put the Sanic meme in the movie, yeah. But man, holy crap, they actually made Sanic real. That wasn't Sonic, that was Sanic.
At least it wasn't Sonic True, thank God. But here I am, a 50-year-old man, and still give me nightmares. Okay, traumatized me.
Meow. Come on.
I'll be your Huckleberry.
And says, I have a question for Baron. What was the impetus for making AI music? What was your inspiration?
Good, that's a good question. I didn't expect something serious coming this way. And that also comes around with imaging, because I've done AI imaging for all of us in one fashion or another. One, I have no talent. I'll sit back and say that, but I do love the talent that people come out, and I've always made it known that anything I'm doing is a silly hobby. It's just a silly hobby. I'm not here to take anybody's jobs away. I'm not here to be a pirate. I want to try to be as original as possible. But the thing comes down to is sometimes people sit back and say, emotions are how you're feeling, and they like to express it in one of the biggest forms is music. And I was sitting around in the quote unquote, I laughingly and jokingly call it album, but the 14 tracks I have on my one playlist was more synth, a vapor type wave. And that was, I wanted to have a trip down this nostalgia. I wanted to remember growing up, because I am 100% an 80s kid, 70s, 80s kid. So, going to the arcades, Max Headroom, Avoid the Noise, that people look at as nostalgia for the 80s. I lived it and was missing it, and I've seen other people on the interwebs doing it themselves. So I thought, well, I was introduced to Suno, right? That's how you say it. Suno by Lord Critton, as was, of course, Cash and a few of us others. And it's like, well, this is an interesting thing. And it's like, well, all I have to do is start in some ways putting prompts in how I'm feeling, what I'd like to express. And it came out, and it's like, my God, this is coming out better than I expected. This quote unquote AI. It's really not truly AI, but it's putting together these algorithms, these prompts, and it's coming through. Now, there's 3 tracks, and I still have a bunch that I haven't put into video form. And if you notice, it has a bit of a darker tone to it. And again, and to let you know, and I've never been shy about this, but I jokingly say I'm crazy. But in all seriousness, I suffer, and a big surprise to me, by the way. It was a big surprise to me when I was diagnosed with it, because I never thought it that way. Depression, anxiety, and panic attacks. And suffering a lot of panic attacks. I have a hard time going out of the house now, trying to do a job. My back is shot out. I can't do the physical labor I used to do. And doing this is about the closest to what I dreamed of, talking in front of a microphone, talking to people, expressing thoughts, sharing thoughts and ideas. No, not just myself talking, but hearing other people talk. If anyone, and being that I'm not doing it no more, I do want to bring it back. But Baron After Dark was the big thing. Is I wanted to talk to get to know people. Of course, Cash and Mike were on the show, and got to know them better. And of course, came over, and now we're all friends here doing this. So I'm open book on that aspect. So just to let you know, and I still fight it. I mean, I'm still fighting that, but I started going through a darker mode, and even my former wife, she started listening. I was listening to my new stuff, and boy, it's not really my thing. It's really dark. It's like, well, that's the mood I'm in. That's the place I am right now. I was trying to do the best I could on the shows, not to let you guys know how I was truly feeling, because that's not my goal. It's not about me. when I do a show or be part of a show, it's about you guys, and I don't want to drag you guys down to my pit of despair or my depression. Or that's why I say you guys are my therapy. You guys are all my therapy because you get me off of that track for a while. But I expressed it into that. So if you notice the first 3 tracks, and I'll probably get the other stuff going out, you notice it's darker. But the one thing that kind of knocked me out of that dark place was Disturbed doing Sound of Silence. And hearing the, just the range on there, the emotional range that was put into that song. And not a slight to Simon and Garfunkel, but I think it's even better. I think it's more impactful than what they did. And I wanted to try to do that. Some of the other stuff I'm doing, just to let you know, I even put one in there for cash. I've been taking the Nostradamus' quatrains and putting into music form and seeing how that would work with I started doing it with the medieval style, Renaissance style music, but it's like, okay, how that work with doing metal or hard rock, and it's like, and doing it in the original language as well as the English translation, and I'm doing that also with Michelangelo's or Michael Angelico, I believe is actually the proper word, but he did his sonnets, and doing the same thing with that. And it's like, I'm just surprised how well that works, taking these old things that people had and how timeless they are, and it works into another area. Even took one of the body songs, that naughty body songs, and did the same thing. It's like, wow, yeah, put it into more of a rock thing like that. It's like, it's a different tune, not the original tune, but it's like, it works. It works. And there's a bit of, for me, with the exploration, seeing what new possibilities you can do, and to remind myself, yeah, we might think what we're doing now is new. It's not. Everything's old is new again. And I'm going to release some of that too on there, just to show that even though I'm talentless, I admit it. I can't do music. Any of that stuff. I can't do art, but I'm going to play around with it, and don't ask to buy me or be a commissioner. I'm not doing that because, again, I'd rather have the real artists out there, whether they're do it pen to paper or if they do it to an instrument. I want them to get the acclaim for the talent that they have, especially up and coming, the struggling one. But I want to play in your sandbox a little bit and not take any glory for myself. So, and that's why the AI ban. I make sure everybody knows this is AI. I am not hiding. I'm not trying to steal anybody's thunder. So that's what it is. It's another way to have fun, express how I'm feeling, I guess, and to explore new avenues. So I hope that was a good answer. Sorry for being serious. Thanks for the question.
I've used Suno myself.
Mm-hmm.
When you're writing the songs, you can add little tweaks here and there, especially when you select you want to write your own lyrics, and then you have it render it and see what it comes up with.
I'll have to sit back and say I am surprised how good that one came out, and the one I'm talking about is this.
Everything sucks. Yeah.
Well, I put the prompts and everything, and it came out. It's like, I can't believe how good that came out. Mm-hmm. This is a joke.
Yeah. Hold on, you're muffled, Baron. You're muffled.
Oh, my apologies. That must have been.
Now you're clear. Now you're clear.
Okay, thank you. But this is kind of a little thing, a little fun about we're starting to accuse for being negative. It's like, well, yeah, we do negative sometimes. We're not always negative. We try to be upbeat. We try to be looking to the positive on that one. And putting those prompts in for this song, it just came out beautifully as kind of a retort to those that would sit back and say that we're just all negative people. We're just all negative people. And it's like, no, I don't think of myself as negative. I look forward to what we have. I look forward to the possibilities of the future. I look forward to what all of our creators here can do. That we end and deal with, that express their creativity, be able to go out there, to be able to do their streams or their art. What is Adam Moss and what he does, and everybody. And I want to be encouraging for that because we are on the platform that's going to get the new creative talents out. I might not be part of it, but I'd like to be able to be one of the cheerleaders, and I'm sure Mike can agree with this. I'm sure Cash can agree with this. I want to be one of the cheerleaders that go out there and help them on. We might not be able to do it. We might be a little too old, a little bit more long in the tooth, but we're going to help the new and mentor into that next generation to kick ass.
What are you talking about, Baron?
What?
What are you talking about, Baron?
I'm talking about creators. I'm talking about creativity. I'm saying I want to be the cheerleader to help the next generation on and let them know what it is that made what we love great. We don't have it now, but I want to be that cheerleader. And that's to all the content creators out there, all the people that have the dreams and aspiration of doing their own projects, whether you're writing, whether you're making movies, whether you're doing broadcasts, podcasts, I don't care. Strive to do the best.
Yep.
And I want to be that cheerleader. It might not be I might not be the one to do it, but I want someone else. I'm more than happy to be in the sidelines and being that cheerleader. I have been for many people, many times in my former life that I had. I don't talk much about my former life because if I did, you'd sit back and say, bullshit. Bullshit. I'm at the point I don't care if people say, I know what I lived. But I've seen and helped people attain greatness out there. And no, it was not to go out there and get mentioned or have people praise me. No, I wanted to see them succeed, and they did. And that's all that matters to me. And people who are friends, people I don't necessarily associate with no more, not because of animosity or anything. It's just, in life, you spread apart. I want to play that role here. I guess that's why I've neglected my channel so much. But I enjoy being with other people because I want to be that cheerleader for everyone.
Yeah, it's the exact same thing with me. I try to do the best I can, but I mean, I don't have the best tools at my disposal. I don't know really that much about editing, and anything I've edited was just gameplay clips on my channel.
Well,
you gotta start somewhere.
It's called practice. You just sit down and start editing just for the hell of it. I try to stay away from editing because you know what happens. I have to do it. But when I start going in and doing the editing, don't talk to me. Don't come around. The door might be shut. I might not come out for hours. I'm joking about this going for a 10-hour stream. When I start getting into editing, it's like, okay, don't expect to see him for 10 hours because I just get obsessed with it. But the thing is you just go in and practice. What you might edit it, no one will see except for you. But you can see, okay, this worked if I incorporate it this way. Okay, forget this. Get rid of this. I'm not going to do that because that's garbage. Or, you know what? This has a potential. Let's see what we can do with it. And all I can sit back and say is practice. That's how you get to Carnegie Hall. So for you, Jet, all I can sit back and say is, don't know, but a lot of people don't know anything in the beginning. You just got to play with it. And don't let yourself be frustrated. Remember, if you're pretty much in the beginning with the audience of one, you. And it's for that learning purpose until it's like, okay, I got it. Or I have something that, obviously we always go along. We're always wanting to improve what we're doing. But now I think I'm comfortable enough sharing this. But I know I can do better next time. And that's what drives us on. And that's what everybody should be doing.
Even when it comes to making thumbnails, I'm not going to say I'm great at making thumbnails.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not at making thumbnails, but I'll watch other people and how they do it and learn tricks and tips. How to add different effects.
Making my thumbnails, I just take a JPEG and put it through Pixlr and just edit some things in there.
Right. I mean, I have to apologize to my fellow content creators because it's not a slight. But I've always been that way. Even when I was in radio on Don, I remember I was asked on radio by one of the kids. It was on the air. Do you listen to your own station when you're not there? Well, that's a hard question to answer because you have your loyalty to the station you have, but you don't want to sit back and say that you listen to other radio. And the reason why you do that is you want to see what other people are doing. And when it comes around to YouTubing, I go outside of the realm of what we have, our people here. I mean, I know the talent. I love the talent. I know, but the thing is, I already know what everyone is doing here. I don't want to get caught in that bubble. I start looking for people I don't know. Outside of the realm, not even necessarily even talking about what we talk about, pop culture, but it's how they're doing things. And again, I love our YouTubers. It's not a slight to any of our fellow streamers and all that stuff, but it's also part of the fact that I don't want to get caught again in that bubble. I don't want to be just an echo chamber. And I think that helps me out doing these, and it catches on. It's like, okay, I see what's going on here. I'm doing the better myself, and hopefully then I can go out there and maybe I might make a change in somebody. It's like, okay, I see what Baron's doing, but it's not my thing. But if I do this, it's my thing now. And that's the important thing. I think most of us out there are doing a great job. I've never, only one person I've only make shots at. That's Mike Zero. I don't know him personally, but and I'm just, when I do it, it's a bit tongue in cheek when I go after Mike Zero.
He's the hardest worker on YouTube.
He is. Damn it! Next to
the man, don't have to like his content, but the man will put 6 videos or more a day.
Yeah, but it's the same
none
thing.
Of his calculations ever come true, but my man puts 6 videos a day.
Right.
And it takes a lot of work.
It does. It does. It's a lot of work.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not a fan of Mike Zero, but I'll give him credit. When it comes to putting out content, he puts it out there. Now, do you like the content? That's a totally different story. But I would still say there ain't nobody come closer to putting out as much work and content as Mike Zero.
Well, see, and the thing is you hit the nail on the head right there. You sometimes watch stuff that you don't necessarily like. I mean, you don't hate them, but it's like, it's not your thing, but you appreciate what they're doing, and you're seeing how they're doing it. And because that's us as social creatures. And I will never go out on the air, badmouth another YouTuber, another streamer. Honestly, I will not go out there and honestly do that. I might do stuff with the tongue in cheek like I do with Mike Zero, but Phil's absolutely right. He works hard as what he's doing. That's why he's got his following. He's got his niche. I like to laugh at it, but hey, I don't know if he even believes his own shit. And again, I'm doing that tongue in cheek. It's not.
If he's doing 6 videos on speculations and rumors and or just other.
And let's, Mike, we got a new post in the chat.
And Brandon, hold on. Everybody's talking. I'm not going to interrupt the conversation.
There's a new post in my chat.
I see that, Brandon, but everybody's talking, and I'm not going to be rude.
When I take a breath, then he's going to take over. Trust me. That's how we work here, man. Everybody gets acknowledged at one time or another, Brandon. It might not be necessarily right away, but we do love the people that come in the chat, and we will recognize them. And you know what the hell?
And I've already shown John's name. When somebody's talking, I'm not going to interrupt them to say hello to the person coming in the chat. I will make sure to put their name on the screen. That way they know I'm acknowledging them. That's how I've always done it.
And that is a true acknowledgement. If someone puts your name up that way in the middle of it, I mean, if someone's still taking, and that's another thing that you have to remember when it comes around to acknowledging. You might not necessarily be able to do it verbally right away, but the fact that you can do that, the person has been acknowledged, and that's almost a placeholder saying, hey, we'll get to you in just a moment and say properly hi. That's how you work a show. You can't interrupt another person necessarily. You can't even interrupt your own thought. You can see come up there, okay, I'll click on that. That's a reminder for me to sit back and see that. Here, I'm giving you a little behind the scenes stuff of how to do things. But the moment I get a breath and I'm done with my thought, I'm going to acknowledge that person and say, hey, welcome. And I hope you're having a great time there, John McSmith. There.
And it's just like when I'm doing a game stream or we're doing a game stream with Cash, and we see the person pop up in the chat, but we're concentrating on what's happening on the screen in front of us in the game. I'll say real quick, I see you guys are there. I will acknowledge you as soon as I get this boss battle done.
Right. Exactly. And he's done that. Exactly. And you want a radio trick? You want a radio trick? Here's a radio trick. Be able to work it into when you're talking. Such as, what am I talking about? What the hell is Baron talking about? Well, on the radio, on the top of the hour, specifically, you have to do what they call the station ident, the ID. And that's basically sitting back, and the proper one would be, you're listening to WTCN, you were listening to 1220, you're listening to WTC, 1220 AM, WTCN, Stillwater, Minneapolis, St. Paul. You have to put down what your frequency is, what your call sign is, and what city you're licensed out of. And after you're done with those three, you can put whatever you want, such as Minneapolis, St. Paul, because WTCN was out of Stillwater. So you'd be in the middle of talking, and here's an example. So, I was sitting back watching Beetlejuice 2. I mean, it doesn't have quite the same charm as the first one, but, really, it's something you can watch. And by the way, we are 1220 WTCN, Stillwater, Minneapolis, St. Paul. I mean, they did a great job of trying to emulate what they were doing. See, I got the station ident in there, but I was able to roll it in. We can do the same thing with people who are in the chat.
Yeah, the only time I'll abruptly stop you guys from talking in the conversation is if, say, like today, TGFC gifted 5 memberships. I want to acknowledge those right away.
Mm-hmm.
If someone signs up for a membership, I want to acknowledge it right away. If someone sends a super sticker or super chat, I want to acknowledge that right away.
Mm-hmm. Right. And it's like, again, everything has its place, especially with broadcasting. So if it's something important, we break in. Now, I'm not saying that people in the chat aren't important. They are, but they will be acknowledged. And the fact that you're going out of your way to acknowledge is even a bigger thing, because you're still acknowledging who they are. Because why? Our chat's important. Yeah. This is something that we don't... Go.
It was like last year in November when we were having the celebration for the channel on Pop Talk. And we found out that Rosalind Carter had passed away. So I said, sorry, guys, sorry to interrupt the conversation, but we got some breaking news, and I broke in with that.
Right. I've done that a couple times, sadly, too. Oh, hello. Thank you, Mike.
But no, continue what you were saying, Baron. I mean,
I'm sorry, but and what I'm trying to do is I view what we're doing here pretty much because we're usually hiding behind as Gary Cassell calls Muppets, because we're behind these icons. But what the hell? I look horrible, but there we go. I'll put it down, and now you can see me. Most of what we're doing is a radio show that has sometimes us being seen if you just decide to turn your camera on, but it's still a radio show. Most of the time, you can throw this stuff on a podcast or over the air, and it won't be different. Other than the fact we're not showing clips, or you can't show clips. We have to do audio bites. So I'm giving hints how you can roll this in. I have a problem. I still need to get over it. Acknowledge, with the chat, because when you're in radio, we didn't have a chat. The most we had were people calling in, and that's how you acknowledge your people who are listening. Because I was doing this in the Stone Age before the interwebs. But now it's like, okay, we have to make sure we acknowledge all that. That's our important feed line coming through. That's my producer telling us we have someone coming in, or we're doing a call-in talk show, but instead of a call-in, people are doing a chat. In the chat there. And that helps us go along. Maybe there's something we'll have missed, or something that people want to expand upon. Boom, there we are. And it's much more immediate than radio. Obviously, you don't have to call the number going, okay, what do you want to talk about, sir? Okay, just hold the line here. We'll get you on as soon as possible. Oh, trust me, I called in enough radio shows to myself in the day.
I see Baron I see Baron cammed up.
I did what? I cammed up. Oh yeah, I cammed up because I was just making my point. Yeah.
Same with Eddie.
Yeah. And because making the point about most of the time we're behind the quote unquote Muppets, but some of us like to cam, and I'm probably going to start doing more camming as possible, especially when you see stuff like that I found that was my collection, old Federation stuff. But the big thing about broadcasting is that you might not be able to get to someone. Don't feel bad. You acknowledge it. If you're in the chat, don't be upset that you don't get acknowledged necessarily right away verbally. But you'll get there. It'll get there. And no matter what we show you, it means we see you and we appreciate you, and we'll get to you. Because we can't stop all the time in the middle of a thought, because we wouldn't be able to get a show done. We wouldn't do. And thank you, John McSmith, for subbing to Brandon there. Thank you. So it's nice to see that people are doing what we call networking. Yeah, and that's what's important about this. We network, and we should be supporting each other as best as possible. That's why I will never go on the air, even if I have a problem with somebody, and I do have some problems with streamers out there. I really do. But that's screen room talk. That's not on the stream talk. And I know streamers have a problem with me. I don't care. Again, I'm not here to be your friend. If you like me, great, then we'll be friends. But I'm not going to change who I am. Cash is not going to change who he is. I wish he would, but he won't. Mike's not going to change who he is.
I'm not going to change who I am. I'm going to keep to my.
I want you to change some things too, there, Baron.
There's that word being used again.
What? Change? Well, you're not. That's because you're not our friend. You don't know the meaning of the word friend.
I've never planned, never intended, never wanted to use the word friend.
Yeah.
Friend is a bad word.
Okay, Phil. Did I put friend and Phil McCracken together in that tells us? No. So settle it, man.
No. We're generally friends.
Okay, Mike and Cash are acquaintances, really great acquaintances of mine. How's that? Does that work for you, Phil? Have I appeased the great McCracken?
What type of acquaintances?
Hold on, guys. Hold on, guys. We got some breaking news.
Oh, okay. What's up, man?
It's about former President Trump.
Uh-oh. What's up?
What's he done now?
Oh, they did it. They tried doing it again.
No prosperity, no peace.
Yes.
Sources told Fox News Sean Hannity that an AK-47 was recovered. I'm going to mute this real quick. So,
yeah.
How did
there's nothing there. Let me try to find.
Yeah, let me take a look here too. Okay, do they really want us to go into politics talk? Come on, guys out there. Come on, stop doing this shit. We're trying to have fun.
Yeah. We're not going there with this.
Well,
but it is important news. It is important news, though. So let's keep it to that.
Yeah. So I am going to talk about it. Yes, this is a celebration of Pop Talk, but this is also breaking news.
Where will your next open panel be?
Well, I don't know, Brandon. Right now, I'm not worried about the open panel.
Yeah, we got breaking news, Brandon. So we have breaking news. This is kind of important right now, and we even interrupt ourselves when shit like this hits the fan. So, but I'll just until Mike can get a proper thing up there, if you don't mind, I'll just. It looks like some people decided to take shots at former President Trump down in Florida again.
Oh boy!
So
when Florida man attacks.
Well, Florida man's on our side. We need more Florida men. Got to remember, Florida man. What Mike Barron? Mike Barron that's his strip that he does, comic strip. So he's one of us. So
yeah, I've got the AP story. I don't know if it's going to have a lot to discuss, but
might not.
This is important news, even for us, because one of the things we do cover is news when it breaks. Mm-hmm. And this isn't the first, and it won't be the last time Pop Talk ever breaks in with a story like this.
I just wish it was good news.
Yeah.
Same here. Unfortunately, in the world we live in right now, it's not going to happen.
Might be coming to an end. Meteor will hit us, and we all be dead.
Let's not hope it comes to that, Brandon.
I don't.
No. It says Trump is safe after shots were reported in his vicinity in Florida. Secret Service and campaign say. This comes out of the Associated Press, of course. It says Donald Trump was safe after gunshots were reported in his vicinity Sunday afternoon in Florida. His campaign and Secret Service said. It is not immediately clear whether the reported shots were targeted at the Republican presidential nominee. The U.S. Secret Service said it was investigating and that the incident occurred shortly before 2 p.m. The former president is safe, according to the Secret Service. Roughly 2 months ago, Trump was shot during an assassination attempt at a rally in Pennsylvania, and the bullet grazed his ear. Trump had returned to Florida this weekend from the West Coast swing that included a Friday night rally in Las Vegas and a Utah fundraiser. The campaign did not immediately provide any additional details. No injuries were reported, according to a spokesman for the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. The White House said President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris, the Democratic presidential nominee, had both been briefed and would be kept updated on the investigation. The White House added they were relieved to know Trump is safe.
Sure.
It's going to be very dangerous from now until November.
Oh yeah, we're living in what would be best to say interesting times, which of course is an old Chinese curse.
Is anybody surprised?
No,
I mean,
not surprised.
No, but forget about the first assassination attempt on Trump. Forget about it for a minute. Every word they were using during the debate that was coming out of her mouth was dictator and accusing him of going to take people's rights away and all this other stuff. Pretty much asking somebody to do something. Okay. If something does happen, I'm blaming that. I'm not blaming what happened during the first attempt, even though I have a lot of, let's say, red flags for me. But as we're getting closer, and let's just say this has been an interesting year for elections. We had a Democratic Party member that won his primary, even though I don't like him. He won him. Give him credit. And was removed. The person that's running in the Democratic Party for president was never voted for, was placed there. And like I said, every comment, I told you guys during the debate, count how many times keywords were coming out. And one of the keywords I told you about was dictatorship. He's going to be dictator. He's a threat to our Constitution. Okay. Trump has never done that when he was there, even the first time. Never did anything. The man didn't even get paid. The man didn't even get paid.
Yeah, everything seemed a lot better. So clearly, but of course, everyone in the minds of the other side that doesn't see it that way, yeah, they think, oh, everything's bad. We could afford gas, we could afford groceries, but no. Apparently, that wasn't. Apparently, for some people, not being able to get rid of a child because it inconvenienced your life was a bigger issue.
Well,
like I said, when you sit there and you listen to what's important, and what was important that I wanted to hear was about our economy. Everything Trump said about the economy was right on par. That's what I wanted to hear. I wanted to hear her plan for the economy, and guess what? I heard nothing.
She ain't got nothing. She ain't got no idea, except maybe she'll probably boost the economy if everyone says, yeah, just give us your arms, and it'll use it to boost the economy.
And then she was just recently interviewed, and she says she's not going to take away our arms. I don't believe anyone in politics who says they are and they aren't.
You know, they never clarify it. But this is to clarify. When you have something written in our Constitution, the right to bear arms, that's not putting in there. The Founding Fathers didn't put it in there for us to go hunting. That's not what it's intended. The right to bear arms was because citizen soldiers, what today they try to make fun of what you would call militia, because the militia that we had then is what you would call the National Guard. But
the National Guard.
True militia would be Mike, Barron, Cash, me, everybody here get together and say we're going to form a militia group. And the whole purpose is, if it were ever called upon by the state, first the state, for use, for whatever use that they wanted to use back in the day for controlling mobs, for calling up for an invasion, which has happened many times, then they can call up. Look, during the War of 1812, Delaware was attacked. But no, we didn't get no help because the British were also down in Baltimore doing their thing. The only thing that stopped the British from attacking, and they did attack Lewis, Delaware, was the militia. That's all we had. And that was enough.
Yeah, because you couldn't get anyone else in.
Nope. So that's the whole purpose of forming a militia. You're not getting paid. It's like somebody forming a...
I see Jack's points, Cam Dobb.
Hold on.
It's like somebody forming a volunteer fire department today. The same. It's the same thing. The whole purpose of forming a volunteer fire department is because your region, your city, your town, your area can't afford paid firemen. So what they do, they form a volunteer fire department. Militia's no different than that.
Yep. Well, I want to go a slightly different direction and get back to a little bit more about what this article is about. But forgive me for doing that. But second of all, one last thing I want to sit back and say: remember, the Bill of Rights, the first 10 amendments, were not for the not to protect the government from the people, but to protect the people from the government. But going back to with what we saw here, and of course, the living in an interesting time. I hate to say it, but and not to downplay this. It's not, because again, we have to stay alert. I'm talking about everybody. Because trying to take out a candidate or take out a sitting person has been one of the favorite pastimes of extremists in any nation. And Andrew Jackson had someone try to take him out at one time, and he beat the person. They basically had to take him off of the guy who tried to unalive him, you might say, because he was beating the guy to crap so bad. Need we have to say about Lincoln and Ford Theater? But you go across. You have Garfield, who was after 4 months in office taken out. You have McKinley. You had someone try to take a shot, and I believe it killed the mayor of Chicago. I think it was. Correct me if I'm wrong. But someone took a shot at FDR and almost got him back in 1932. Of course, we all know about Kennedy, but Ford had two people twice going after Ford. One of which the most famous, Squeaky Fromm. Need we say Reagan? Need we say So people have taken shots, whether the person is in the office or running for the office, and you're going to always have some sort of kook out there trying to do it. We don't know. Actually, we don't know about all the attempts that are done because they're kept quiet. A lot, most of them. It's usually the ones that are loud like this that get the attention.
Or the one where basically instead of bullets, a really angry guy just threw his shoes at Bush.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but that was a protest. That was an attempt to do anything other than because that is a customary thing when you don't like someone. But when bringing up Japan, though, I mean, take a look how Abe went down.
Yeah, Shinzo Abe. Yep.
Right, but then you had also back, I think it was in the 60s, one guy came up on stage, the guy who was running, trying to promote communism in Japan, and the guy took him down with a samurai sword. So, I mean, it happens. Don't forget Bobby Kennedy. I mean, he's running for president, goes into a kitchen at the hotel, and there's Sirhan Sirhan. Never trust a guy with two names, by the way. But Sirhan, he takes him out. Of course, something like this would be very impactful to RFK Jr. because, well, his uncle got unalived that way. His father was unalived. They almost took out his other uncle, Teddy, a few times. And that's just it. We always live in interesting times. We've always had, you think this is contentious? We had contentious even before, Phil, I'm sure we're not going to get into a lecture about it, but you can follow through on it. 1864. I mean, in 1860, those elections right there, you can't tell me those weren't contentious.
Not just the presidential elections. It wasn't just the President Lincoln.
Yeah.
Even though he was the main culprit. There were states, both southern, Democrat, and even northern states in that election, it was party. It was about party. And particularly the Democrat Party split in two for that election. And the Republican Party just happened to fly under that new name, which was the Whigs. It was destroyed. The Democratic Party destroyed what you would call the Federalist Whig Party. So they reformed as a Republican Party. But what caused that election wasn't just, slavery. It was also tariffs and tax.
Right.
And of course, innovation as well.
Right.
So
right. And I don't want into a history lecture in that sense.
One thing out there, real quick. Before a Booth shot and killed a Lincoln, a Booth rescued and saved a Lincoln.
Yeah, Todd.
John Booth's brother, who was also a famous actor, saved one of Lincoln's sons from getting killed by getting run over by a railroad track, by a train. He saved
I believe it's Todd.
Yep.
Todd Lincoln.
Yep. So, you'd be surprised how things intertwine there. So,
But if we want to sit back and think that this is the first time, or this contentious election is is the first time it's happened. Just take a look at history throughout the United States.
It's happened before.
Yeah, I'd say the last 3 centuries have been
the
bloody.
way everything's so volatile right now.
I would say this: we in Delaware have this event, and Biden broke it. This event is called right after the election, a week after. Every political person that ran for office is invited to go down to Georgetown. And this has been started since one of our first elections, beginning of the country, where the adversaries are forced to sit in a carriage and wave to the people to show a united America. Well, he never did invite, according to us, Donald Trump to go attend. Not sure if he would have, but the tradition is you got to ask the person you defeated to come there, and normally they always do it, even though there's been some dirty, flown stuff in the election. He's the first to broke it. Over 200 years of running, he did it.
Hey, Phil, can you imagine if we would have still held to the Constitution as it was before they started amending things in there? That the president, the winner of the election is the president, the runner-up is the vice president. Which is why we had it.
Should have been.
Yeah. That's why we had a Jefferson Adams, because those two were diametrically opposed to each other. But
we don't get to vote on vice presidents anymore. And that changed. We didn't get to vote for our senators. Our local state government voted for our senators. Voting for senators as a public was only done since like 1900.
Can we interrupt a moment here,
Phil, please hold that thought. Hold that thought, my friend. Hold that.
I get paid this month.
I'd buy that for $1.
Deleted Scenes with a $30 super chat says, congratulations on 3 years and 300 shows. Here's to 300 more. Thank you very much, Deleted Scenes. Good to see you, brother. Really appreciate it.
Another good friend of the channel.
Great friend, great supporter of the channel. Really appreciate it, brother.
And for the amount that he put in there, his generosity, I think we need to follow through with this one too.
All right, put the money in the bag.
I'll buy that for $1.
I personally love that one.
Okay, I'm terrified.
Didn't you like my editing job on that one?
I did.
I know you
did. When you showed it to me, it's like, yeah, we're going to use it.
Oh, what goes on in this mind, you don't want to know. But I think going back, though,
when two mad scientists get together, you don't want to be there. Go ahead,
Go ahead. Well, where does that go? That leaves Cash as our henchman, right? Mr. Is he even there? Did he go to Whole Foods again? He went to Whole Foods.
He's making a sandwich.
American.
I'm here.
Pale wrapped tofu, teriyaki flavored. But no, I mean, don't think that this is the first time, and we'll get through it. We'll get through it. We had before. We thought that this nation was going to fall apart many times before this. We've had contentious elections to where even like we have here violence breaking out before. It just just remember the words that Thomas Jefferson said: "Be ever vigilant. Always be vigilant, whether it's your own personal life or the world around us." Because I do believe that we live in holistic, and I'm not talking about the New Age holistic, but our actions affect other people. We have to remember that. If we're going to go out there and start shitting on somebody, it will affect us somehow.
Karma.
So that's all I got to sit back and say so far.
I will say that I do have an opinion that Donald Trump should just get his own security team.
He did after the first.
He does.
But here's the thing: this what he got, and especially don't take my word for it. When you have the cafeteria woman being your security detail, where the lady she barely could pull out the gun, but she couldn't put it back. Who stood behind everybody instead of standing near the president and protecting the president like they should. Yeah. If that's his security detail, no.
Well, you know why she was on the team? Because, I mean, I remember growing up, going to high school, that pizza was to die for, so they had to have her on there to supply the pizza because I tell you, I miss cafeteria high school pizza. Oh, God. Best ever.
I never ate school. I only rarely ever ate like school lunch, like the cafeteria food in my school. My grandma, she always packed me a lunch. God rest her soul.
I'll admit to it. High school, middle school. I escaped when it was lunchtime. I went across the highway, went to McDonald's. Yeah, they had cops there waiting for some of us, but you know what? I managed to get my fries and my hamburger and enjoy a lunch. And I told my parents. My dad said, "You ever run into a problem, just call me." So I did get caught, and I said, "Look, I'm waiting here for my dad. My dad told me to come to McDonald's and wait for him for lunch, so that's what I'm doing." So my dad shows up, and the cop goes, "Were you supposed to be here for him for lunch?" He goes, "Yeah, ran in traffic. Sorry, there was an accident right there on the highway, so I was delayed." So,
of course, this is the edited for consumer story. The actual story is he'd go down there, the cops would catch him, and it's like, "So I came out shooting," just like Danny DeVito. That's the official story. That's the official story.
He would go into the cafeteria and start cooking his own lunch for school.
Don't start throwing me into your.
I'm not throwing you under the bus. I'm throwing you up on the bus.
I don't think so.
Well, because you're doing tofu before everybody else was. That's why. Well, I mean, I was a little different because I was going to two schools at the same time in high school, so I had permission to be able, at least the last 2 years of my high school, so I was able to leave and stop off at places. But where I went to was a technical college, and they had their own cafeteria there because people were trained to become chefs as well as other industry workers on that. Damn fine food in there. So it's like, okay, I'm going to go through that one. But if I knew it was pizza day at the high school, I'd go through the a la carte line. They plop one down there. They plop another one. They plop another one on there. Plop another one on there. Plop another one. Plop another one. And then I go and eat it. Yeah, that's why I got this body, man. Look at this body made by high school pizza.
Speaking of pizza, I remember in college, and it was on Thursday where this company called Chicago Brothers Pizza would have, small individual pizzas for us to buy for lunch, and I would always get it if it was that good. Like, yeah, I know what I'm having for lunch today.
Yeah, I mean, I hit
the cafeteria food. Despise it. You're a braver man to me, Baron Norman Tag, to eat school cafeteria food.
Well, no, like I said, if it was pizza day, because I'm sorry, that pizza was good. That pizza was damn good.
It wasn't bad.
And
it
wasn't
really bad.
Yeah, and I'd go through the a la carte line, so I could go and grab what I wanted. And like I said, also for half my time in high school, I'd stop off at the Zantigo when we had Zantigo on the way out to either the technical center or I'd eat at the technical center. I didn't have much time between getting there and getting to class. I had like about a half hour by the time I hit the parking lot. But go in there, get my corn dogs, flirt with the girl behind the counter because we're flirting with each
corn
other.
Dogs,
I'm serious.
The bean burritos and then the pizza. I don't remember.
Oh, that explains a lot right there. Bean burritos, that explains you right there.
That was elementary school.
Burritos.
Yeah, well, in elementary school, they were always serving bean burritos in the morning.
Yeah, let's get these kids full of gas.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
who farted? Everybody's hand goes up. Burrito day.
I'm in the first grade. I'm in the cafeteria, and I've always liked salads. And one of the things that they had on the school salad bar was Sprouts, and I like Sprouts. So I put them on my salad, and there's a few kids going, "Ew, you like that?" I said, "Yeah, it's good."
I like Sprouts and vegetables, but cafeteria food style vegetables, dude.
Cafeteria food go when you're at school.
You could use that to repair the mortar in the hole that's in the wall. And they had broccoli. You got 3 big pieces of broccoli. Look good with some cheddar cheese. You try cutting it, and the damn thing would be like some form of rubber that would absorb the butter knife so you couldn't cut through it.
Hey, Phil, there's one thing that I have to agree with George H.W. Bush. I don't like broccoli either. He doesn't like broccoli. I don't like broccoli. I
haven't even eaten broccoli before in my life.
That's how my dad feels too, Baron.
I don't
like broccoli. I really don't.
And cauliflower.
Yeah, I don't hate broccoli.
Yeah, you like cheese and clouds.
They don't like cauliflower. I look at and they love broccoli. I look at them. I said, "You do know it's the same plant. Just one doesn't have color. It's the same plant."
Oh, and take care, Eddie. Good to have you on the panel. Have a great day.
Appreciate you spending time with us today.
And remember, our cafeteria food back in our day was made by government surplus food and meat.
Why are you saying it's government
It's not
cheese?
bad, but it's surplus.
What, you didn't like the horse? We had top quality horse.
No. Not when the horse is chewy and it bites back. No.
Well, see, we have Canterbury Downs nearby. So
you couldn't look at the sloppy Joe and tell me that looked like beef, pork, chicken. I'll even go venison.
At my school, they did.
Anything. No.
At my elementary school, they did.
Yeah, I mean, occasionally a tentacle would come out and try to grab me, but it still looked like a sloppy Joe.
You had 3 choices in like we'll just say in high school. We'll go with high school. You had if parents were nice enough to make food, if they couldn't, then you're going to go somewhere off campus or off the school campus, whatever, or you're going to eat cafeteria. So those were always the 3 choices that I remember.
Well, I ever since I was in middle school, I always risked it because our elementary, high school, middle school were right by each other. And then there was like a little strip, and there was like a Pat's Pizzeria. There was a McDonald's. There was a delicatessen. So you had your choice, but you had to risk that, the cops knew that you leave school property, you're in trouble. So you had to be wise and smart. Unless you snuck out on a rainy day that you didn't expect, and while you're trying to get back to school, it's pouring down rain, and there's like police cars surrounding the school, and you have to wait there in a ditch by the school for the buses to pull up.
Commando Phil.
Hey, look, when it came to lunch, man, if I called my dad or my mom to come bring me something, they would bring me something. But if they weren't able to, yes, I was not going to sit there 7 hours in school and not have something to eat. And no, I wasn't eating cafeteria school.
I guess at my high school, you had to have a pass when you were going for lunch off campus. So you had to show, the guys, we called him Popeye, but he was the school security guy, and so he would be there. You had to show him your pass, and then you had to go get your food and come right back.
Yeah, come right back.
We had it where if you were driving, because you're in Delaware, you're allowed to get a driver's license at 15, 8 months, and this is before they made all these fancy rules that you have to ride with somebody for a year.
Explains a
But
lot.
if you had a legitimate driver's license and you had a car, you were allowed to leave, but you couldn't take anybody with you. You couldn't take nobody with you. You got to go by yourself. So, yeah. But that, like I said, there's always ways around things, and I'm not trying to say I was devious. It's just that I wouldn't lie to you. I think the healthiest person with a cast iron stomach, no, you will not want to eat cafeteria food in the state of Delaware from any of the public schools. No.
You not trying to be devious? Come on, that's bullshit.
But cafeteria food should be at least edible. I mean, I didn't hear anybody.
Up here in Minnesota, I never had any problems. Pretty much everything that we had up here was pretty good. I mean, there was some stuff. Yeah, I'm not going to touch that shit. But that's why I always hit, like, if I was in high school, I hit the a la carte line. That way I could pick out what I wanted, or you know, and whatnot. But then, like, you know, I did have that free pass. So I took advantage of it because, well, when I just didn't have freaking time, you know, you're on the run. So it's just,
you know, it made me cry that other states, they had in their cafeteria the option if they wanted ice cream, they could have ice cream. They could have, they had soda machines, candy machines, potato, you know, all these type of machines. My state,
okay, so. Just to interrupt, somebody from the family just told me something. The shots were heard from the Secret Service. They spotted the guy with the gun, and then the shots were fired by the Secret Service person.
So so it was a Secret Service that was popping them off. Okay.
And I wonder if this alleged assassin was trying to do a copycat of Pennsylvania.
Possibly.
Well.
But it just shows, you know, whoever it is, if you can afford it, get the best service to protect you that you can. So,
I got my dogs.
Yeah, your dogs are good. No, they are. As long as they can bark and no, they're not. Okay.
Oh yeah, I mean they are good.
My dogs bark all the time.
Come on, cat.
My dog's the one go. No one knew me.
I thought you were working on your wiener dog army and stuff, Aaron.
Well, no, I only got one wiener dog. I got one wiener dog. I got a Bochi, a Chihuahua, Boston Terrier mix, and then I got a mutt who has, I'm sure it's got pit bull and lab in her. And she's the sweetest dog that we got, the most cowardly dog we got. But yeah, I'm surprised that we haven't heard barking going on because, you know, how often do I get interrupted by my little army of mutts? But in fact, Duchess is laying down right there. Little girl's sitting over there. I don't know. I do the shows and all the animals want to come in here and then they'll cause problems.
That's why you get a cat.
I got a cat. Little girl's over there.
You got two cats, right?
You know, you have a cat. You kick the rest of the mongrels out and leave the cat. Even though it likes to walk around and do stuff, it's relatively quiet. Cats are relatively quiet.
You haven't heard Little Girl. She likes to talk.
Yeah, because she's around how
My
many
dog doesn't want no one knew me.
I blame the Chihuahua, which isn't a dog.
The dog's name is Funky. He's the one in my bedroom.
BB is a mix. She's a mixed Chihuahua and Boston Terrier. I call her a little bean curd because, you know, she got the Mexican jumping bean, Boston bean.
I got you.
And she looks like a burrito too. I mean, she walks around, looks like a burrito. I call her a pot roast. I mean, she snorts like a pig, so we call her Pig Dog.
I'm going to say something. I'm going to get hated for it, but I'll take the hate.
Go ahead.
You used to have a wonderful Taco Bell commercial with the little Chihuahua dog. And then all of a sudden they got sensitive and they got rid of it. They put it on the unemployment line. You can't identify a Chihuahua on TV.
Yeah, and then went to a job of hawking low budget tacos in some town in Peoria. You know, he bottom hit the bottle. You know, and you know.
Hey, but you know what? You know, I joke about Chihuahuas, but you know what? Everybody can identify a Chihuahua. You don't have any problems pointing out that dog's a Chihuahua.
Well, you gotta remember one thing too. Chihuahuas are nasty. They're bred to go after rats, just like dachshunds are bred to go after badgers. Badger hunt. It's just like I said, people look at these little dogs and they think, oh, they're nothing.
No, when you get a flock of ankle biters together, you have a killing machine.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, Duchess tries to kill me all the time by laying on my face and suffocating me. Oh, hey! I know, I want tacos too. You know where the place is, long suffering. we have an addiction to taco wands.
Did you ever say sorry to her for? Because I was telling Cash Money a couple days ago. Did you ever tell Mrs. Tag you were sorry for eating her bear claw?
We don't have.
What are you talking about?
What bear claw? She's probably sitting there going, "What the hell are you talking about?"
Mrs. Tag a couple months ago got her and Baron a bear claw, and I believe it was a cherry Danish bear claw, and Baron ate both.
No, it wasn't a bear claw. You turned it into a bear claw with your storytelling, but it was some sort of Danish pastry thing. Yes, and I always apologize to her. I apologize to her. She's a fighter. She's a fighter.
So she'll fight to defend her bear claw.
Right. Well, I stole her slice of pizza last night, but that's okay. She grabbed the last 2 Arby's roast beef, so I think we're
now
even.
We know why she is the long in suffering. The poor lady couldn't even get a slice of pizza.
Well, no, she had a slice of pizza earlier. I said I took her last one, but she took the Arby's roast beef, so I think we're even.
And I hope you don't mind me doing this, Baron, but we do still have the GoFundMe up.
Oh, well, thank you guys.
I don't have a GoFundMe page.
Well,
there's my beautiful, lovely wife.
Help Sandy and Derek with medical exposures.
Yeah.
We still have this GoFundMe for both Baron and Sandy. Sandy just recently got out of the hospital and she's been having a rough time of it and just wanted to do something to help. So far, of the goal, we've raised $1,000.
Mm-hmm.
We know not everybody is able to donate, but if you could share out the link that I just posted into the chat, it would be greatly appreciated.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think I said it before, and again, I'm incredibly humbled that you did this, and it's very touching. I mean, now you're going to get me Mr. Sensitivity here, but now you're getting me into Eric mode, not Baron mode. But I just want to sit back and thank those who did have contributed. It means a lot. But again, it's not just the money; it's like also, and I'm a firm believer. People like to throw it around or think it's. It's just whatever they besmirch it when people say about thoughts and prayers, but that is an important thing, and I do take that in consideration. If people who are praying to the guy above, and it does mean a lot to me. If they don't believe, but you're saying out those well wishes, those do get felt. I do believe in it. Again, I do believe in that holistic thing. If you are positive to your fellow man, is felt. So yeah, I mean, people don't have the money. I understand. We're in rough times. I'm not going to besmirch anybody that says I'd love to give to you, but I can't. But I'm going to give you my best wishes. I'm going to give you my prayers. That means just as much, and believe it or not, in some ways even more so than the money, because that's the love that we have with this community. This is the love that we have amongst ourselves. We're brothers and sisters together in this. We might not necessarily all get along with each other sometimes, but the thing is that we're still family. And I don't think there's hatred in there. And that's the difference. If you have hatred, you're happy to see someone. If you don't get along with someone or you don't necessarily like someone, that's not hatred, but you still cry for them when they are having problems, and you're more than willing to do what you can to help them. Just because you have a personal issue with someone, it's not hate. You don't want the rest of the people to suffer, or even them to suffer. And that's what it is. We have this love, and she is doing a hell of a lot better, thank God. My poor wife, she's been in the hospital too many times in the last couple of years. The last time was a broken wrist, which has gotten better, even though today it's bothering her, she says, but then it's the weather. And of course, with stuff that I'm suffering from too, I don't necessarily, even though I'm a book, I don't harp on it. again, you guys are a therapy in more ways than one, and this is one of it there. So anyone who contributes, it doesn't matter how much, I am very appreciative. And again, the thoughts, the prayers, the well wishes, even more so. And I thank you all. I'm very humbled by all this. So, and yeah, just to let you know, it wasn't my idea. I'm not that egotistical enough. It was Mike's extreme kindness in doing so, and that's why I call my brother, Cash, my brother, and all of you, my brothers and sisters. But of course, I'm particularly close with these three guys here. We're the knuckleheads, you know.
Here's the thing: I didn't want to set it up without you knowing about it.
Mm-hmm. I shot him down originally.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I did. He brought it up, and I said, no, I don't want to be one of those out there, you know, because there's people that use this stuff for scamming, right? And my mind doesn't work right. I'll be the first to admit it. And I said, I don't want to be necessarily associated in that one, but Mike gave up a good argument at me. I couldn't debate him on it, and I capitulated. And it's like, okay, my mind can be changed if you have a good argument. Wow. And more importantly, I had to humble.
You've both been through a rough couple of years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I wouldn't want to wish it on anybody, but I know that a lot of us are. It's hard times right now. That's why we have this contentious election. That's why you have people taking pot shots. That's why we have
the elections in November. It's
yeah. Yep. Yeah. Yes, in November we got a couple months, but I'm just saying that we're in this contentious
2 months.
time.
2 months actually.
Hold on, Baron. Hold on. Okay, go ahead, Baron.
Okay, yeah. I mean, but I also know people are suffering on it. I'm not the only one, and I know that. And this GoFundMe, Mike had to make sure to remind me that the walk my walk. Sometimes we have to humble ourselves and be humble. And there's a pride to it. You know, you feel that part of your pride is being chipped down for having something like that. You know, that pride thing. And it's like, okay, now it's time to walk my walk. I admit, I have a hard time sometimes, you know, doing what I preach. But we sometimes have to be humble, you know, get that humbleness in there and realize that there are people out there that do love you and do want to do something for you, especially when you're used to wanting to help other people. I'm one of those that likes helping other people. I have a hard time people helping me. I've always been that way. But then again, it's like, okay, you know, when it comes to that time, I thank everybody. You're all wonderful. You all mean something to me. Yeah, I mean, I'm barren when we're doing these shows. I'm being wild, crazy. That's my shtick. But deep down, this is me. And I do appreciate everybody. And I hope everybody gets that feeling from me. If I poke fun at you, it means I like you. It does. You know, we're having fun. We're joshing each other. We're busting each other's chops. I never mean to ever hurt anybody out there. And that's why I love you all.
Any ill intent.
No, and just know that, you know, so that's why I'm humbled by all of you. You're all wonderful. I love you all. I don't know how many times I can say that. I love you all, and I know you've done others for other people who's been in this platform that's been in shape. Things that you might know or don't know. There are things that, you know, go amongst us that people are having hard times that nobody knows about, but we have a little cabal behind the scenes that we try to do the best we can do to help them too. So. And that's the important thing. And I'm 55, going to be 56 at the end of this month. So Saturn's second return. Hey, that's it. I'm going to blame Saturn. I'm going to blame Saturn. Why not?
Hey, if it works, it works. You know,
it works. It works. As long as they don't blame me. No, just.
It's not my fault. It's that they planted out there.
Yeah, the showing plant with his fucking rings. I tell you, what the hell's going on here, folks? You know, you think you're so much better because of your rings. You know, Jupiter's got one, yeah, but he's bigger than you too. Yeah.
Also, I want to ask folks if they could spread this one out too, for a good friend of ours, a good friend of the channel.
Yeah.
He lights the fires every morning, every weekday morning on his channel. And that's our brother Stone Loki.
Stone Loki was my OG BFF.
Mm-hmm.
he has this up for medical expenses. He's been going through a rough deal of his own that he has talked about a little bit on his channel. But if you all could share this one out too, if you could donate, please do.
And I just want to sit back and say, this guy has one of the biggest hearts out there. One of the biggest hearts there can be. And he does stuff behind the scenes to help people out like you can't believe. And a wonderful guy, great guy to stream with. I just don't want to. I want people to help him out. You just don't know exactly how great of a guy this is. He is.
Yeah.
And
Loki is a true brother. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I'm just sitting back saying, I just took care of a potential problem. Just want to let you know.
Yeah, don't worry. If he pops in again, I will.
No, I did the hammer. I ended up doing the hammer. It's that Thor thing, not Marvel Thor either. You think we stupid? You think we can't read? You don't think we have a memory? I'm onto you.
Don't worry. I recognize the name. I was getting ready to deny their requests.
Oh, I was having too much fun. I'm glad you let me.
I think you mean Loki's Moins of Mischiefs.
That is who we're talking about.
Yeah.
He's one of my favorite users.
He's a great streamer, and like I said, he's been dealing with a lot of things.
He actually did. And that Loki had a stream with me back in November of last year.
Nice.
Yeah, as great as a streamer he is, he's even greater human being.
He is.
Really.
Loki is one of those inspirations for a lot of people when it comes to even doing a show like this. You listen to him talk about the things he's been through on this platform, and his advice for people. You could take his advice or you could leave it, but he gives great advice.
Mm-hmm. Better advice than me.
And I really appreciate, Loki, giving us his morning show each and every morning. And, if he's not able to be there, then he's got great people like Adega Outlaw who steps in. Of course, Mike, Mexican Iron Man, steps in. And right now, just like with Barrett and the Long Suffering, Loki needs our help. So if you can, please donate. If you can't, please share this out so that other people can see it and possibly help.
Mm-hmm.
So, who's banging on their keyboard?
Well, that's my toes. I'm typing with my toes. That's why it's kind of bang. No, I don't know who's banging on the keyboard. I think it's Cash. Cash is probably having a Twitter war right now, and he's angry. He's right now on that keyboard in the Twitter.
Well, what happened? I think
you know what really grinds my gears?
Technical difficulties.
Oh, like we're about to make some technical difficulties.
Hey, you want technical difficulty? I'll give you technical difficulty.
Oh, that's rich.
Pop Talk used to be an inspiration, but Baron and Cash had turned it into perspiration.
I don't think so.
Well, you got a little bit to help with that one too, Phil.
That's right, Phil.
You're part of the. You're kind of the unofficial. You're an unofficial
such thing.
You're like the fourth Beatle, the fifth Beatle.
You mean the fifth Beatle, the one that got screwed?
You're the You're the fifth pop talker.
Yeah, yes. You're Pete Best. Okay, you're Pete Best.
Yeah.
You know,
there's always someone getting screwed.
You know, I love the one thing he did. Well, talk about screwing. Pete Best went out there and put an album out afterwards, right? So he put the album out, Pete Best of the Beatles, and people thought it was a Beatles album, but no, it wasn't. It was him. A lot of disappointment there. I mean, talk about trolling. You could take a page out of his book there, Phil. You really could.
No, I felt they did him wrong. They used a lame excuse to get rid of him. But let's be honest. We all grew up in music and mostly bands. They don't always get along. It's not always a democracy. You know.
Van Halen.
Yeah. Poor Mark Anthony. You know, what can I say? That man was
Mustaine with Metallica before. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Genesis.
Well,
I mean,
the one thing I would say about somebody like Jason Newsted, he wasn't an original member, and normally when you replace somebody, they don't get the same rights or even money or anything compared to the person they replaced.
Mm-hmm.
Think it this way: the guy who replaced Jason Newsted got even less of a deal. He only got 2% stake in Metallica. And not a good financial deal compared to what the other three are currently getting. So when you're a replacement, you tend to get the short stick. But what's his name? Mr. Bass with the Beatles wasn't a replacement. He was replaced.
Yeah.
They didn't even give him a second chance or an explanation. And let's be honest, if it wasn't for his mom, the Beatles wouldn't be where they were at.
True.
So,
well, it was, you take a look. What was it? Sammy Hagar taking over in Van Halen. I'm sorry. I mean, I like Sammy Hagar. Don't get me wrong. But, I mean, David Lee Roth was that front man. It was never the same after the big fight between him and Eddie. And, you know, and you take a look at David Lee Roth now. Oh, my God. He looks like he looks rough today, but he was also an EMT for a while in New York.
Yeah, he was.
Just leaving us, folks. Just leaving us. Hey, that's why.
All right, Jed. If you want to go ahead and promote yourself, please do.
Yes, like I said, you can find me at Jetsparks373. Let me type it out in the.
No, I can get your.
Okay, yeah.
Oh yeah,
you can find me at Jetsparks373. I'm not currently doing stuff at the moment. I'm thinking about doing another watch party maybe, but again, I got some stuff behind the scenes that I'm having to deal with, and I'm just kind of not in the mood to really do much in terms of content creation. But all I can say to anyone who is already a subscriber or is thinking about wanting to subscribe to me, just look back through my back catalog. And again, I'm on most social media platforms, Instagram, Twitter, Twitch. So just take a gander at me and just look me up there. And if you want to talk to me about stuff like writing and whatnot, just let me know. And as I said in my channel,
got your link, so let me just put it into the chat for you, brother.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, great having you around, man. Yeah,
always. And as always, I say on my channel, may God, the Force, and the power protect you always. See ya.
Take care, Jets.
See you later.
And I'm also putting Jets links in the private chat just in case anybody wants to go ahead and subscribe to his channel if they haven't already. So here's his link for everybody. And I have them over on the Rumble side as well.
Rumble.
Brandon, you need to go as well.
I'll be going live on my channel in about 18 minutes.
All right. I'll go ahead and grab your link.
Wow, you made it in about 4 hours into our 10-hour broadcast. That's pretty good. Yeah. I know I'm an asshole. No, I'm a hemorrhoid. I irritate assholes. Oh, there we go.
All right, so give me a second to grab all your links.
He's tapping away. This is behind the scenes. I suppose I should pick up the slack or Cash. It's about your time to pick up the slack,
go
man.
ahead and pick up the slack.
Come on, Cash.
Somebody talks.
Cash, come on, man. You got stuff on your mind. Come on. I know you're vibrating there. I know you have it in you. I know that you want to do the infamous.
You know what really grinds my gears?
No, Baron. Nice try.
You want to go out. You want to go out there and talk about something so you can say this.
Hate it.
Nice try, Baron.
Try again. You want to go out there and tell people.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Come on, I know it. I know it.
Nice try, though, Baron. You tried, though. I'll give you credit.
I did. Well, thank you. That's all I ask. I do try. At least, I'm putting some effort in.
You put some effort into it. All right.
I try to do, man. I try to. I'm trying to spotlight you, man. You've been pretty quiet, man. You're like, I like to sit around and listen. It's like, no, you want to sit around and sleep.
No, I'm happy to give you the spotlight, man. It's all good.
That sound of the tapping that we were hearing earlier, that was him, his face on the keyboard, rolling back and forth as he's sleeping, muffling this note.
Definitely not, man.
I bet you turn that camera on, you got a waffle face with letters backwards.
Nope.
You turn that camera on.
All right,
you can try, Baron, but you're failing miserably.
I am putting Brandon's link into the chat right now.
Great.
It will be for 15 more minutes when my special guest shows up.
Nice.
I love special guests. I love special guests.
Pop Talk has had special guests throughout the course of the 3 years. Our next special guest is actually going to be anonymous.
Do 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 do.
What do we do with 1,000? What do we do with 2,000? What do we do with 120 people on your panel?
No, Brandon, that's not possible, and I wouldn't want it.
No.
Your channel probably shut down?
No, it wouldn't be the channel.
The internet was
It'd be too many people on the stream. And thank goodness it's not possible.
No, it's
I probably with that many people, I probably would unsubscribe.
If there were 1,600 people on there, I'd feel like Gina Carano at Disney being told how bad I am. I mean, woo! Let's keep it topical, man. Woo! There we go. But we've had some great guests on here too. I mean, my brother from the mother himself, 24/7 Fusion Media. We're gonna go out there and blow that shit up. We've had Brandon here, the anime guy. We've had who else?
Pat Stevens.
Yeah,
another
great brother.
We've had both Gary and Keith from Pop Culture Minefield here.
Yeah, I love both those guys. They're both great.
Yeah.
Let's see. Of course, we had Arwen and Janet from Another Planet, both lovely ladies, and Arthur Alina, another lovely lady. Yeah, so I mean, we're not a sausage fest, even though I'm more classified as a little smoky compared to the rest of the people here. But that's beside the fest. But we had to break that up a little bit. Little smoky. I'm a little smoky. Yeah.
Little.
Honest.
Sure, Baron.
A little smoky.
Ryan Roger Athay's been a guest.
Oh, yeah. Ryan Roger, that crazy Welshman.
Yeah, Jace has been a guest.
Yeah, yes.
Mm-hmm.
And you had great guests of the wall, the pop legend and king.
You're no longer the king.
You're dethroned, man.
It was wonderful. I was up there for the longest time.
Hey, your troll
inspiring lines.
Your troll bots don't count, Phil.
How do you know the troll bots? How do you know the troll bots? My troll bots were insulted that you called.
Majority of them weren't answering in the chat, Phil. Only 3 people answered that day.
Yeah.
What can I say? They were shy people.
When have trolls been shy?
I know a lot of people are shy and they're trollish. It's easy to hide behind the monitor of your screen.
But we've had great guests like Troy Baselli and Netters Network, Age Boomer. Pops has been a guest. Pop Culture Mechanic has been a guest.
Right.
I mean, yeah. We've been graced. We've been graced by some people that we admire. People that we admire out there. Oh, I have an incoming invasion here. We have another cameo. It's little girl.
I hate cats.
I hate to say it. Well, I hate to say that she doesn't like you either. I mean, she's kind of picky that way. Look at her. Look at this. She is technically orange. I got rid of El Diablo Gato, and somehow this little orange piece came in. But she's nicer and better, aren't you? Yeah. Say hi to everybody. I know what you want. You want your food. Put your murder mittens away. Put your murder mittens away. Here we go. Eat.
When it comes to guests, I was a guest of Apion's last night on The Hill You Die On, talking about Lost in Space. Apion's been a guest on the channel.
Mm-hmm.
And, it's been a lot of fun having different creators on. And again, like I said in the beginning, there are many more I'd like to ask. I just have to actually put it out there and say, would you like to be a guest on the show? And let them know what it's going to be about.
Oops.
What day you had your first ever Pop Talk stream?
It was Tuesday, August 3rd, 2021. And I was talking about Star Trek. I was talking about the Orville. I was taking a look at the Ghostbusters trailer. I didn't actually show the trailer during the stream. I just played some of the audio. And then the Corporeal Life Form popped in. And of course, we've also had the Padawannabe.
Who invited him? Who let him know that we're doing this? Who let him know? It was supposed to be a secret. Who let it out? Phil, was it you?
No,
everywhere.
No, because I would say why. Why?
I'm asking why.
Ask why.
Wait, Padawannabe's turning into Schmeagol? What's going on?
I think so.
I think he might be.
My precious.
No.
My precious.
There's only one person that should shine on a live stream, and that is Matt Richmond. Everybody else is an impersonator and
Richmond.
So
I haven't dealt much with Rissman. I don't know how to copy him. Come on.
I will not let you defeat me, Rissman.
No, Richmond is a legend.
Hey, Cash, does Rissman know I'm a hooligan yet? Am I a hooligan?
I don't know.
Am I a hooligan?
Are you a hooligan?
You're supposed to talk. You're supposed to talk to Rissman about this. You're supposed to say about, hey, is Baron going to be a hooligan? And the same thing with Mike.
You better be careful because
Yeah, I thought you were going to talk about it with him.
And you always want someone to work for him.
Yeah, he's just been busy with stuff. But
Baron, you would have to work overtime.
It's been almost a year since I last came in here. The last time it said the host has blocked you from entering the studio.
Well, there are reasons for that. When people started interrupting and not going by the guidelines that I had set up, I had to take measures. I have never minded that people have come on to the panel, but I do have certain expectations, and one of those expectations is there were a lot of people who would promote themselves when they weren't asked to. So I had to get strict on it.
Mm-hmm.
And
right.
I remember
And this time, my birthday is on the last Saturday of October. I believe that's when you do your open panels.
Well, I don't do them as frequently anymore because of issues that have occurred on open panels.
Mm-hmm.
We've had someone even today trying to cause issues by coming into the panel, coming into the chat. Darren has taken care of it.
Oh, what I miss?
Oh, some wannabe troll.
Into him like a Slim Jim, and he'll never be seen again.
And who has the keys to let people on the panel?
I'm sorry?
Who has the ability to let people on the panel?
Repeat that question once again, because you were breaking up a little bit.
Who has the ability to let people on the panel?
I do.
I gave you a shout out on your email, Mike.
Yes, you already told me about that.
Mm-hmm. Today's guest for me is Brian Hawken.
Awesome.
I have to confess, I'm not familiar with that chap.
Him, just right in the chat. How long was your last Pop Talk stream?
They go for as long as they need to go, and once we're done talking about what we need to talk about, we're done.
Well, yeah, you already asked that question earlier at the beginning of the stream, buddy.
What about
answer doesn't change between now and then, I tell you that. You know? Oh, hey, Weenie. My Weenie's running loose.
Barry.
You want to see my Weenie? You want to see my Weenie?
God, no. Please, dear God.
But as they not,
Here goes the channel. Here goes the channel. No, it's not what you guys are thinking. It really isn't.
Ladies and gentlemen, I expose my Weenie.
That's an interesting name.
No, her name is Duchess, but she's a weenie dog, right? Yeah, aren't you? Huh? Except I think what Norm? Yeah, she does actually. Well, was it Norm Macdonald? Wasn't his dog just called Wiener Dog in that show? I can't remember.
I don't remember.
I know he had a dachshund in there, and I think he called him Wiener Dog or whatever.
The open panels are my favorite videos from your channel is the open panel ones.
Well, unfortunately, due to circumstances that have happened in the past, so I don't do them like I used to.
No, they're my least favorite because of Padawannabe. It's his fault.
If I have the ability, those people will be permanently banned and blocked from your channel.
Bam.
Well, you know, it's not your channel. It's not your StreamYard, so you can't ban them. I have the authority to ban people who get out of line.
Mm-hmm. So does Duchess. She's got special powers, don't you? The derpiest dachshund in the world. See, hi to everybody.
Oh man, that's gonna be the next TikTok content. They're gonna have dog engineers, and all the buttons, instead of saying words, it'll be a stream deck on the ground. Okay, let's go live there, Giggles. Boom.
Didn't they do that? I'm surprised you've been quiet this whole thing. You've been pretty mellow.
Produced by Wiener Dog.
Yeah, that's just. Yeah, right, Weenie? Yeah. She got lots of names. Some I can share on the air.
Well, I'm glad I got here. I wanted to give Mike his flowers.
Drop it in, brother.
Because I wanted to make it. I forgot I was doing a football game with somebody earlier. I was like, oh, crap. That's the same day, same time.
All right. It's all right, man.
Football over this? What the hell's wrong with you?
Man, I don't even get to watch it normally, so I was excited.
No,
it wasn't a great game.
No, is
American football.
Okay, I was wondering if it's football. Football!
Nope.
Okay.
I talked about that early in that.
Football. It's football, Baron. It's the Devil's game.
It is.
Now that the football soccer seems a lot more like NBA Street to me. It's like they do all these tricks and flares and stuff. I'm not interested at all. I didn't have a whole lot of interest before, and it's like I see that and I'm like, oh, I don't care.
I don't want to be. They've always done tricks. What are we talking about here?
Well, I know. But Pele's years are a lot different than Ronaldo's years.
Right. I've never liked. I do not understand the fascination with soccer, aka football.
You know, I don't. I played soccer, and I had people like girlfriends play indoor soccer.
I play bowling every Monday.
Indoor soccer is quite a bit quicker, but I'm still just not interested. I'm not interested.
See? Well, soccer is a gentleman's game played by ruffians. I like to have the ruffians game played by gentlemen. That's called a rugby.
Maybe it's
give me a good rugby match. I'll sit there and watch it.
Maybe it's just not fast because I do enjoy rugby. It can be a little slow. I do love hockey. Love hockey.
Well, then again, you got the difference between the 15s and the 7s. I mean, 7s is high action. I mean, that is constantly going when you're doing rugby 7s. But yeah, the 15s is a little bit longer. Be a little slower. But I still love it. And
Pacific also, when is Cash gonna finally play?
Well, what do you
Evil
know?
West with
My
you?
main guest is in my chat right now.
Well, go ahead and go to your stream, Brandon, and you have a good day. And thank you for hopping on, brother.
Four hours. I've been here for 4 hours.
We're going to be on for another 6 hours. Another 6 hours.
No, Baron, you gotta get the memo. You gotta get the memo. We're going for the rest of the week.
Oh, is this the tattoo
Cool!
stream? Is this finally
yes.
the tattoo stream?
Yeah.
This is a stream.
Yeah,
that never
yeah.
ends,
We're gonna
and
get
leave new
get
people
Baron.
come in. There you go.
We're
With that long,
Baron a tattoo.
I might be able to come back after bed.
It's a joke, Brandon. It's a joke.
So it's when the people take us serious on this show.
My special guest is backstage.
Well, you go take care of him.
Have a good one, Brandon.
Take care, Brandon.
Bye. Say hi from us.
But yes, I wanted to give Mike his flowers, Pacific. I know he'll say that. I want to say thank you, and you know what you've done for your members is great, and you're going to say thank you. So you're welcome for our support. We support you for a reason. I know
do
DJ would say
appreciate
the same things, and some of the other members would all say the same things.
Who's DJ?
So DJ,
Well,
the guy with the white shirt.
I do appreciate your guys' support. That's why, when I came with the perks, first it was just the member streams, but then I thought I wanted to give you guys something more for what you're paying. So that's why I thought, okay, for Stealth as optional members, you can have a video that I upload, even if it is, one of my movie review videos. You can have that 7 days before anyone else, and you can also be on the panel on Pop Talk at the end of the month, because I want to make it worth your guys' while.
It is. Don't worry. Don't. You do fine. You do more than fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. But yeah,
he's okay.
Question.
It's
curious.
It's fine. Everything's fine. How are you?
I am curious. Like I asked, Cash. God, when is Cash gonna play that game with you, man? Evil West?
I don't know. When is Cash Money gonna, get up on his horse and get ready to deal with some vampires? Come on, man.
There's infestation in this here town.
Excuse me. I have a question.
Yes.
Why does how many can you do multi-stream on that Evil West? Just 2 people, or
I
do
think
you
it's
have
just two? Just two, unfortunately.
Just 2? Okay.
Yeah.
I was just curious about that.
I wish you could play with 4 people in that game, and
well,
I'm trying to figure out why.
Nope. Go ahead.
I'm trying to figure out why Space Marine 2 doesn't have 4 people like the original Space Marine.
I don't know why they decided to go with only 3 as an option.
Yeah.
Well, that game. Somebody mentioned it in one of the chats the other day.
Yeah.
Space Marine was very reminiscent of Gears of War. And there was a time when it was like, why is it 3-player and not 4-player? And then it is 4-player eventually. But I'm wondering if it's something with how the game is driving. I'm not sure what that was. Because that is kind of but Destiny made the 3-person co-op real popular. So I don't know. Maybe that was their scheme the whole time. But you guys talking about co-op games.
Yeah.
Not the most popular game, but I've been looking for people to get some Borderlands going because it's 4-player and it's adaptive.
Really?
I wish
up with multiplayer games, MMO. That's the one you're coming up with.
I don't do MMO, and Borderlands was the first shooter that I really that attracted me enough to play it. I'm not Call of Duty and all the other first-person shooter games. I'm not a big first-person game. But this game, I felt, was fun enough just with me playing it. I enjoyed the story and the dialogue. It's like I said when I talked about Borderlands movie. It's like the Mad Max is almost done better in the game Borderlands. That world is just very well done. But Borderlands, all the Borderlands games are 4-player co-op, but it's an adaptive co-op. So, like, even if you play the game, if you play the level differently in single player, the game will adapt to you. So with 4 players, they throw out more enemies, they throw out more difficult enemies, and it's like I've never, 4-player stream would be cool, but it's a niche game. I mean, the first one's a little slow. I thought the second one was good, and all the download content this series has put out has been dynamite. Didn't get into the pre-sequel too much because I just was saturated at that point. I was like, I need a break. And I never played 3.
I think you can agree with me, Mike. One I wish that you could do a co-op or up to 3 or 4 people. Mad Max, that game. I would love to kick Cash's butt in the wasteland and have motorcycles. Have motorcycles along with it.
I would love to have a Mad Max game that was multiplayer, and as I've mentioned to you before, what was missing in the 2015 game was motorcycles.
Right.
So I'm wondering which one is probably the newer Mad Max, but I heard something about this the other day. Somebody was interviewing Laszlo from old Rockstar years and all the GTA games and all that stuff, and they were talking about Mad Max. And I guess the guy's idea was he wanted to make an animated series to complement the game and to complement the movie and have it be this multimedia world. But whatever production company said, we're not going to do that. So I guess the game, like he abandoned the game and they made the game from his notes.
I mean, the game is damn good. And they did tie it in with a comic book series. I think the game is better than the movie myself. It has much more of that feel of Mad Max. I just wish they'd, this is the 2015 game or whatnot. I just wish that it wasn't so abandoned. That game has so much potential. I know there's some mods that put some modded stuff in there for looks to make it feel sometimes like the more of the 80s, Road Warrior with logos and such. But I love that game. It was my first purchase on Steam, and I got it for when it was cheap. It was like really dirt cheap. It's like, oh, what the hell with it? Oh,
remember, I get that comment when I was playing the game. Why are you playing a 9-year-old game? I'm playing this 9-year-old game because this 9-year-old game still holds up.
It kicks ass. Yeah, a lot of these old games. I think that's. I think a lot of people are finding that too. These older games, people are starting to migrate towards them. And thank God that Steam has these available. And it's like before I came on the show, I was just thinking around on after church services. So I was thinking around on the YouTube, and one guy was doing Sid Meier's Pirates, which is I don't know how old of a game. But boy, does that look interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's got that older graphics of the, of that time and all that, but it's like, oh, this looks like a fun game. And I noticed it's like $10. Maybe down the road I might be interested enough to get it. But I like seeing, I love seeing when people do play old games like that. And it's like
when you go to Steam, and I will always tell people this: when you're buying older games on Steam, just because you buy a game from them does not mean that game first is going to stay there.
Right.
And lose the game. Second of all, there's no guarantee the game's going to work.
True.
When they did Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, the first game, there's a known bug. They fixed it years ago, but the Steam version doesn't have the fix, so you have to put a mod in. And you figure the company itself, I believe it was, I forget the name they made the first KOTOR game, BioWare.
Yeah,
BioWare. It was like a month or two after the fix, it was implemented. And it starts out in the very beginning when you start the game. And the very first, as soon as you go out the door, there's a spot where everybody will crash. Well, they fixed it. That's the thing. They fixed it like a couple months after the release. And here we are in 2024. You can still buy the game on Steam, but you're buying the one with the bug.
Right. Well, see, my trick is I get the games when they're really super inexpensive, and I consider, you know what, I'm renting this game for, if it goes for years, I've got, it's like going down to Blockbuster and renting a game out there. That's why I don't want to dump huge monies into a game on Steam necessarily. That's why I wait for the sales.
I'm with you on the sales. I wait for the holidays, and then I'll get the game. Like normally, you'll see a game. I don't know. Pick one that's out right now, And by the time Thanksgiving comes along, you'll get it for a third of the price. Might have to wait a little while, but you get it cheap.
I mean, I got it. I haven't played it yet, but I picked up Squadrons, Star Wars Squadrons. I know that game has issues, but you know what? It was for $2. I figured, $2? What the hell? You really can't compare it to what? I think normally it's going for like $34, $35, maybe $40 when it's not on sale. And that's where I got most of those games. I mean, my library is so huge because, I got the Fallout series games being was so cheap. And that's what I wait for, and I figure, okay, I'm playing these games. I have that attitude. Okay, it's a rental thing. I hope I go before they go. That's the way I'm going at it. Then I get a good rental price. But if it's like $5, okay, I'll drop a $5 and consider it like going to Blockbuster. That's the mentality I have.
Just remember, some people don't know what Blockbusters are.
Well, back in the age when the mammoth roamed around here and we started fires by striking two rocks together, there was this place called Blockbuster. And you went there for entertainment because, our TVs were hand cranked and we're not connected to anything. So we had to go and get these devices and put into these to watch and entertain ourselves.
What do you mean hand crank? I had to run on a wheel to get a good reception.
I had 2 guinea pigs and a hamster running mine.
Well, you're talking about up here in Minnesota. We're a little bit slower if you know, don't you know? So I got my card somewhere still too. If I get carded at a bar, I just throw that out.
But I'll tell you, if for like co-op type games, I'm even down. Like I'll throw down on some PGA Masters. I'll play some golf. I'll do a foursome of golf. That's a real term. There's no phrasing. It's real.
Yeah. As you're washing your balls out there, too. You have the ball wash with your... can I play through? Yeah.
I haven't played a sports video game since, 2010. And that was the last time I watched any real sport.
I was trying to think of that. Like the last football game I took serious was Quarterback Club 94 on the N64.
I did like that. I did like the thought of that one game.
Brett Favre.
NFL coach. The NFL coach was pretty cool. That was one of the last games I played when it comes to sports. But
golf and racing, I still love golf and racing. Golf for some reason, I don't know why. I just do.
I don't know.
I think you're an EA Sports fan playing video games.
Well, back when it was I mean, Madden Bowl in high school when Madden came out on the Sega Genesis.
That was technical. Come on, get it right. Technical
we had Madden.
Not Madden.
We had Madden when I was in high school.
Well, you had Madden, but it was no Madden Bowl. It was John Madden.
No, we made a Madden Bowl. We would grab all the guys after practice. We're like, who's coming over for Madden Bowl? And we would just tournament. We would tournament until the Super Bowl. Everybody, we'd have 6 to 10 people over, and everybody gets their team.
First Madden came out, you only had 12 teams, and you couldn't. It wasn't allowed to use the official NFL names.
No, it wasn't.
No. But the game that was actually ahead of its time was Technical. You couldn't even find that game in stores. That was one of the first football games. Even that people from the NFL loved that game. So, but I love John Madden. I was one of the first people that had the adapter. You can put 4 controllers in.
Yeah, I did not have a Sega. I did not have it.
Yeah.
I was still Nintendo. I was Nintendo.
Well, that explains a lot.
Yeah, it does.
Until the GameCube came out. And then my brother got the GameCube. I was like, I think it's time for a PlayStation 2.
I never did Nintendo. I was an Atari. Then I went to ColecoVision. And then I went straight to Sega.
You don't know how much I wish I had a ColecoVision. I had the Atari. I still got my Atari. It's right up there. My Atari 26. Actually, it's the Sears version, the Telegames. But it's the same thing. But when ColecoVision came out, I wanted one of those. I knew people had it, so at least I played their machines when I went over their place. But I thought that was spectacular. I never cared much for Intellivision. Mattel's Intellivision.
There was a system that was very hard to get, and a lot of people wanted it, but they couldn't find it, was the 3DO. And a lot of people had to buy it over from Japan and had it shipped over. because people wanted to play it, but for some reason they didn't make enough consoles for that system.
I could remember going into Toys R Us. You'd always see the demo unit for the 3DO, but you would never see that they had any in stock.
Nope.
You know, it's too bad that the gaming crash happened at that time. I wish the Atari, what was it, 54 or 50? Yeah, 5400.
5400 had the wide cartridges, and the 78 had the 2600 size.
Yeah, and I wish that would have better of a chance because the graphics were a lot better. It started looking like the arcade games, and I tell you the one thing I loved, and I still wish I had it. I'm still mad at my mom for giving it away. My VIC-20. I know everyone talks about the Commodore. Oh, sorry about that. There's just Commodore 64, but I loved my VIC-20, and it played games on there damn good.
Well, I did have a 2600 for a little bit. Realize it's not really ours. Okay. Then I did have a 7800 for a little bit. But most of the time in elementary school, I had the tabletop ones where you put the batteries in the bottom and it was very, like bink, 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 like not even smooth animation. But I had like Q*bert and Pac-Man and Ms. Pac-Man and Defender and then
you mean all the games
several
they used to sell at KB Toys
or Radio Shack. You get the off one. Like I had 4 or 5 of those ones you buy from Radio Shack, and they're not any game in particular. They're just some random arcade game. But that was my big thing when I probably had a dozen of those things. I loved Frogger on that. But then I did get an N64, probably 5th or 6th grade. So there was an adult, somebody didn't want it anymore. My mom's like, "Oh, I'll take it." So I did that. Nice. So the first NES, the NES, the SNES, N64, I went through those, and it was just like, okay, I've played renditions of the same games many times, and PlayStation 2 came out, and it was pumping out games. It had like 40 games on release, so got PlayStation, and I got sold on. This is where golf started. Like I played Mario Golf, loved Mario Golf and Mario Tennis, but then Tiger Woods Golf and Gran Turismo. Oh my gosh.
The only thing I liked about the PS2 that I said the other PSs don't have, well, it stopped with the PS3, backward compatibility.
Yeah.
When they stopped making
the early PS3s, as long as they were the 60 gigabyte PS3, had backwards compatibility.
You could play PS2 and PS1 games on that version of the PS3. But what they call the slim model, no, you only can play.
Yeah, they took it out. Yeah, you can only play PS1 games on the slim.
And I think that hurt PlayStation more than they were looking at a financial benefit. But I think that hurted them more in the long run because there are people that would say, I have a PS2. I have a PS3. If I got a PS3, why do I need the PS2 if it's backward compatible? And you would keep that window open. They might still buy the games if it wasn't released, which you have to remember sometimes games weren't re-released on the PS3 from the PS2.
No.
What's licensed on one console isn't always licensed on the next generation console.
Right. I think backward compatibility is an important thing because, again, like you were saying, some games are not going to be transcribed over to the new system. And people don't. It's like I don't want to have all these consoles. And I still want to play this game.
Yeah, and I can remember when the Super Nintendo came out, and I wanted to get one, and I would ask my mom and dad. My mom's question was, "Well, can you play your old games on this new console?" I said, "No." She says, "I'm not buying it for you."
Same thing with the Atari. It's like, well, why should we get an upgrade? You already got this Atari game. All that. I think backward compatibility, especially if it's something you don't ever plan on bringing on to the next generation, you should have that because it'll only keep your interest going. People will go, okay, I will go for that new one as long as I know I can play this game on there.
Well, that's why it was so nice. Like, even though you're paying more money for a console, with the first version of the PS3, you got PS3, PS2, and PS1 games. I mean, that was amazing.
Who said that earlier? You said that earlier. See,
I don't know.
Making
No one said anything about this earlier. No one said that. You know, Cash, you never listens to the show.
No, I just came back. I'm just saying that. I'm just emphasizing it that I'm just the backwards compatibility and stuff. The problem is with Sony is that after the PS4, like, okay, you guys want to keep pushing exclusives, which I don't know is the best idea, but you want to keep pushing exclusives, and well, the PS4 still had a number of exclusives that I would say is worth owning the console for. But the PS5, there's only been a few. And like Mike did it, he got rid of his PS4 because it went bad, and he got a PS5, which makes sense. And he can play a lot of his PS4 games on there. But in terms of like for the PS5, only the exclusives, like where are they? I mean, I think it would be great if a lot of people would say, let's bring a lot of these franchises back that made people happy. So
they're not there on this current generation.
Exactly.
You look at the Xbox X and S, you look at the PS5, and that greatness, that next level of games, it's not there.
And Xbox never made me confident in the slightest to get rid of my 360.
Yeah,
as many games as I have, and as many games, like, there is way more backward compatibility than there was before. But the whole idea that I have to eat up space on my new Xbox One just to play the game, where I can put it in the 360 and just play it.
Right.
That alone, still, like, that's why I stayed with Nintendo for so long. Hate loading times. And now, God, you can't escape it.
No. I mean,
that takes me out of a lot of games. It's like, oh, that race I raced in 3.5 minutes, and I'm sitting through a 1 minute loading screen.
Well, remember back when the PS1 first came out, some of those loading screens would last a good long time. Like,
and that's why I went with the 64. I pre-ordered the 64 so early. In fact, I used to go and get gift cards every month, and people were like, how did you afford it? Like, people started questioning. They're like, why aren't you paying rent? You're buying video games. And it's like, do you know how, like, for the last 6 months, I've basically been making payments on this thing. It's like, I had all my stuff, but they were just, it's like, how did he buy this? And it's like, what are you talking about? I actually worked my butt off. The first console I could ever purchase on my own, and I
listen
went
to
all
him.
out.
He's trying to get sympathy. I went
all out.
I had to work so
but
hard.
It's like, you get a system, you get the extra controller, you get the extra games, because it didn't really come with a whole lot. No. I mean, the N64, I think, was one controller, and was it just the one, like, you got Pilot Wings or something with it? Like, it wasn't even Super
either
Mario.
Pilot Wings or... I thought later releases of the console did have Super Mario 64 as the pack-in, but I mean, you also think about, in the 90s, when, Nintendo and Sega both would just sell the core system. You just get the game console and the controllers. You wouldn't get the game with it.
And how hard is that to sell to your parents? Can I get this console? Oh, I need a game too. And they were, even the NES games were what, $40 brand new? I remember when my friend wanted RC Pro-Am so
40,
bad.
When you get to a certain age back in our day, me and Baron, of course, and you wanted to save up money, you know what you did? You went out there and threw some newspapers.
Or mowed lawns or babysat.
Mowed lawns.
Whatever, man.
You did chores. You did chores to earn allowance. And
sell cans.
It was easy for me to make babysitting money.
That difficult to buy a system, even as a 14, 15-year-old kid.
No.
Back in the day. It's more expensive now than it is if you're matching dollar for dollar.
Back then, your parents would help you network. They're like, hey, my son's willing to do work if you're willing to trade money for it. They would pimp him out like a new school landscaper.
If you want something, you go out there and you work for it. First job I had was a paper route.
Man.
I did newspaper route for a good 2 years. And then after that, when I was old enough to able to get a job, I went ahead and got a job. And I went to school and I worked. That's how I was able to afford to get a car. But when, especially that I love to play video games, and I wanted to buy video games, and they were even back then, $50. And this is right
just a
before there
video
was
game.
any electronic boutique, what we call today GameStop.
Oh, that was my favorite store. GameStop. Electronic Boutique was my store.
So
Electronic Boutique before that, Funko Land, which was bought out
yes,
by GameStop.
Funko. God,
The thing is, with
Funko
some
Land.
GameStop, if they had good management and good employees there, you would be happy to take their advice, and you could get some good trade-ins as well.
Mm-hmm.
But then other times, not so much. I remember one time I turned in 5 or 6 PS3 games, and they told me how much money I got. I was like,
would you get $10 cash?
No, it was like 5 or something. It was bad. It was not good.
The trick
I never
to the
did
trade,
that again.
The trick to the trade was never trade your games in for cash. The trick to
Always
the trade
credit.
when you're trading in a system or you were trading in video games, trade it towards another game.
Yeah,
that's what I did.
I did that. I did
credit.
that the second time with the Destiny. So yeah, I got a pretty good trade in for that, and I was like, all right, well that balanced out pretty good. But no, I never did the trade ins again, and I can't blame the people at the store. They're not the CEO. They aren't the ones who decided to go with that.
Look what happened when Cash's parents traded a game for cash. Look what they got right there.
Oh boy.
Well, that's how I got my
You know,
Xbox 360 after my PlayStation 2. Is I did trade-ins for store credit. I knew that trick.
That's weird. What happened? Okay.
And I took a not a garbage bag, a grocery bag, brown paper bag full of video games. Very organized. Took them all in there. Was able to buy an Xbox 360 in one game. Then I was like, okay, I haven't played my PlayStation 2 since I got my Xbox 360, so maybe I should take that in. So I took the console and the rest of my games in, filled up another grocery bag full of stuff, took it in. The only thing they wouldn't take was my Guitar Hero junk, but then I got 2 games and an extra controller. And this was back when you could get more than $5 for a game. Like there was a few games I was getting $8 and $10 for because they were in such good shape. I just laughed at the guy. He's like, I've never seen stuff in such good shape. And I just laughed and said, half that stuff I have is used.
Well, now, GameStop is closing down a lot of their stores. And so we're going to see if they do anything with this whole retro thing. But as people keep pointing out, even analysts, that you need to make the prices reasonable. They can't be overpriced.
There's too many GameStops. You don't need a GameStop in your area unless, say, you had 10 shopping centers and 1 mall. You don't need 11 GameStops within a mile or 2 miles.
Yeah.
Of each
And
shop.
now online, they're making like kind of retro stores. Like there's a company that I get ads for all the time. Just everything up to like N64 handhelds and consoles. They refurbish and sell it, and they buy and sell all this kind of stuff. And it's like, that's what it's going to be. You're like, I want this console. I can just go to an online store that specializes in it. They can actually give me real review information. And they actually, and this company actually takes the batteries out of old Game Boy games and changes them. They're like, learn how to change your batteries, learn how to solder. You'll save yourself a lot of time. I was like, that's so smart, though. Finally, somebody's doing that. And these are gamers doing it, not just people. They're like, we can make money.
Well, it used to be that they used to go to a KB store and all their little handheld video games were 9-volt batteries.
Yeah.
And the company down to a couple, if you're in the mall where most of your KBs were, you were 2 stores away from a Radio Shack. And where did everybody go get their batteries?
Radio Shack.
But honestly, like, I didn't know they put batteries in Game Boy cartridges. I didn't know. I was like, the Game Boy's got batteries. Isn't that how it runs? Like, that was a new thing. I didn't know that those games could run out. I did not know those games could run out until people started posting it kind of over the past few years.
Yeah, once the batteries run out and those cartridges, then there go all your saves.
That's so crazy too, because it's like to not know that. Like I said, why would I think the cartridge needs a battery if the consoles, the handheld console, it was just very surprising. But it's like, oh, it doesn't. It makes sense. Why would they give us anything?
It's so funny, like all the stuff of the Game Boy and the Game Boy accessories, the light that you buy when you go on vacation.
Stuff, dude. I had all the crazy stuff.
Even playing those games that are not even color are still fun because that's what games are supposed to be, fun. And I think in a lot of ways we've lost that, unfortunately. They're more full of nonsense than being fun.
Maybe
some are still
alone.
fun. Some are still fun, but
maybe I'm alone. Some of the games I can go back and play, but going back to 8-bit and 16-bit is so tough for me. But I think it's because we lived through that. It's like, this is all I had for so long. I was so thankful when better stuff came out.
So 1-bit was hard on you when me and Baron were playing with not a bit, 12 megs games. There are Atari cartridges going in there. We had less than you. You ever seen Atari graphics?
Not megs, man.
Man,
They're like dashes.
Growing up as a very young
dots.
kid with the Atari 2600, it's like, but there's still games on there like Pitfall that are still worth playing to this day.
I'm surprised you actually played games in black and white.
Yeah.
Some games are timeless.
You might be able to watch some black and white TV shows and movies.
Like, dude, I could easily go back.
We had a Mac 2, which was black and white. I mean, I grew up with black and white and then color. So,
well, actually, I grew up with green screen. I had an Apple IIe, and we had the green screen. It was hard for me to play the games when somebody had a color monitor because they were so expensive. To see the game in color, it just didn't seem right to me. It's like, no, I'm used to the green screen, man. Come on, man.
And that
green screen's a bad dude.
It must have something to do with having been raised through the era and playing some games all the way, enough. You play them enough and you're like, oh, I'm kind of done with this. But there are like, pretty much probably any rollerball game or knob game like Tempest, Centipede, Crystal Castles. I can get into those ones real easy. And those aren't even graphically advanced. Like even like 1942 looks so much better than that. And those are like those classic arcade style games I can get into because it's that continues to get a little bit harder, a little bit more challenge, and it's almost instincts and reaction time from playing the game. You feel so accomplished doing something you didn't do before, It's yeah.
Back in our day, we used to have something called an arcade.
Hey, me too.
Yeah.
What's that?
But our arcade, you know what was classified as an arcade?
Oh, I still have to get that.
Our arcade, Baron, tell them, was pinball machines, air hockey, and maybe a basketball.
I've used all those.
That was because you were.
Oh, dude, you are forgetting the number one staple. You're forgetting the number one staple. Skee ball.
Remember going to places?
Not every store.
Yeah.
Not every arcade was able to have that.
I remember going.
They had pinball machines, and you had to be skilled with your pinball.
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
And
back when they didn't tilt
and tilt the game, tilt the machine.
No, I don't think so, Phil. Nice try.
Yeah.
And real quick, guys, I just want to say hello to Tim. And yes, Tim, we did see the news earlier. We actually did talk about it a little bit. And
yeah.
Who died now?
No, it was another assassination attempt on.
Oh, wow, really?
Okay.
Donald Trump. I'll have to do some catching up.
Yeah, but as you can see, you really sound about as surprised as we are because we knew it was, it's not if, but when.
It was another possibility, unfortunately, yes.
But this time, Doris, the lunch lady, was on the game, so threw her spatula at the guy and took him out, and it was spectacular. And then she went and made pizza for the rest of the guys.
You guys, oh man,
there wasn't there on the detail today.
Did you guys ever go to a place like Skateland and then you have like there was a birthday party after you went skating on the rink and
we had hold up. Are you meaning ice skating or roller skating?
Roller skating.
Roller skating.
My place was called Cal Skate.
You
I've
actually roller skated,
Yeah,
Money?
of course. I've done rollerblading.
I had.
I didn't necessarily roller skate. I more along the lines of fell on my ass.
I want everybody here to take a moment and think
Oh,
about
boy.
this. Cash Money was at a roller rink, and
Yeah.
it's a classic that some point in time during the day, that roller rink, they're going to do the hokey pokey. Can anybody say they can feature Cash Money doing the hokey pokey?
If I was a teenager in the 70s or the early 80s, I would be at the roller rink every weekend. That would have been the spot.
We used to get school trips to the roller rink.
Well, they turned the Trebek family bought that area, or they had to own it before, and they decided to turn it into a shelter for homeless people. So, but it was around many years.
So you have homeless people roller skating around in their lifter spirits.
I have no idea.
Playing disco music and playing
I doubt it. I think
decades-old arcade games.
Having them iron-on T-shirts with the glitter cash.
Those are the best.
Yeah, there
the
you
only
go.
reason I hated those shirts is they didn't stretch.
No, and if they did stretch, your iron-on would break off. You know.
Then in the back room there were tables for birthday parties and stuff, and then I remember playing Mortal Kombat a lot. Yeah, the original Mortal Kombat. Is great.
And then he went and played it on the actual game instead of doing it in real life. So I mean,
no,
I still got from the late 70s Star Wars iron-ons that still works today. It isn't like the classic iron-on. You do one time, throw it away. These are repeatable Star Wars. There's like 10 of them from scenes from the original movie. And that iron-on, you can keep on going and going and going.
Well, it's just like, and I know we brought this up before. I mean, you had the Simpsons arcade game. That was a lot of fun. Of course, Turtles in Time, which was a lot of fun. The fighting game, Street Fighter 2. I mean, I will always say this, that us growing up, a lot of us, we were spoiled by a lot of things. They were coming at us left, right, center, whatever. And from Nintendo Power Magazine to arcades, all kinds of things. We didn't need phones. We didn't need this other stuff to entertain ourselves. That's for sure.
The magazines for gaming magazines didn't come out until like the late 80s, early 90s. We didn't have that.
Oh, the hell with that. We had them in the early 80s. I remember Atari Age magazine.
We didn't have none of that. We didn't have none of that.
Atari Age, and that had to do with the 2600. There was stuff, but it wasn't huge. I even found my book on how to play Pac-Man. Because Pac-Man was so big, it's like it tells you how to go through the mazes so you can get to the top level. And
that's right.
I remember in the Atari box, when you opened it up beside the instruction, they had this one little piece of paper. If you want any news or updates on this game or future games, fill this mailing thing out. Kind of similar like it was in the comic book if you wanted monkey, what do they call them? The monkey sea monkeys. You want to order some sea monkeys, pop open the comic book. There's always a page there. They had a sea monkey advertisement, Army Man advertisement.
X-ray glasses.
You know,
I'm trying to remember how I got my Atari Age, because it was sent to me. And I think there's still some over at my folks' house. I tried to keep them all too, believe it or not. But I know I saw one, a while back. But the Atari, I'm trying to remember, was it through, because it came from Atari, basically. It was to promote their own products, but yeah, it was, so we had that. I remember when Tron came out, there was a computer/video game magazine. They were talking
about light cycles. Yep.
Right, but no, I'm talking about the movie, and they're talking about behind the scenes. But it was a computer/gaming magazine. So we had a few back then, but nothing like what happened, as you're saying, Phil, as you went in towards the latter half of the decade. And
we got, like I said, when you opened up back in the day a gaming package, like you got your cartridge, you got the game manual, not like you do today where you don't
not a leaflet,
and there was another piece of paper, and another piece of paper folded out and says, for example, for Atari, I remember exactly what it said. You fill this out if you would like to have more information on this game and future games from Atari. So they put you on a mailing list. That's pretty much what they did. That was mailing list was very big back in our day.
Oh yeah, Pablo, Colorado.
Yeah. Well, that's why I'm so happy that even younger generations are still discovering the NES. There's still people playing the Atari. There's still people wanting to buy arcades cabinets. Excuse me.
Yeah,
I keep seeing
I would say
arcade.
we had the best advertisement, and that was word of mouth.
Yes.
My friend had this great system and great game, told me about it, who told somebody else about it, would tell somebody else about it. Because 9 times out of 10, as a kid, you're not getting any of that on television.
Yep.
You know, you're getting more from your friends. You know?
Right.
Now, I can remember in the late 80s and early 90s, there was an explosion. You could go places. You can go to the local magazine store, and there'd be a ton of magazines.
Oh, I remember that on the back of the Atari
you go to the
box.
newsstands area. Yep.
Atari Age magazine right there. Let's take. I mean, this was a go-to right there. And let me see this. Are you going to work with me? And there, right away when you go in there, I remember this interview about Atari Age interviews Pac-Man. This was a fun. I don't know how many. This is like a. I mean, remember this robot? I remember that robot.
Is that like the Omni something?
Yeah, kind of something like this. I'm trying to see. Can I see a date on this one? This is.
I remember Robbie the Robot and Robbie Jr.
1982. Atari News, 1982. So you had some back then. I mean, it was kind of. Look at that, man. This is stuff that excited us. There's
you guys. I have to tell you, I shop at Costco and they're selling those video game cabinets with like 40 games in them.
I want one.
I'm like, I want one so bad.
What was the price of that about?
It's like $600.
Yeah, I've seen 600 to 800. Oh, there we go. I wanted one of these so bad. Oh.
I've always wanted the cab that I remember back in the day. They used to make cabinets and you could put your console in it. And I was like, that would be so cool to have the buttons and the joystick on any of these new games.
We should give challenges to some of the people like Paul and say, hey, Paul, I got a challenge for you. How about you play the Atari 2600 Indiana Jones game? See how long you last.
God.
Yeah, for real.
That wasn't the best game. It wasn't the best game, though.
Those are good ones. Those are good ones, though. I've actually been wanting to
2600 Pitfall.
Yeah, such a great.
Because I've actually been wanting to go grab a couple old N64 memory cards and make ghosts, like run the Mario Kart 64 tracks, make ghosts, and send them to Matt Cave, who does the retro game. It's like, here's some content, can you beat me? And if they do, send it back. Save your ghost, send it back to me. And then I'll stream the same thing. Just some ideas like that would be fun.
Worst game ever. But take a look. They have the sneak peek, right? Sneak peeks. Home video games. Evo Auto is coming. Of course, if you obviously know what it was. They don't say what the name of the game was, but if you know who Evo Auto, they're talking about Berserk, man.
Oh, I love that game.
Right.
Berserk, I love that.
Yeah, that was the bouncing head. I played that game to death on my Atari. And then
the Cylons on there, kind of.
Yeah. Basically, the dime, what we call today the Cylons from Timo. But talk about this game right there. I mean, this is 1982, and I started sitting back saying the Army went nuts over this game.
Tank Attack.
Yeah.
Like that?
Yeah. Battlefield.
And that was the one you looked through the scope.
Yes.
That one was way cool. The arcade game was so cool.
Yes. And the Army was buying them up for the people to do their tank trading. I mean, look at it. It's just Vector graphics. Yeah, exactly. Oh, there's the numbers.
An old arcade game that the Navy used and bought up from the arcade. And I'm talking arcade style where you stand up and you play a gunner and you literally have a gun, similar kind of like you would be on a ship. And your job is to shoot down the planes at Pearl Harbor. I forget the name, but it wasn't video technology. They used that little ribbon thing that used to go around and it had the pictures up there. You know what I'm talking about, Baron?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. They used to have that one, and there was another one. And these are older arcade games that came out like in late 50s, 60s. because
like new
even
oscilloscope
back then-
technology.
Yeah.
Even back then, again, most of even if you can find there was a baseball game where you had one little flipper, and the thing will pitch it to you, and you would hit it. It was still a pinball they were using, but they tried everything to make different type of arcade style games.
I forgot about this game, Haunted House on Atari. I forgot about that game.
I played that one. I'm not sure. I played a lot of other ones on Atari. I don't
On the
think
2600?
Yeah, I don't know if I played Haunted
I don't
House.
think I ever played this game either.
You say that, and I remember seeing that name like on the end of cartridges. I don't think I ever played it because at that time I'm only going to play stuff I'm familiar with.
Right.
And
let me
and ET, stands alone as it's the pinnacle of horribility. But Superman was hard too.
Yeah, it was. That was a hard game. And, we're talking about prices for games, right? Take a look at this. Basketball was $22, $23. This is $23 as well as bowling. Right. And at that time, that was a hell of a lot of money. Superman, we're just talking about that. That was $32. Adventure, I saved my money up. I remember I saved up $30 to get Adventure because that was the closest we could get to a video game, Dungeons and Dragons.
One of the few games that on the Atari that I did beat Adventure, but I did not know about the secret stuff.
Atari.
Oh, you didn't know about that?
I did not know about that.
That was the first game to have what they called an Easter egg. That was.
Do you remember Keystone Capers?
Yes, I remember that.
The game was so much fun.
Oh my goodness!
Look at this. AC
combat
adapter.
though, dude.
Look at that AC adapter price.
Yeah,
I know things were just
back in the day when you could go to Radio Shack and buy that plug collection and give you adapters for all your devices.
Now you look at that AC adapter and it says $9.95.
Yeah,
and you ask yourself, what was the minimum wage back then? Maybe $3, $4.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, these games were expensive. I mean, we look at it now, it's like, what? But, Asteroids was $38, as was Defender. Base War, Yars Revenge, 31. I mean, I got these games.
Oh, Yars Revenge.
I don't know how, but my parents got these games.
I did not understand Yars Revenge completely, but I could not put it down.
Tank Battle. I mean, what was that little collection of the things with the
Combat?
Tank Battle Combat.
Yeah.
That was the best.
Yeah.
Airplane and tanks.
Yeah, see that combat game,
Gunslinger.
even though it was rebranded a different name, but that combat game came with the telegames, so I didn't have to get that. But Pac-Man was $38.
And was not Pac-Man. And was not Pac-Man at
Pac-Man.
all.
That's why I bought that book.
Bonk, bonk,
Yeah.
bonk. Pew, 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 pew. It was so off.
And that's why I bought that book. I thought, Pac-Man's coming to the Atari. I'm going to get ready for it. And it's like, this isn't Pac-Man. But the thing is at that price, $38. That was a hell. I think my dad played that game harder than me. Honestly.
You mentioned those old strategy guides, and I begged my mom. I saw it at a store one day, and I was like, I can't believe they have. But it was like 20 arcade games. So it had like Donkey Kong, like the strategy, the best way to get through the path, and Q*bert and all. I was like,
Q*bert was always.
They actually have ways to beat it. Like I always thought it was just random. Like how, and they were like, no, there is a way. You do it fast enough. You do it right. You do it this way. And it was like, whoa.
You had to know how things went. That's how the guys that were so good at the game, they cracked the code. Okay, this I have to do this on this level. I have to do this on this level. It was like the guy that was on Press Your Luck, and he was able to figure out the how the board went, and just kicked ass. He didn't do anything illegal. He didn't do anything illegal.
You
but
walk into the arcade and you see this guy on some level of Dragon's Lair you've never seen before, and he's not he just played. You're like, what? I've never seen it. How does he know how to do this?
I hated
It's
that
a lot
game.
of those games are a lot of trial
So
and error.
much memory.
Yeah.
I bought the collection, the trilogy one with Space Ace, and I played
Yeah,
that
Space
recently.
Ace.
And I said, you know what? Is this game supposed to make you rage? And I was like, okay, if I
Yes.
go
Yes.
this way, I go this
Yes.
way. I don't go this way. I go up here.
And it doesn't even cue you every time.
No,
like it
doesn't.
teaches you, oh, there's gonna be a cue, and half the times there's no cue.
You can spend so many hours just saying, "Oh, if I go to this one path in Space Ace, I can find a way to get through it." No, you can't.
This
You
is
have to
where we
always go
learned.
this path.
This is where we learned the early button mashing. This game only had one button, but you get to a spot and you just shake that controller, left, right, up, down, button.
Right.
Which one worked? Okay, that's what I do.
You know, the one thing I also have to point out too is the amazing artwork they put into the video games, and of course the
all hand.
presentation. I
Everything
mean, look
by
at this. These are computer boards, but they made it look like spaceships. Man, that's cool.
This is why there's no good comic book artists anymore.
Amen.
There's a few, but not many.
You want to see a good gaming box artwork? Put in there Atari Disney's Black Hole that they made the video game for. That one was awesome. I didn't care for the game, but the artwork on it will blow you away.
Disney's Black Hole, is that like just guessing the future or what?
That was that was a movie, Black Hole.
I know,
Black Hole.
I
Yeah,
know.
but I'm not familiar with the game. I have to confess. But hey, look at this. Kuwait can't wait for Dodgem Championships. I mean, and
look who's in the picture. Look who's in the picture.
I was going to say, look who's there for you. Look at that. Who's that?
And this was back in the day. That face is known everywhere. And there's some countries people didn't even have television, but you sold up an image of that, they knew who Pelé was.
Well, you know what was even more important is Atari had Pele's Soccer. I mean, I do have that game, Pele Soccer, because he was the face. And I got the first 3 issues. I
had that one, Atari Force, the story behind how they went in the past and all that good stuff.
No, they didn't go in the past. No. This is not time travel story.
They wanted their future. There was a planet they went to that was destroyed. But
well, what happened because I just recently read it. I love this series. I even told Mike Barron because Mike Barron took over writing the actual DC series that came afterwards. But basically, Earth is basically is dying. They have to find a new place to go to, and they get this team, the Atari Force, to go searching, and they're flying on a ship called Scanner 1, which is shaped like the Atari symbol. But what's amazing, even though it's Atari, they weren't doing the mindless plugging of it. Yeah, you had the symbols and stuff like that. Atari stood for in fact Atari Technical, but it was actual name for that Atari that is spelled out with. So it wasn't a total, what would you say, I don't know, what product placement type thing. But in the first 3 issues, they're going out. They had 5 issues for the video games, and that's them trying to find New Earth. And then when they came back with DC, which was also named one of the 10 best comics of the year, the Atari Force series, basically it's the Dark Destroyer, who's trying to destroy. He's got a grudge against Martin Champion, who's that main character. Spoiler alert, this lady next to him. Oh, I went the wrong way. Sorry, I need to, oops. I'm okay, there we go. I have to do this to the right one. The lady next to him here became his wife and later died in childbirth. Of course, she is Irish. She's Irish and Chinese, and she marries this guy who's an Indian, and he's a pacifist. He won't do anything to harm anybody. He's the doctor. And their goal is, so they picked up the other series like 20 years after. He's old and bitter. He lost his wife. He's estranged from his son. They had a daughter, and she went out and became a mercenary and was hanging out with a guy by the name of Blackjack. Then they introduced other characters like Pack Rat and Babe and a few others. But basically, it's the future, and this Dark Destroyer who has a grudge against Martin Champion because of this series disrupting his conquest. And he wants to destroy the universe that they're in. It's a multi-universe thing, but they don't harp on it. And he has a black, basically a antimatter bomb he was going to blow up the universe with, and to try to get it because he's got a grudge. It's a great series. If you can find the comics, I'm talking about even the DC ones because they do brush over and give you a history of this. It's a great series, a wonderful series. Lasted 20 issues and one special. And if DC wanted to do their version of Guardians of the Galaxies, this is it. This is it.
I used to have that comic, and sadly, it was destroyed when Hurricane Katrina came my way.
We need more of that passion,
it wasn't made that best way.
Aaron. We need more of that passion, man. We really do.
Yeah, we do. I should turn the camera off.
I got the little Dig Dug caption there. I love that game.
Yeah, here we go. There's my first issue. Yeah.
Wow.
I actually had to get another one because one of the cats attacked the one I had and kind of destroyed. But they're not expensive. This is number 2, and there's Scanner 1, and of course everybody that's on the crew. And then the third issue. Now there's 2 more that come after this one, and I love to get those. Harder to get. Boom. But yeah, that was the Atari Force, and you could get those in the games. And the trouble is, if you wanted the comic but you didn't want the game, that's what stopped me from getting the other 2. Oh, and then there was the other comic series that they had going on, Sword Quest, and that was with their Sword Quest video game series. They're supposed to have 3. They only did 2 comics before it went on them.
Atari had some good ideas for their, just their, selling department. They had some good ideas. A lot of good ideas.
They were the king. They were the king. No ifs, ands, or buts. But you're absolutely right, though, Cash. They need to have that passion. They were able to do a tie-in without it being, there you go, you got your McDonald coupons and Atari there.
Yep.
Do a tie-in without making it gratuitous. I think that's the word I was looking for, gratuitous.
Exactly.
That was back in the day when their Big Macs were actually the size of a Big Mac. Not these little tiny things they give you now. No, I'm dead serious. The Big Mac, it ain't just them, but the Big Mac from the early 80s till now has literally shrunk by 1/3.
Right. The Whopper, at least, has grown back again. There's my Atari. Like I said, it's right up there in the side of the little case. Boom. My telegame system. And my Bloom County collection. Gotta love Bloom County.
Look at all that supply of tuna fish he has over there.
That's for the cats. But
and
sorry for the shaking. My hand shakes.
You're cut off from the mainland, and food is scarce.
Right.
Well,
it's to keep the cats from eating me. You know that.
You taste like tuna, huh?
Well, sometimes I wonder if they think that. Let's fix this camera.
I got a technical question for you all. I don't know if you can answer this or not.
I can't.
So if you want to stream games, you really need a capture card. I understand that. If I want to stream something from a not digital cord, is the capture card enough, or do I need something else? Like I'm talking about the red, green, blue cord, the 2 audio and video cords, like an N64, because I've been really wanting to, if I stream games, I'd love to start off with my Dreamcast games.
You do not need a capture card.
No.
Some video cards, you don't need it.
Well, how would I get that to stream then? How would I hook my Dreamcast to my computer?
All right. First, you got to make sure you got the right cord. First, and second of all, you got to have the right video.
Well, the right cord. See, that's what I'm asking about.
Well, I'm telling you, if you got a Intel Arc 770, you don't need a motion capture card.
Is that a cord? I don't know.
That's a video card. You have to have the right video card. Like, for example, if you're running a NVIDIA X970 on your machine,
you're saying stuff I don't know what you're saying.
You're going to need a capture card.
You're saying stuff I don't know what you're saying. You're basically speaking nothing to me. You say these numbers and words.
First of all, if I'm speaking nothing to you, I'm explaining you got to have the right video card. If
but
you
you're
don't
not
have the right video card. Forget
now I
whatever thing you
understand
want to
that's a
plug into
video
your
card
system.
and not just a cord. If you say a name or a number, you have to explain what that actually
Okay,
is.
what video card? Get this going. What video card do you have?
I don't have anything. That's why I'm asking.
Then
I'm
there
not
you
trying to
go.
be
That's
like,
what I'm trying to
you
tell
know,
you. You
I
gotta
wanna-
have first a video card that you don't look. Not all video cards for your system, your PC system, has a caption card in it. Some do, some don't. So you don't have either. You don't have none.
Yes.
It's in your benefit to get first the video card that does have the caption card in it.
And is that like I can go into a store and say I need a video?
You go
caption
into any
card
PC
or-
store or even go on there on Best Buy and you can look up, hey, I need an Intel Arc. I would recommend a 770.
Okay.
But if some places they're sold out because that's a very popular card.
And you say
But I wouldn't
Intel. Okay,
recommend-
that's a card. Okay,
That's
Intel
a
Arc
video card.
770 is a video card.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I would need.
Intel Arc 770.
Okay.
And if you can hold out, there's a new Intel Arc card coming out, and that's supposed to be even better.
Well, I don't
Like I
have
said,
anything too advanced. I just run off a laptop, and even
Yeah.
it's 7 or 8 years
See,
old
that's
now.
a different beast because now the video cards on a laptop is totally different, even though some have the same number.
Then this is I have a laptop that's
Mhm.
about 7 or 8 years old, and I'm interested in knowing what it would take to run a system that has the old style plugins, like a N64. You know, not a
Well, if you're gonna
HDMI. That's what I mean. HDMI.
If you're gonna stream, especially using a normal console with the audio video connectors, you're gonna need something called an audio video to HDMI
Okay.
upscaler.
So I need some kind of converter to even get that to work at all.
Yeah, because you have to plug the audio video cables into one end, then you have to plug an HDMI cable into your capture card.
That's what I wasn't sure. I was like, do capture cards just come with these hookups, or are they one way? Or I just haven't even looked into it because I don't want to go into a store and tell them I'm interested in doing this, and they're just gonna tell me a bunch of stuff that I know I don't need to know.
when I streamed Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles a few years ago, and it was Fall of the Foot Clan on the Game Boy, and I used the Super Game Boy adapter. I had to first have the console connected via, the audio video cables. Then I had to have the other end of the audio video cables go into the audio video connectors on the HDMI converter, and have the HDMI cable that's connected to the converter go to my capture card.
And I was also curious, since I am running through a laptop, like how many of you actually play through a small screen when you're streaming? Are you on a large monitor? Like that's should I run it through my television?
You can be your laptop, as long as it's powerful enough, you should be able to be fine with hooking up an Elgato, a capture card, or whatever you need. What do you want to capture? Like, what are you talking about? Like retro games, or
not just the older
your
systems,
old
like
consoles. Yeah,
like I can Twitch stream from the Xbox One as it is, so that's not really my concern.
So you have an
But,
Elgato or something like that, then?
But I don't have anything. No, it's in the Xbox.
Oh, you're just doing it within the Xbox. I got
I can
you.
say that's what I meant. Like I can stream from my Xbox One right to Twitch. I know I'd have to do some stuff so that I could also stream to YouTube, but I'm more like if I was going to start streaming, I really would want to start with my N64 games and my Sega Dreamcast games, which are both those audio video plugs.
Well, as long as you have what kind of laptop do you have? Would you say you have a powerful one? Would you say it's like a gaming laptop? Okay.
No, I mean that's what I mean. Like it's 7 or 8 years old. It's a HP. I have Intel Core i3.
DJ's put a link into the
So
chat.
it's not super powerful.
An upscaler.
And if I needed to wait and do stuff, then I would wait. But it's like, because that's really where I would want to start. Because it's like, oh man, I haven't even played through all of these games. because the generations changed, and it's like, well, I'm not getting rid of this stuff. Like even my 360 games, at least half of the games I never beat. You know, GameStop, I go into a GameStop thinking, oh, I'm going to buy some new game. And then I'm like, well, I can get 6 games for $30. So I'll probably get 6 games. And I may not have played more than an hour on some of that stuff.
The Xbox, the streaming in there, it's pretty good, but it'll never be as good as when you spend more money and use a capture card and go from your PS4, whatever you want to use, to your computer, even your laptop. But you need a strong laptop. Like we're talking, they're not cheap, man. So if you're going with a gaming laptop, if you have the money for it, we're talking probably around $2,000, maybe less.
I got
if you want enough space, especially if you want an SSD, 1 terabyte.
Year because I have a PC gamer, but I also have a laptop that's a gamer. And I waited for.
If I gotta get a gaming laptop just to stream, then it just won't ever happen. Because it's just there's no. I'm struggling to get a microphone. What am I going to look at getting a new? Getting a new computer.
$500 on a microphone where you can go to Best Buy.
Okay, I'm sweating. I'm sweating paying $30 because I got stuff that's got to. Me to get a microphone, I have to have extra income, and there's none of that happening.
Well,
so
a $30
$2,000 computer. That's why I use my Rock Band microphone. Because I can't go buy a $30 microphone.
I mean, I know some people that went out and bought a $500 one where
it works. It works fine. Yeah.
You don't need it. That's what I'm saying.
I was just curious what this entailed. Like, should I just not even keep thinking about it?
Well, it all depends on
the gaming laptop. I got it because a streamer that I know that plays video games and streams a lot of video games, he got this one. It's an MSI. I got a i7, 16 gigabytes of RAM. It's got a laptop version of a 3060, not a 3060 Ti, but a 3060. I can do anything I want on that system. And I only paid, and I got it on sale for $800.
Okay, you take two zeros off that, and I'm still not going for it because I don't have $8 extra to go. Oh, I can just spend this on nothing.
Well,
we know you got money. Come on.
That's more the thing. That's more the thing. Like when I do have extra money, other things come. It's like, what do we need for the house? What do we need for the dogs? What do we
Pat, I want to be
that and the other.
Pat, I want to be.
I'm not saying I'm poor. I just don't make that extra. So that's why I'm thinking, what do I really need? And is this something that's feasible soon? Or is this something down the road and I should do other things? Or
Pat, I want to be
feeding up.
Honestly, we know better. We tease Cash with this, but we know this is the actual truth when it comes to you.
It's not a liquid. It's a great many pieces of solid matter that form a hard floor-like surface.
Pat, I told you, man.
I wish so bad.
Pat, I told you, you gotta stop jumping in the money bin, man, like that. You're gonna hurt yourself again. Come on.
And that's just it. Like everything I have is because I've held on to it. It's not new.
Yeah, same here.
I just want to say, I don't think anybody here is rich, but I think the rule of thumb is, especially in my case, what I did, I'm not rich. I'm probably poorer than anybody here, but order for me to get something, like when I got my desktop, it took me 3 years to save up for that desktop. If I wanted that desktop, I threw chunk change into the jar till I had enough and I got it. When I needed a new laptop, I did the same thing. What I tried to do is kill 2 birds with 1 stone. My gaming laptop is a backup for my PC. But I do other things on the gaming laptop that I don't do on my desktop. And I also have a PS4, but I don't intertwine none of the 3 together. I don't.
Yeah, I just can't. Our car went bad last year, and now it's like, damn it.
I will say that computers prices have fallen in the last year and a half. You can get an i9 system for exactly $2,000.
Yeah, I keep thinking the next time I'm investing in something, it's going to be something I'm spending the extra to get the extra. Because, like, to get this, even the laptop I have, it was like, oh, I think it was a gift of a big check for something.
Dude.
And it's like, I'm going to get a laptop because we don't even have a computer. Like, my wife has one for work, and that is it. It is a non-functioning
If you're
computer.
able to afford it, go with a gaming laptop, get something really good. Then you'll be able to stream on it. Make sure to get a big enough screen. You'll be all set.
If I get $2,000 now, I have to get a car.
But I will recommend. If no matter if you're for a desktop or a laptop,
it just
always
happens.
get a good external drive. Always. And you can get them on Best Buy. You can get one 4 terabytes, I think, for $200 on sale.
Yeah, it was. It just was an unexpected
the only investment
thing.
I would say you would probably need would be if you're trying to put it on videos and saving it. You definitely need a external drive to save all that.
Sly Dog has a good suggestion as far as a microphone is concerned. Why not try to get a headset mic?
Yeah,
they don't work for some reason. I spent $30 or $40 on a good gaming headset mic or gaming headset, and it will not work on streams. The microphone on it will not work for whatever reason. And I don't understand it. I've even tried to Wi-Fi headphones to my computer, which I can do, but when I join streams, that connection goes away. Like I'm unable to use Wi-Fi headphones on stream. And that changed a few years ago. Something happened. There was some update because I was using them. And then it was like, well, this was working before, and I haven't been able to get them work since. And now, since I went to Reno, now I can't even. I went to Reno on a vacation. I hooked up to their Wi-Fi. Now I'm unable to hook up to my own Wi-Fi at home. For whatever reason, it detects it. It tries to connect, but it says you unable to connect every single time. I have to hardwire in now. I don't know what's happening.
Might it damage your Wi-Fi connector?
I don't know how. I mean, my computer was on me the whole time. I don't.
Because I know a lot of people, on a desktop, first thing I will always tell somebody if their Wi-Fi isn't working, check the antenna in the back, because that thing is easy to break, but you're not on desktop.
Yeah, I don't have.
That should be internal.
Understand. I'd have no idea.
You never dropped it, or?
Oh yeah, I haven't dropped it or anything. I just don't know. That just literally just happened. I came back and I was trying to transfer OneDrive stuff from my phone, and it said, "Oh, you're on a metered thing." So I had to figure out how to change that setting, and it still won't. I've tried every switch, that I can find. I don't know. It doesn't make sense. Didn't have any problems before. I hook up to somebody else's Wi-Fi once. I come back and now I have a problem. It's so dumb.
Now, isn't that some beautiful artwork on them game covers?
Yep, I wanted to share.
Yeah, dude.
This is stuff that we have lost. I mean, I want to get that book. They do have a book out there on the artwork of the Atari, of the Atari games, and I tell you, it's the artwork that sold a lot of these games. Honestly, they're just fantastic.
Oh yeah, this is when you had to learn.
It wasn't just the Atari games, though. There were even some NES games that had great artwork, and there's artwork that sold you on the game, and then you put in the game. It's like,
don't judge the video game by its cover.
Right. Well, and the same thing with the Activision. Activision followed through with it too. With when they were putting their games out.
Can you show the adventure cover? It looked amazing. Does the game look like that? Nope, not at all.
Oh, yeah. You're kind of right. Well,
some of them you get. I mean, even this is just checkers.
Yeah,
and look at what they're showing. It's like, wow, is this some adventure game?
Yeah, I mean, you got Donald Trump in there. I mean, come on, don't tell me that doesn't look like Donald Trump in there.
Best game ever. We've got the best moves, the longest moves. They're the most outrageous moves.
Yeah, King Me. Okay, there you go. There's adventure.
Yes.
And you had 3 skill levels on that one. You had, basically the easy, the regular, and the hard in this one. And that's one thing about a lot of these games had all sorts of different versions and skill levels. I mean, there's like 66 or whatever different ways to play Asteroids with the Atari 2600.
I like the just push thrust and left and see how far you can get.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think it was exactly. I tried not to move, but tried to stay in the center, but sometimes you had to move.
Or just like the only way you can move is the warp. We would do stuff like that, people.
Oh,
how do you make the game harder?
I mean, that's why I liked Asteroids too, because you had the, what would you say, the shield. You had the shield instead, and I like that. And I'm trying to see if I can find a screenshot of the actual. Yeah, that's not a good one. Yeah, the stuff I got coming up here isn't exactly the best for screenshots. Let's see if it.
Let's start getting ready to wrap it up here, guys.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, come on. We got 5 more hours to go with this 10-hour
Okay,
podcast. Man.
I'll ask this. How many of us had the shiny Legend of Zelda NES?
Oh, here we go.
Anyone? Am I the only one?
You're probably the only one. You know that little dot? That's you. You know that little thing? That's your sword.
No, you guys had to have Legend of Zelda on the NES.
I never had an NES. I had a Genesis. I had a Genesis.
Years later, I bought it.
Okay. I did have that. I came across it somehow. I don't remember. But I did wait in line for the not gold N64 version. They said it was gold. That's not gold. It's goldish.
You know, I played the hell out of this game.
Didn't we all?
I played this so much.
Yeah.
I think everybody in Atari owned this
Oh
game.
man, adventure! Woohoo!
This was just one of those games. Like I wouldn't play this type of game very often, but Adventure got me, and it's so. But it got me. It got me.
And you know what gets me about it?
When you get eaten by the dragon and you're in the belly, it'll fly across the screen.
Yeah.
You're still.
If the back gets you. If the back gets you. Yeah, I mean, I hated that bat. I hated that bat. And the dragons look like ducks. I mean,
yeah, like the
you think I'm
alligators
kidding?
in Pitfall.
Yeah, well, there's the gold dragon right there. I mean,
it's not a
with his mouth
seahorse.
open.
I thought that was
Yeah,
a
it's a
seahorse.
seahorse. Yeah. There's your dragon,
like a
man.
Seahorse who has the head of a duck.
Yeah, quack.
Are
quack.
those legs or are those its mouth? No.
Yeah. Are you Chinese or Japanese? There we go.
like when
there
you-
he is with his mouth shut.
It's like when you get a bad tattoo and somebody's like, "What is that supposed to be?"
There we go. Maybe I should get a
Dragon.
tattoo of this. Yeah, maybe I should get that tattoo.
That's
The
awesome.
Adventure
That'd be
Dragon.
so
Just remember,
funny.
back in the day, that was
Did you get a
state of the
goose?
art.
Is that a
That
goose?
was state of the art.
Yeah, I mean, Phil's right. It was. I mean, that's the closest we could get at that time.
Oh
and
my gosh, yeah.
you know, it just play the hell out of it, man. I mean, like I said, I saved up $30, which was not easy.
Is that
in
is
that
that
day.
a Lego model?
No, that's what it looks like.
I know.
All right,
Oh,
guys,
so funny. I
let's
love
start winding down.
Who's promoting first?
Who's
I'm
gonna
wound
promote
down.
themselves
Been a
first?
long time.
Oh, before you do that, there's the book. There's the book, by the way.
Oh, there it
You
is.
know.
That's the cover I remember.
Yep.
So
So, like I said, I want to get this book. I recommend if you love old video game art and such, get this book. It's just amazing. So back to you, Mike. Who's going to promote first? Let me.
I'm gonna go ahead and choose.
What are we, fucking Pokemons?
I'm gonna choose Phil McCracken. What do you want to promote? What do you want to promote? Why do you want to promote it?
And it's a kilt. It's a
like
kilt, not a skirt.
It's a skirt. Yeah. You throw me off, Bear. What can I say? Only thing I'm going to promote here because your channel's doing great, and I'm not streaming for a couple more months at least. So, yeah, I'm just hanging out with people. I notice I used the words "people," but yeah,
people.
having fun with Cash Money. He's better have my 2 episodes of Fairy Tale ready for tonight. But yeah, that's
Better calm yourself down, old man. But all right.
Yeah, settle down. Settle down, Beavis.
I want
down,
my
you
Fairy Tale. I want my Fairy Tale. But other than
Bill,
that,
you are one.
yeah, well, good, because we're all a fairy tale.
Mm-hmm.
We get to write one little sentence. That's what you get to contribute, a sentence. But congratulations on 300. Seemed like yesterday you were just starting out, and yeah. Even though you had a couple weights there named Baron and Cash, you seem to be doing quite well, Mike.
I didn't do that, Phil. I did not do that. Beavis or Butthead did it.
One of the two. But yeah.
Just reminding you, we got power.
Abuse of power.
Well, yeah.
No. Why'd you tap your belly? Why?
No, I'm not tapping belly. I'm doing this because yeah, it's a code for something gray and furry, but he doesn't want to come over here because something orange and furry is in the way.
Well, anyway, I'll pass it off to other people. But thank you for having me on. I'm always grateful to be here and hang with you.
Yeah, he's gonna pass it like gas. That's right, little girl.
All right, Padawannabe, go ahead and promote yourself.
Okay, I finally got something to promote. Appion and I are doing dual streams, so this is actually something I'm promoting on my channel. I'm trying to get thumbnails and stuff together, but I'm starting to promote this through Twitter and YouTube on my community page. So new subscribers come and share and do all that good stuff. But we're watching Avatar: The Last Airbender. We do it Tuesdays and Thursdays, 4:30 Pacific Standard Time. So whatever that will be for your time zones. But we watch for about 2 hours. We're halfway through the first season, so we've got a lot to go. We're going to do the animated series, the movie, and then possibly the live action after that. And this is Appion's first viewing, so really trying to promote it. He's enjoying himself so far, which this is just one of those that slipped through and he didn't see. And us that knew he didn't see it were kind of surprised. So finally we got this going, but it's Appion's channel, Appion with a 0 instead of an O, and then I dual stream off that. So links, we have a watch party, so we have the Cosme links in both chats. So if you come to my channel or his, you'll be able to get there.
Nice, very nice. And I'm putting Phil's link in there as well. All right. Cash.
Yes.
What do you got coming up on the hooligans?
All right. So I've been tired the last few days, unfortunately, so I haven't worked on my second part of Another Crab's Treasure, but I'll be working on that soon. And then, of course, next week we're going to be back with more STO at 6:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time Friday. I hope you'll be able to join this time, Baron.
I plan on it because I've never really played with other people on STO because, well, it's just I'm afraid to, but I want to play with my friends, and I got my ship. Depends on what level you're playing and what ships you got or what you need. I'm all set to go, man.
Awesome.
I'm all set to go.
And then
I got my Galaxy 3-engine ship. I tell you, I got the good stuff.
Yep. And then the last thing is I haven't done my solo live gaming stream yet, so I'm planning on doing finally Splatoon 3. I just hadn't been ready to set it up yet, so I want to make sure my Another Crab's Treasure is done. And then, of course, I waited for a while on the Inside Out 2 stream because or the video because I just wanted to gather a bit more information, so that'll be all coming out soon. On the Phantom Hooligans.
He's a phantom, you know. He's a hooligan. He's coming out. He's a hooligan, a phantom hooligan.
Yep. So
Very
on the Phantom Hooligans, yes.
Yeah. Trying to give you some music. Look who we have as a guest star on the celebration. The master of ceremonies himself, Mr. Gray Fuzzy Butt, Mr. Mouse. But you're gonna taste me now? That means he's gonna eat me, right? Mouse. For me, yeah, I know. Well, I'm hanging out with these guys. No, excuse me. I don't know where that came from. My apologies. But yeah, I mean, I'm hanging out with these knuckleheads, Mike and Cash, for the various shows. Of course, he's talking about doing the game stream, and I'm hoping to be there because I'm looking forward to that. Of course, you can catch Cash and I usually on Jace's 540 Studios, The Beyond. That's with Jace Fox himself. Hopefully, Prismatics will be there. Celtic Cajun, Whoopa, hopefully will be there as well. Hashi. Of course, me and Cash, as I sat back and said before, I hope I got everybody. And yeah, and by the way, that is a homemade one. That banner back there, DJ, is probably about 30 years old. 30 years old. And I thought I'd lost it, but my mom found it in her stuff, so I had to make sure I brought it and hung it up there. Yeah, I mean, and we did off of the technical manual by Franz Joseph. So, yeah, I'm proud of that, and I'm hoping they have it better hung somewhere else. But I just did a quick job putting it up. But that's basically me. And like I said, I enjoy hanging out with all the other people and helping promote. I'm going to have to do something with my own channel. I hope to be doing some gaming streams here very quick. I did that quick test one. Hopefully, I can do it again and actually start being serious with doing some live stream gaming. That way, we're all involved in having fun. Back to you, Mike. And don't forget, all hail Mouse.
All hail Mouse, the mighty, mighty cat. All hail Mouse.
Look at the look on his face. See, he
like,
knows this.
All hail me. All hail me.
Yep. Well, he's in my arms. That's all he cares about. He doesn't care about anybody else but me. So, right, Mouse? Yeah.
So, as far as what's coming up on Pacific414 for Tuesday at 6 p.m. Eastern on the YouTube and Rumble channel, there will be more Lollipop Chainsaw. And then on Wednesday, get ready, Autobots, Decepticons, Maximals, Predacons, and Minicons to celebrate 40 years of the Transformers franchise. Of course, my two co-hosts will be there, and also we will have special guests come on and talk about the Transformers. And for any special guests who might be listening or lurking right now, tomorrow night I will send out all the invites to everybody who has been invited. And it's going to be a lot of fun. I wish.
Me too. Thing is I'd want to talk. I probably would hardly hit Transformers talking with him because of all the library he has. So probably it's a good thing he's not there if we want to keep a Transformers beast.
But it's going to be a lot of fun. I have a special intro I've put together, some other things I've put together for the stream. But I mainly want to hear what my special guests have to say about Transformers. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Get ready to transform and roll out for that stream. And then Thursday, it'll be more Lollipop Chainsaw. Now, I do want to say that if I end up beating the game on Tuesday night when I play it, then Thursday's Lollipop Chainsaw stream will be me trying to get through the game only on the hard mode. So,
that's bound to be good.
Yeah.
You didn't try it on easy mode?
Hard.
No, I'm not playing it on easy mode, Phil.
Hard.
You're gonna hear cuss words you never knew existed, folks. So you want to tune in for this one.
That wouldn't be the first game I played on hard difficulty.
Well, we got the emergency controller fund going, so.
No, controllers are too expensive.
Yeah.
What would you rather have, a controller or someone with a tattoo of Pacific 414?
I'd rather.
Oh, no.
I'm not even going to answer that.
Nope, not giving, no satisfaction, Jace.
I know. I'll do one with the Adventure Dragon with Pacific414 underneath it.
What about Attack 2? Who's getting Attack 2?
No, nobody's getting a tattoo.
Nobody.
And Jace, I know you're listening. You better not.
Yeah, unless it's on your whiskey. Unless it's your whiskey. They had the punchline of the joke. Welcome to Jamaica. Have a nice day.
I want to thank everybody who stopped on by, listened, lurked during this 3 years, 300 episode stream of Pacific414 Pop Talk. Thank you all so very much. Also want to thank those of you who hopped on the panel, Eddie Gannon, also Jet Sparks, Brandon Looney Tunes Fan 2000, Pat Wannabe, thank you, Phil, thank you. And of course, Baron and Cash, thank you as always, brothers. But for those of you who are in the chat, I first want to thank Leia Rose. Thank you very much.
Great woman.
Also, Anna's Gameland. Thank you very much, Anna. Snortopoopus Cuber, everybody's favorite polar bear.
Snortopoopuscuber.com. There we go.
Also, Stephen Ransom. It was good to see you, Stephen. Hope you had a lot of fun. It's always nice to have you in the chat. Brandon Looney Tunes Fan 2000. Jet Sparks 373. Pop Culture Mechanic. He is going to try to make it for Wednesday's Transformers stream.
We accept Canadians now?
Well, yes, Baron. Yes. And if things work out, we might even have 3 Canadians on the stream.
Eh?
Eh?
Hey, at least that's one thing. I've never heard Fats say eh, so I'm...
I don't know if I have.
Huh?
I hope you guys like the new name.
And I want to thank Phil McCracken. Thank you, Phil. Appreciate it, brother.
We're not freaks. We're weird. We're weird. Come on. Keep up with the time.
And I also want to thank Prismatics for stopping by. You're wrong. No, I'm Mike. I'm always right. Even when I'm wrong. Rule number 1, I'm right. Thank you very much. And of course, DJ Ronnie G. Thank you very much, brother. Always appreciate you.
Oh, my apologies. I'm sorry. I forgot something. Nerd! I don't think we did that for him today. So
No.
I want to make sure he feels accepted. Right.
And of course, T-Gap Steve and T-Gap, thank you again for your generosity and support of the channel. T-Gap Steve gifted 5 channel memberships during today's stream, and those memberships went out to the following. You're Wrong got a membership.
Yay.
Len Schroeder got a membership. Frostfang got a membership. Dempsey got a membership. And Jason Fox of 540 Studio got a membership.
And Cash still hasn't. All the times he's done that.
I know. He's only done it a few times. And you've got one.
It's like the third.
Right? Was it the third?
Me?
Yeah, it's about the third. Yeah.
About the third time. No, I was never gifted my membership. And by the way, the Cliff Eastwood overlooks the Diane Cannon. Just want to let you know.
I also want to thank Eddie Gannon for stopping by and hopping on the panel. CLS, thank you for stopping by. Really appreciate it. Blazerhawk Darren, thank you very much. And we had John McSmith. Thank you very much for stopping by. Deleted Scenes, thank you for stopping by, brother. And thank you very much for the $30 super chat. It's greatly appreciated.
3,000 pennies.
And
wow. I get to
Bryson Perez, thank you for stopping by. Appreciate it. Bryson actually showed up during one of my Arkham streams. So.
Oh, cool.
A lot of new names in here. Nice.
The Lawn Suffering Miss Tag, good to see you. Hope you're doing a lot better. Lord Crit Up Everest Productions. Yes.
Also known as Orca Boy.
And you, Everest, keep chugging along. Doing great, buddy.
Yeah.
And Tim, also known as FKHC 2005. Always appreciate seeing you, Tim. Always appreciate the support you give the channel.
Some
And
call him Tim.
yes. And again, everybody, thank you very much. You know, we've already hit 300. Let's go for 300 more. And well, what do you mean?
So long, so far.
Yeah,
Three more years.
You kidding? This went by fast.
And to be honest, it could be the next 3 years. You're at 800 shows because you're pumping out different content than you did in the beginning. Granted, there was a lot of baseball games, but you are on it right now.
Well, for Pop Talk in general, I want to keep it down to the basics. You know, talk about the things we love, even if we do talk about things that is the current popular news of the day. You know, I don't want to be doom and gloom all the time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh yeah, this sucks. That sucks.
That's too easy.
Really? Really?
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Yeah. That's what they say.
Turn it off. I'm starting to twerk.
Oh, I want to see that.
No.
You don't want to see white guys twerking.
You don't want to see anyone twerk. Nobody.
And of course, this is for all of us. This is for all of us who are in the pulp culture. We love our hobbies and stuff. This is for us.
How many of you believe that having a hobby is a healthy and perfect way to express your individuality? Show of hands? Now. No, you're wrong.
No, you're wrong.
I like,
And well, one thing I am going to do related to the Transformers stream, and I'll probably do it when I'm sending out all the invites, is I'll make sure to update the end credits I've made for that stream to add the new members that were gifted memberships today.
Woohoo!
Oh, good job, T-Gap. You're making them work again. He got all that done, and now he's got to go back and go.
No, I was going to be going through everything again anyway to make sure it's up to excuse me, up to snuff.
And that's what being thorough sounds like, people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I wish I was.
But again, I thank everybody for their support of the channel and their support of Pacific414 Pop Talk. Hope you all had a lot of fun. I know I did. I'm not going to speak for Barrett. I'm not going to speak for Cash. I'm not going to speak for Phil, Brandon, Looney Tunes Fan 2000, Eddie Gannon, or the Pat at Wannabe. But I hope you all had a lot of fun. Thanks you again. And until next time, everybody, remember my motto when it comes to games. Don't ever give up on me in a game, because just when you do, you might miss something. Take care, all.
Autobots, transform and roll out.
Pop Talk is where it's at, baby.
Come on, we had 4.5 hours to go, and you cut it off now.
Autobots, transform and roll out.
Just playing both outros.
Pop Talk is where it's at, baby.